What's up, nerds? How's it going? I hope you're all doing well. On this Sunday afternoon. We will be starting momentarily. If you have not submitted your homebrew yet and you're interested, the link should be up in the video description on YouTube, as well as under the command wheel on Twitch. Let's make sure that's working. First day of autumn. Is it the first day of autumn, really? Oh my goodness. What are we doing with our lives? Does that mean I should reset the wheel to more autumn colors? Probably, right? Oh, it is in autumn colors. It's already in autumn colors. I guess I could do Thanksgiving colors, but we're like a month out on Thanksgiving. How's it going, guys? Let me make sure everything's posted everywhere it needs to. That's posted. Where are you? Let me see your beautiful face. Where are you? Hello there, chat. How's it going? Hello. How you doing today, guys? Good? What's up, Mo? What's up, Everett? What's up, Royal Bunny? Sleepy, you glorious Tyrannosaurus. How are you? What's up, Dimension Sam? What's up, Brandon? Hi, hi, hi. Welcome to the show. Good to see all of you. What's up, Ginger? What's up, D&D? Gina? I'm keeping you company while you write? While you write flashcards. Ooh, flashcards. What are you doing flashcards for? What's up, Josh? Sleepy, you got company with you today? Normally you're just silly sleeper. Today you're silly sleeper and company. Who's the company, silly? Are we the company? My final licensing exam, and I have no idea when I'll take, but soon. Oh boy. That's cool. That's fun. I mean, I don't know if it's fun, but it's cool. I am not ever fun here. A little insight into the totality of my existence. If ever there was a test in my entire life that required me to do flashcards for, that's a test that I did not do well on. Ever. I'm never good at learning that way. Fun fact, I got through 2 years of Spanish by becoming excellent at cheating. I hate flashcards. I don't hate them because I think they're bad. I hate them because they're bad for me. I'm more of a study guide guy. I'm not even a study guide guy. I don't know what I am. I guess I'm a study guide guy. Honestly, homework is the best way for me to learn. Like doing work. Like write an essay or do a math problem. That's gonna make me learn way better than any study guide or any flashcards. I have to be in process. Or it has to be something awesome. If it's something awesome, then I can just do it because it's awesome. When I went to college, I wasn't sure exactly what direction I wanted to go in terms of my studies. And I knew I wanted to do writing, but I didn't know if I wanted to do writing and something else. So I took a bunch of science classes because I like science and I like animals and stuff. And one of my favorite classes that I ever took was a zoology and anatomy class. And it was so interesting and so fascinating, and I barely got a C. I barely passed. And I passed largely through doing extracurricular stuff because I asked to. But I failed almost every single test. Because the tests were like, there is a dissected shark on the table, and there's a bunch of different pins in different organs. You need to name what the organ is and what it does, or what the muscle system is and what it does. So it was just like a big memorization game, and I'm not good at those. But it was a really interesting class, and I did like it quite a bit. It was one of those classes. Oh, what just happened? Devin giving out a sub. Devon Valden, thank you very much. It was one of those classes where I was very participatory during class. So the teachers were very surprised that I did badly on all my tests, but I didn't know what the fuck we were talking about. You're DMing for the first time. Hell yeah, dude. The way that I got into Dungeons and Dragons, what got me into D&D in the very first, like really got me into D&D, I played a couple games with some people that I did theater stuff with, and then I moved. And then after I moved, I started watching Critical Role, or as I was moving, I started watching Critical Role. And I decided I want to play D&D again, but none of my friends know how to play. The only way I could get them to play is if I was the Dungeon Master. So becoming the Dungeon Master is a great step in doing whatever the fuck you want with D&D forever, because you get to, you know, you don't have to bank on someone else doing the work. Anatomy and physiology just kind of suck with the memorization. Yeah, dude. I really wanted to just be like, shark teeth are cool because they work like this. Did you know they can see with like electromagnets? Also, sea urchins are weird. Also, like the type of science class that I think I would have thrived in would be like an 1800s naturalist science class where you're really hands-on and you're kind of just naming stuff based on what it looks like. I would have done well in that kind of science class, I think. You just submitted your homebrew? Fuck yeah. Let's go. Because I really liked all of the dissections and all of the, like, learning about how animals, like, coexist and do stuff together. That was great. You pretty much have to DM. You're not that great. Dude. Dimension Sam. That's fine. Nobody's great at being a dungeon master. Like, hooray! Honestly, who's great at being a dungeon master? Do you know what I mean? Nobody's great at being a dungeon master. You know? People try, and they eventually become great, but nobody's great when they start. People are fucking gobbledygook when they start. Okay, your dungeon master might be great now, but nobody starts as a great dungeon master. Every single person, when they dungeon master for the first time, is a bad dungeon master. Straight up. Squid Lips, thank you for the resub. Also, your name is funny. Oh, shit. It's been a while since I've resubbed. Oh, buddy, that's very kind. Well, I appreciate it. But listen, you don't have to be a good dungeon master when you start being a dungeon master. That's really not the goal. You've DM'd for years? I bet you're better than you think you are. My name's funny too? Hell yeah. Listen, what would we be without our funny names? We would be nothing. We would be shadows in the abyss, a dark ether yearning for tangential existence. Not even straightforward existence. What's your biggest DM blunder when you started? That's a really good question. Let me think about that for 2 seconds. I can think of my biggest player blunder easily. That's very easy. My biggest dungeon master blunder. I can think of things that happened that I wasn't happy with how they turned out. Like, I think my biggest blunders as a dungeon master were me forgetting to include something important from someone's backstory when it came up. Or, like, there's not, like... The biggest example I can think of would be... There was one time where my players were fighting a Mind Flayer, and it killed 2 characters at the same time. And I should not have allowed that to happen. That felt like I fucked up. Because when one character dies, it's sad. There's mourning. You know, you have like a moment where everyone goes in a circle, talks about their favorite times with that character. You go through like a whole process. And it's a lot. But it kind of needs to be a lot if you want your player to feel good after losing a character, and you want the player to like trust you with the adventure. You know, like losing a character and having it not handled kindly, I think creates a lot of distance between a player and a dungeon master. So you want it to take as much time as it needs. So when you kill 2 players, you have to do all of that twice. So it just takes a lot of time. And it kind of loses some of the feeling. It becomes a little artificial feeling the second go around. So yeah, I would say if you're going to kill your characters, if you see death on the horizon, kill 1 character or kill all of them. But don't do the thing where you kill all of them except 1. But don't just kill 2. Don't ever just kill 2. Because that means you really, really got to put in the extra work in a way that's gonna feel not good based on like timing and stuff. My biggest blunder as a player is a lot easier. My biggest blunder as a player is one of the first D&D games I ever played in. I was working at a summer camp, and I had gotten into D&D. I had just moved out of Baltimore. I was moving to Philly, and over the summer I was working at a camp, and there was a guy there who wanted to start running D&D, and I was kind of getting into D&D, so we hung out a lot, and he ran a game, and there was a night where there was somebody joined the session for an evening, and we played pretty regularly at that summer camp, like twice a week, maybe, because we were all working at a camp together, sleeping over there, so it was like a lot of free time, or a lot of free time at night, anyway. And when so this another camp counselor joined us for a night, and he didn't really understand the collaborative vibe, so he was just kind of like fucking around and trying to like mess with stuff. And me and the other players got like mad at him to the point where he was we didn't get appropriately mad at him. We weren't like, hey man, this is not really how the game gets played. We were like, dude, you're fucking this up, stop. We literally did the thing where it's like you're playing the game wrong. And we could have handled that better. It was a little bit of an awkward moment. That's probably my most awkward player moment. I was still very new, but I think even me being very new is not an excuse. I think I could have handled that better. That's all. That's all I have to say about that. What's up, vegan? You never realized you got better until you tried to help a new DM? That makes sense. What's my favorite monster? My favorite monster is the Roper. The Roper. It's an easy question. I love them. They're the coolest. If you don't like them, go suck eggs. That's what I say. Based. Ropers are great. They're so much fun. What's up, Nick? How's it going? We haven't started reviewing Homebrew yet. We just started stream a moment ago, dare I say. You're all right? Good. Yeah, the Roper's a great monster. It looks super silly. If you're not familiar with it, it's like it looks like a stalactite or a stalagmite, like just like a big stone cone with an eyeball and tentacles that come out of the sides and a giant mouth. And its whole shtick is that it kind of just looks like a stalactite or a stalagmite. And then when you get too close, the tentacles come out and they grab you. And the tentacles don't do any damage. They just make you a little weaker and they pull you in. And then the bite does damage. So it creates a pretty fun gameplay loop of players needing to try to figure out how to fight this thing without getting too close and avoiding the tentacles. And it's fun. I'm good. I'm very good. So a barnacle from Half-Life? Yes, very similar to a barnacle from Half-Life, except Ropers were first. The Ropers have been around a lot longer than Half-Life. So I would say it's more like the other way around. It's more like the barnacles are like Ropers. Although, another big difference between barnacles and Ropers is in Half-Life, barnacles, you kind of avoid them by seeing their tongue hanging down and then like hiding in a weird spot. That's not how Ropers work. They don't have their tentacles hanging around. They like just close their eye and they just look like a big rock. And they don't need to be on the ceiling. They can be kind of anywhere. Kobold Press makes great monsters. I don't like to jump to them for my favorite monster, not because they don't deserve it, but because generally when people ask what my favorite monster is, they want to know a D&D monster. Official. If I say a third-party product, I don't have a favorite monster from their books, though. But I do love them. I played a Tales of the Valiant game the other day. Tales of the Valiant is Kobold Press's alternative to D&D. It's pretty good. It's their new system. It was a good time. The one Underdark creature that sticks to the roof is called a pincer. Fun fact, a pincer is a baby roper. So pincers are like these slugs that are about this big, and they have a big hook on the front of their mouth. They can move only 5 feet at a time, but they climb, and they have a little bite attack, and the bite attack does more damage the farther they fall before they do the bite attack. So the way that a pincer works is they like slowly crawl up the ceiling, very slowly, and then if they're above you, they can fall, and if they hit you when they fall, they do a lot of damage. And they're babies. They're piercer, not pincer. Excuse me, piercer. Yeah, thank you, Miles. And they're little. They're like this big, and then they grow into these giant fucking ropers. Bonjour, je suis hors d'oeuvre. Je m'appelle sandwich. That's not how we speak French in this house. Cinder. You're not speaking real French. You're not saying anything. If you're going to use the language, use it properly. What are you doing here? What are any of us doing here? How long must we fight back against the void? How long till the shadows rise? And the thunder of a new day is born upon us. Oh, so shall we all be. You guys know what I'm talking about? Anyway, here's the wheel. Looks pretty good if you ask me. All right. You need to sound dismissive in order to speak French properly. That's funny. Ugh, I still have my fucking sore throat. It only comes out when I laugh. What does that mean? What does that mean about any of us? You have lost another player due to work schedule changes? Oy, that sucks. Skips memes, you're finally in there. Welcome. Call Me Sandwich sounds like an album name. It does, doesn't it? Right on the border of making sense. Yeah. I have any suggestions for a homebrew race? I don't have any suggestions for a homebrew race. Suffice to say, you should make something that you think is cool, and you have to... The only thing you really have to think about when you're making a D&D homebrew race is it can't be that powerful. That's kind of it. It has to be powerful. It has to be reasonably powerful for you to get access to it basically before level 1. And then it has to be reasonably powerful with literally every class. So there can't be any classes in the game that it becomes kind of broken with, because any class can be any species. So that's the main thing. Is it has to work with anything, and it has to be kind of simple. Not simple conceptually, simple powerfully. Is it better for me if I watch on YouTube or Twitch? Neither. I don't care. Whatever you prefer. The best thing to do is if you decide to give me money while you watch it by becoming a member on YouTube or a sub on Twitch, especially if you're watching on Twitch and you use Twitch Prime, which is free and doesn't cost you any money. If just tied into your Amazon Prime account. But you should watch however you like. I stream on both YouTube and Twitch for you, not for me. What do you think about making a species that synergizes with a class? I don't think there's anything wrong with it inherently. I do think it does lend itself to making it almost... It does lend itself to potentially being too powerful a lot more easily, because that's not how any of the D&D species are designed. But there's nothing wrong with it. You could try it for sure. The thing that you just have to keep in mind is if you build it intentionally for synergy, that synergy could potentially be a lot. So you don't want that synergy to overshadow other things. You meant the Dark Mantle earlier? Dark Mantles are fun. Dark Mantles have a little darkness cloud and they land on your head and they try to choke you out. They're a good time. All right, you guys want to see the wheel proper? Wait, let's see if we got any not final, but you know, new submissions since that little flash I gave you earlier. Cool. Boom! Behold. Look how glorious she is. My goodness. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Put some ice cream in my eye. What we got here, boys and girls? We got here a wheel. Subclasses are allowed. I will review anything from D&D 5e. If it's particularly long, I might not review the whole thing. So if you send in a whole class, I'm probably going to look at the beginning couple levels. If you send in a compendium of a lot of stuff, I'm just going to read the first thing. If you send in a subclass that takes like 6 pages, I probably aren't going to read the whole thing. But, and I don't mean this in a way that, I don't mean this in an offensive way, because I just mean it as in a true way. But most of the time, when I'm reading a piece that's too long, or at least too long for me to review all of on stream, the feedback that I give for one part is largely applicable to the whole thing. That is usually how it goes. Most of the time, and also when pieces are a little long and a little bit roundabout, usually the more important feedback is not fixing a particular class feature or saying if something is balanced. The much more important feedback is like the larger, take a step back and look at the whole. I like monsters that have a trick to beating them. If you remember the shadow skeleton you reviewed a while ago, I like monsters like that. Yeah, monsters with gimmicks and tricks can be a lot of fun. I do think that you have to be a little trepidatious about when to include them, just because you don't want to be in a situation where the monster has a trick to beating it that your players don't have access to or are not gonna naturally stumble upon or figure out, you know? You don't want to accidentally, because then it just seems like you're being a dick. Yeah, kobolds basically are dogs. Depending on who you ask. Thoughts on the Demilich? It's fine and boring. I think most of the... Honestly, I think most monster stat blocks that are basically just a bunch of spells are really boring. That's how I feel about... I feel that way about liches. I feel that way about a lot of older stat blocks. I don't need a stat block that's just a million spells. I would rather a stat block that has a couple really unique, heavy-hitting, interesting things that it does that are unique. And maybe it gets a couple spells, but if its main thing that it gets are spells, I don't care. They don't do spells? You sure? No, they don't do spells. I was thinking of regular lich. Honestly, same thoughts that I had before. I still feel like they're pretty boring. I think I assumed that they had spells because they just do most of the same things that a lich does, but a little bit less. I think they're boring, is my feeling about Demiliches. They have a lot of very punishing features, and none of these features tell a particularly exciting story or do anything that unique, right? Can avoid damage, legendary resistance. It can make creatures frightened. It can do the life drain thing that a million other things can do. It can fly. It can blind creatures. It can do more life drain. Yeah, like nothing here is interesting. Does it have interesting layer actions, you said? Knocks creatures prone. Anti-magic field's kind of neat. Yeah, no, this is a very boring monster stat block. 100% super boring. Not saying it's bad. It might be great. You could definitely use it to do stuff. I'm not saying it's not effective. But what is interesting that this monster does? What's one unique, interesting thing that this monster does? I don't think it has anything unique that it does. The only thing that it does that's kind of neat, I think, is the anti-magic field. Everything else is very lackluster. I'm sure it's good at feeling like a mosquito, but that's what I'm saying is, like, when I'm looking at a monster, I'm looking for something interesting. I don't think there's anything interesting here. And I think this is a very high CR, simple monster. It's fine. You can definitely use it. Love it. Mostly, I think it's boring. What do you think of beholders? I like beholders. Beholders are goofballs. Beholders are fun. Beholders are also very difficult to run well. You gotta be very thoughtful about how you're running a beholder, or it's not going to be a fun fight. But they're interesting. They're just not easy to run in a way that's fun. But I think they're much more interesting than a lot of other monsters. Yeah. Anyway, what do I think about the Demilich? I'm sure it's great. If not, a little boring. All right. Not to say you shouldn't use it. Every now and then we need a boring monster. You don't need every single monster to be the game-changing thing of the universe. Sometimes you need just a random kind of stereotypical, I'm undead and hard to kill bullshit. So, Demilich. Monsters without gimmicks are great for early campaign sessions when you don't want to steamroll the party. I think you can do monsters without gimmicks all the time. You still want them to be unique, though. You know, I don't think you need a gimmick to be unique. Red Sage RPG, thank you for the raid. What if instead of an anti-magic field, there was a magic amplified field? I think you'd need to figure out what that did. The thing about beholders that's a little tricky, and I guess you don't need to play it this way, but I think it's more fun if you do, is that I would argue that their eye rays should not work within their own anti-magic cone. So you have to kind of strategically figure out where is the beholder going to be, where is its cone of anti-magic going to be, so that its eye rays can still be putting work in. So if you had two beholders in the same fight, I almost feel like that would be harder to run, because if they're facing each other at all, they turn off each other's eye rays. Beholders don't evolve, so that's fine. We don't need to worry about evolutionary logic. You are under the impression that it didn't work in the cone rules as written. I just didn't know. Listen, rules as written is only important for game design. It's not important for running the game. They can only close their eyes at very specific times in the action economy, so you can definitely do that. Beholders can turn their cone, they can close their eye, that's totally fine, but it's not like something they can do whenever they want. They can do it at the beginning of their turn or the end of their turn. I forget which, but it's baked into the action economy. So there's a lot less freedom there than you might think. Also, yeah, beholders do generally try to kill each other. Got to be some crazy scenario to make two beholders work. It could be one of them is a beholder and one of them could be like the beholder's like clone, like its lesser clone that it made. So it just is like a minor, it's not quite as powerful as the beholder. And it's like, oh, I'm also beholder. I'm beholder too. Would beholder's anti-magic disable the other anti-magic? I would just say no, because how would you decide what would turn off what? I think that would be annoying. The way that beholders reproduce is that when a beholder dreams, they have minor reality warping effects around them. So like if beholder is sleeping and it's dreaming about some blizzard or something like that, snow and ice will like appear around it in real life. So if a beholder dreams about another beholder, or even about itself in sort of the third person, there is a chance that it will manifest a new beholder somewhere in its vicinity. If the new beholder manifests too close to the sleeping beholder, they will immediately start fighting until one of them dies. But if the beholder manifests far enough away from the sleeping beholder, then it will just go off and be a beholder. And that is how beholders reproduce. That's the only way they reproduce. Please add you to the wheel. You're on the wheel, buddy. Got you. Cinder, do you have any advice for a mega dungeon adventure, particularly on what to avoid? I think the most important thing to think about when you are running a mega dungeon is what are you doing to maintain an element of forward momentum and progression and plot. I think that the danger that you can get into in a mega dungeon is it can get very repetitive, because it's just like room, weird monster or weird encounter, room, weird monster or weird encounter, room, weird monster or weird encounter, and it can feel very random very easily, and it can feel like there's not a lot of progression. If you have players that are really good at building their own story, then I think then I think you don't have to worry about that as much. But I do think it's worth thinking about. So, like, for example, if you look at, like, a Dungeon of the Mad Mage, which is, like, a mega dungeon campaign book, there are things in the dungeon to encourage, like, a somewhat linear narrative story. Like, there are cities in the dungeon and towns in the dungeon and people that live there that are, like, just need help with things. Like, there's mini towns and calm places and... Yeah, exactly what Kramskoy is saying. You need some calm places, you need some levity, and you need, like, plot. There needs to be room for plot. Delicious in Dungeon is a really good example of a mega dungeon, but I don't think you should try to build a Delicious in Dungeon because, you know, they have a lot more power to tell the story they want to tell. How do you make a link to the item you submit? I only have screenshots of it. I would copy paste. I would write it into a Google Doc and share that. That's the easiest way. Write it into a Google document. If you only have screenshots of it because it's written on loose leaf paper or like in your notebook, take the time to type it out and format it at least a little bit and then put it in a Google Doc. You don't need to do 2 columns. It's just 2 columns is like a neat little trick to make your thing look nicer very quickly. I'll show that if it comes up. Should we spin the wheel? What's up, Ash? How's it going? Any advice for a horror game? In order to run a horror game well, you need the most important thing you need is you need the players to be interested in playing a horror game. If your players aren't buying into the vibe and they aren't trying to lean into the spooky aesthetic, it's not going to work. Other things that help with a horror game is any sort of mood setting you can do. Music, lighting, atmosphere stuff, all of that has like a pretty big deal. And then the other thing is, I think, even if you are trying, maybe this isn't advice, but like even if you're trying to run a horror game, you still should leave space for it to be a little silly sometimes. Anything when things get too serious, they can fall apart. Any idea what memories I could steal from a PC? That question is asked so out of I don't have any context, so no. What's relevant to the plot? Who's stealing the memory? Why are they stealing the memory? What's their goal in stealing the memory? You know, I would lean into those sorts of things. If they're doing it with any intention, give them a memory that would be tied to that. If you want it to be like, do you mean steal it like the player would, like the character would forget it? If you mean steal it like a bad guy would now have access to it, make it a memory that's plot relevant for the bad guy. If you mean it's a memory like the character would lose that memory, you as a dungeon master should have a out of character conversation with your player about what they are comfortable with their character losing their memory of before you decide that they would lose it. Because I will tell you that if you pick something and the player is pissed about it, or there's no way for the player to get it back, and it's something that the player thinks is really important for their character, that is not fun. That's just you taking away something that's fun for the player. So be very careful about it not being something that's too important to the character or to the player, I would say. Any advice on how to play a kind of insane character? The first thing that I would, like, what is insanity is the first thing I would say. Are you trying to play like a mentally ill character? I would argue that that's not super good, and I wouldn't do that. I think most people have really bad understandings of mental illness and don't really know how to present it in a way that's anything other than like deeply offensive, so I would just avoid it. If you want to play like a crazy, wacky character, that's a goofball, or a super violent character that loves killing stuff, then I would say you want to make sure that you are not doing anything that is going to get in the way of what the other player characters want. So, for example, one of my favorite characters that I ever played was a guy named Casanova Frankenstein, and he was named after the bad guy from Mystery Men, and he was a shadow sorcerer, and he was very evil, and I played him chaotic evil, and super violent, super sadistic, like very stereotypical crazy in that sort of sense. And the only way that it worked was that he was always incredibly helpful to his allies, always. Like, to the point where, like, he did not want magic items. He wanted his allies to get the magic items. He would always go out of his way to help his allies with the things that they wanted. And all of his eccentricities never got in the way of the story or the plot or the action moving forward. So, if you want to play a super crazy, violent character or something like that, chaotic, evil character, that's what I would say, is don't do it in a way that it gets in the way of the other party members at all. So you don't want your craziness to, like, slow the game down. You don't want it to be an issue. That's what I would say. First time seeing you. Love your short. I love your long. Yeah, you can definitely be evil in the game. You just have to be evil in a way that's not annoying to the other players or the other characters. The way that my character, his mantra was, like, literally, he was the only person in the whole world that mattered. And other things mattered more or less depending on how useful they were to him. And his party were the most useful things in the world. That was the way that I played him. So he sort of saw his party members as, like, the most valuable tools in his toolbox. So if he wants those tools to work well, and if he wants to succeed, he needs his most valuable tools. And if his most valuable tools are going to work well, he needs them to be working at their top condition, which is why he would always go out of his way to help them and make sure they had as many magic items and things as they could possibly have, because he wanted his most powerful tools to be top form. That was him in a nutshell. Sorry, another question. Did I understand it correctly that you empty the wheel after every session? Yep. This is a new wheel every day. So if you didn't get spun on last week, you will get spun today maybe. And just moving forward, I'm not sure what we're going to have variety of streams throughout the weeks in general, but if you are like, I want to do the homebrew review, Sundays and Wednesdays guaranteed are going to be homebrew review days. So if you don't get spun today, we'll do another one on Wednesday. Any tips on if my character plays a kind of lone wolf character? They have to be the kind of... They can only be a lone wolf character in two ways. No, there's an infinite number of ways, but the two things that I would suggest would be they have to be a reluctant lone wolf, where they want to be a lone wolf, but they're actually not a lone wolf, and it's almost like a joke, where they're like, I'm going to do it... Like, they say they're a lone wolf, but they always are willing to work with the party and do stuff, and they don't actually do anything by themselves. They just complain about not having to be by them, not getting to be by themselves, and that could be kind of like a joke. Or they could be somebody that started as a lone wolf and grows into not a lone wolf, because every character needs a reason. Pixie literally took the words from my mouth. Every character needs a reason to be with the party, and they need a reason to want to be with the party, and they need a reason to engage with the party. The point of D&D is really not you tell a cool story about your character. The point of D&D is you and your friends interact and tell a cool story together. So if you're playing a lone wolf character and they're really kind of sitting off to the side all the time, you might be having a lot of fun, but it can be really frustrating and tedious for the other players and the dungeon master. I would say avoid being a lone wolf in the way they exist in movies and TV. Be more willing to engage. Like, if you want to be a lone wolf in the way that, like, what's her name? Toft. Be a lone wolf in the way that Toft is a lone wolf in in Avatar. Like, she's really not a lone wolf. She acts like she is, though. Or be a lone wolf in the way that Zuko is, but like season 4, where he's still like, I'm better than all of you, but he's like wanting to work with people. D&D thrives in relationships and stories shared, not hoarded. Yeah. Oh, we got another piece of homebrew for the wheel. Yeah, let's spin the wheel. Good call. Bagadu, 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 bagadu. We can bitch the last questions and stuff while we play, though. Bagadu, 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 ba 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 boo ba bee ba boo ba bee bee boo ba. Red Sage, I meant to ask, how are you doing? What'd you do today? Sponge. Oh shit, I need to have like. I have a lot of stuff set up. It's fine. All right, Sponge man, what you got for us today? This is a warlock in service to a powerful muse. That's cool. Muse's envoy. There it is in chat if you guys want to give her a gander. The warlock, you said? Yeah. So, excuse me. The Muse's envoy draws its magic from a spirit commonly called the Zeitgeist. They act as emissaries of artistry, spreading resplendence wherever they go. These warlocks are driven to hone their craft beyond the level of ordinary mortals. Their work often inspires those who witness it to achieve greatness. What craft? This feels... I understand that it's like you're talking about artistry, but it does feel like you're sort of throwing it in randomly here after this introduction. The other thing that I want to point out here is this is a lot of word economy. And it's very like, you know, it's front and center. It's high value real estate word economy. All to basically get to the point of us getting the phrase the Zeitgeist out. And I don't know why that matters. Like, I feel like this would be a better opening if it said the Muse's envoy acts as emissaries of artistry. I don't know why we need this lore of the Zeitgeist here. Feels odd. So I would maybe get rid of it and just dive right into what it actually does. Your bond with the Muse is impacted. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Let's take a look at what things we get. Bless, healing word, calm emotions, magic weapon, haste, mass healing word, fabricate, polymorph, mass cure, rune, skill, empowerment. Okay, couple things of note here. For those in the back, this is a warlock. So when we are making a warlock and we make a warlock's expanded spell list, it's a little different than most of the other subclasses we would make an expanded spell list for, because when you're making an expanded spell list for a paladin or a druid or a sorcerer or almost anything else, these spells that are on that list are considered spells that you automatically get. They are just spells that you get now for free. So it's okay if they're spells that are already on your spell list because you're still getting them for free. You do not get these spells for free on a Warlock spell list. Literally, a Warlock's expanded spell list only means that these spells are added to the spells you can choose when you're picking your spells. So you want to double check, and I think it's fine here, but you want to double check that none of these spells initially are on the Warlock spell list, because then it's not anything new. It might be dumb, but you know what? It's also the way the game is played and the way the rules work. So if you can change it if you want for your own game, but if you disagree, if you ignore it, it makes your work come off kind of jank. The other thing is, aside from all these spells being on the Warlock spell list, or not being on the Warlock spell list, you don't want any of these spells to be spells that Warlocks can learn through invocations. Because there's a handful of Warlock invocations that literally are, you get special access to this spell. So for example, Polymorph should not be on your spell list, because there's an Eldritch invocation that is just you learn Polymorph. So I would double check to make sure none of these are spells that are on that either. I think most of this looks good from a spell list perspective, though, of a Muse. I feel I'm not. Why are we not getting enhance ability? I get skill empowerment, but enhance ability I think would make more sense, and we'd get it a lot earlier. Like, enhance ability would make so much more sense than magic weapon. Unless enhance ability is already on the Warlock spell list, that should be on this list. Right? It's a Muse. Let's see what we get at first level. At first level, we get 2 features: Surge of Creation and Artistic Flair. Surge of Creation. The magic you wield carries a powerful sense of inspiring creativity. As an action, you can release creative energy. Choose a creature you can see within 30 feet of you. The chosen creature gains temporary hit points equal to your charisma modifier. That's very low. While the creature has these temporary hit points, it gains a +5. It gains a 5-foot bonus to its movement speed. Okay. And once per turn, it can roll a d4 and add it to an attack or damage roll. Interesting. And you can use this feature charisma modifier times per day. Is that enough temporary hit points? Okay, so this is a very limited use feature. We can do this proficiency bonus times per day. This is our entire subclass. No, we get another feature. But the other feature that we get is literally just you get proficiency in a tool. So this is such a ribbon feature that it's not. This takes up 0 weight. Is this enough? Okay, let's refresh. Conceptually, I like it quite a bit. Conceptually, I like it quite a bit. Right? You're empowering the cat. You're empowering somebody, and I think it does a good job of expressing that feeling of empowerment. I feel like it's not very good though. Like, it's not a lot of temporary hit points. Adding a d4 to your attack roll is great. Adding a d4 to your attack roll at level 1 is great. Adding a d4 to your attack roll at level 20 is great. Adding a d4 to your damage roll at level 1 is pretty good. After level 5 is bad. D4 damage is nothing. I think this needs to be stronger. Some people in the chat are saying you could make the temporary hit points based on your Warlock level. I think that could work for sure. I also agree with Pokeniner. It should just be the bless effect, where you're adding a d4 to your saving throws. You think this is kind of OP? How is this OP? 5, you get such few temporary hit points. Such few. Like, realistically, taking damage from 1 instance of damage turns this off. And it's not like you are going to be using... I mean, you might argue that, yeah, but you could have the temporary hit points like all day if you're not in combat. But then, okay, but it's only for attack and damage rolls that you're adding the d4. So it's not like you're getting a d4 to all of your skill checks. It's just attack and damage rolls. It doesn't really mess with bounded accuracy. The only reason that it messes with bounded accuracy, and this actually is worth acknowledging, is that the way that it's written is that it stacks with bless. And that's not good. It should not stack with bless. Realistically, what this should be, if I was going to change it, is I would take bless off of their spell list, and I would just make this a special version of the casting of the bless spell, and keep it simple like that. I think that would probably be a little bit more balanced, because that's the only real issue I see with it, is that you're getting the bless spell, which is essentially just doing this. So if you want to put bless here, this can't also be bless. It's just a fraction of bless, but it's the most important part of it from a defensive perspective, or an offensive perspective, if we're talking about bounded accuracy. So yeah, maybe make this not this feature, or maybe remove bless and put something else here, and then make this essentially a specialized version of the casting of bless. Stacking with Bardic Inspiration is fine. I think stacking with Bless is a lot. I don't think it's overpowered, but I do think it's... You're doing the same thing twice. All right, now let's talk about this other feature. This feature sucks, right? Oh, I didn't read the bottom. I didn't read the bottom. Okay, never mind. I kind of like it now. I didn't see that we could use our charisma checks for the chosen tool or instrument. Okay, never mind. It doesn't suck. I like it, but it's still pretty weak. Like, it's very ribbony. It's ribbony to the point where I think that I don't know how good this is going to be at first level until you rebuild this other feature into something more powerful or more interesting. So yeah, deal with your first level. It feels underpowered to me, but I could also see you very easily making this overpowered if you make this too powerful. So you got to be thoughtful of your Surge of Creation. Honestly, the easiest way to balance this is to make it the Bless spell, and then to clarify within it that it's doing something unique and extra. Like, what if it's like, you learn the Bless spell. It counts as a Warlock spell for you. Some amount of times per day, or once per day, you can cast it without expending a spell slot. When you do so, and creatures are affected by it at the start of each of their turns, they gain some amount of temporary hit points in addition to the other effects, or something like that. But yeah, stuff to think around with. You could leave the Bless spell on the list and simply add that you could cast Bless in a unique way where it's only single target but does not require concentration. Oh, that's a really cool idea. I like that idea. That's a great solution. I like that. That's a fun one too. Okay, let's move on to 6th level. You got some stuff to work on first level. The vibe is strong, but I think that you're going to have to play around with it in terms of the numbers and the actual way, the execution of the features a bit more. Let's look at Manifest Muse. At 6th level, your connection to the Zeitgeist, we don't need this. Get rid of this whole, why are you adding vocab? Your connection to the Zeitgeist affords you a personal spirit of artistry as a bonus action. Like, why not just call it the Zeitgeist? Why is it called the Muse's Envoy if you need to introduce a new name? That annoys me. Come on, man. Don't you see that you're taking 2 steps forward and 1 step back? Come on, baby. Just call it the Zeitgeist, then you don't need this sentence. Okay, your connection to the Zeitgeist affords you, or just call it Muse's Envoy and put that everywhere here. Your patron. Yeah, your patron. Yeah. Affords you a personal spirit of artistry. As a bonus action, you call forth your muse for 1 minute. When you use this feature, and as a bonus action on subsequent turns, you can do one of the following. And you can do this once per short or long rest. Let's see. Choose a creature conceived within 60 feet of you. They have to make a dex saving throw against your next spell save DC. Wait, what? Must make a dex saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, the next attack against it has advantage. Okay. Choose a creature you can see within 60 feet of you and end the frightened, charmed, paralyzed conditions on it. Additionally, the chosen creature regains hit points equal to charisma modifier. Okay, here's what I'm going to say. What's up, Yaz? How's it going, buddy? Okay, mechanically, this is probably fine. This is not nearly as strong as this. I don't know if that matters to you, but getting advantage on an attack in D&D is like very, very, very easy to do. removing the paralyzed condition and gaining hit points is not easy to do. Like, Soothe is so much better. So that's just something I think is worth thinking about. Also, wait a minute. Your Muse is out for a minute? So does that mean for a minute, you can use your bonus action to give someone healing every turn? This is much too strong for a 6th level feature for a Warlock. Much too strong. That's so much healing. That's crazy amount of healing. That's okay, let's think about this. It's charisma modifier, right? So let's lowball it. Let's say your charisma modifier is +2, which is low for a Warlock, okay? That means with this feature, you can heal 20 hit points. That's if you have a really low charisma modifier. Let's say your charisma modifier is +4. That's 40 hit points for a single-use 6th level feature. So you're sort of in this weird position where one of the things that it does is incredibly boring and lackluster, and then the other thing is like much too powerful. I think this whole feature works better if it's one-time use, but it's way too strong here. You are foolish, Sponge Man. First of all, that spell heals in a very different way than this. Second of all, like that spell, the way that spell works is not only must somebody maintain concentration on it, but if anyone wants to access it, they need to stand in the spot that the spell was cast, which is like a 5-foot area. And then beyond that, that spell has been changed to not do that. So the spell doesn't function that way anymore. That was a like a rules change that came out like I want to say 5 years ago, 4 years ago. So yeah, oh, way too powerful. But I want to point out something else that I think is maybe more important here. What's the spells? It's like healing. I don't know. It's healing bloom. It's the fucking. I don't remember what it's called. Font of healing. I don't know. Doesn't matter. I think this feature is not exciting, like, at all. Healing Spirit. Thank you, Gem Jar. So, Sponge, here's I think, a bigger question for you. And if you decide that you decide that it's not, you don't care, and it's what you want it to be, then go for it. But this literally is not doing anything, and it's not selling any unique fiction at all. This feature is something gets advantage on an attack roll. In this specific subclass, I think that's a pretty big issue, because your whole first level feature is about getting better attack rolls. So we have two features that do the exact same thing already. And beyond that, I guess my bigger question for you would be, do you have to use you get advantage or your attack roll goes up to represent the idea of you having a muse? Like, I don't know, man. I don't like that. Like, that feels boring to me. Like, it's okay, but it's really narratively not interesting. Like, it's really, really, really low-hanging fruit, and in a way that, like, I don't care. Like, who cares? How is this a fiction that's interesting? There's so many ways that you could express the idea of having a muse. Do we want to just be you get advantage on your attack roll? Especially because we have another feature that's basically just that. I would say, I don't know, man. I just, here's the problem. Here's the problem. It's like, it feels the same as like a luck subclass, or like I just get so tired of those where it's like, it doesn't feel like it's doing anything. Like, it doesn't have a unique flavor to it. So yeah, I feel like it doesn't feel like anything. Like, why, aside from the obvious, you're getting, it's, the muse is saying, I believe in you. Like, why is the fiction of this we are getting advantage on our attack rolls and we are getting bonuses to our attack rolls. Why is that what a muse does? Like, is that the most interesting and nuanced and fun way to make a muse? I think if you want to have one feature that does that, fine. But don't rest the whole laurel of this subclass on just numbers go up. That's boring to me. That's how I feel about that. So I think it might be worth some fundamental redesign thoughts by 6th level, just like in general, because I do think that there is really nothing different about this than like a luck based subclass, or like even the fucking like a construct, like the Modra, like the cog sorcerer is kind of like this too. Like, it doesn't feel, there's nothing musy here to me. Or at least nothing musy that couldn't very easily be any number of other things. Let's take a look at our 10th level feature. Wasn't the whole point of the subclass's identity to inspire creativity? Why is the benefit only to a particular scenario in combat? I mean, it's not a particular scenario, right? It's like the most common scenario, but I do feel like it's a little bit samey compared to a lot of other stuff. Artist's signature, excuse me. Your personal touch holds weight and gives power to your creations. Choose a 1st level spell from the sorcerer or bard spell list with a casting time of 1 action, 1 bonus action. You can cast a chosen spell as a bonus action without expending a spell slot. The number of times equals your proficiency bonus. This is a okay feature. The problem with this feature is that you have not earned this feature by 10th level. I think that if you redesigned the 1st level features and the 6th level features pretty dramatically, this 10th level feature could work. But right now it feels kind of random and out of left field and really doesn't feel like it ties into a unique subclass feature. It's basically, it's magical secrets, but a little bit better, but a little bit worse at the same time. I mean, I also think that it could also, I feel like it could like it's not going to make us feel like a muse. Like, I would just take shield, right? And then you just have a bunch of free shields every day. Like, how is that? And that's obvious. Like, that's the best choice by far. It's just shield. I can't, like, what spell would be worth it other than shield here? There isn't one. So you know, 9 times out of 10, you're going to pick shield. And is that really going to sell the fiction of this subclass? Like, does getting bardic magical secrets sell the fiction of this thing? Oh, bonus action or action, right? Can't take shield. Can't take shield. I accept. My mistake. But still, regardless of not taking shield, this is another one where it's like, why is this a muse? Maybe I would buy it as a muse if I saw something that made it tie into the concept earlier, but it really feels out of left field. Let's take a look at Masterpiece. At 14th level, you have finally created a true masterpiece. Its beauty is strong enough to bend the laws of reality. As an action, you unleash its brilliance. Creatures of your choice within 30 feet of you make a wisdom saving throw. Failed creature takes a bunch of psychic damage and must choose between movement, action, or bonus action. On a success, creature takes half damage. And must choose between movement, action, or bonus action on its next turn. What does that mean? It only does one of them? You need to clarify this mechanic more. Yeah, I feel sort of similarly, man. This is like, if you didn't call this Masterpiece, if you called this Mind Melt, it would be the same exact fucking feature. So it's not really Masterpiece. It feels like you just called it Masterpiece and used the flavor of somebody looking at art and then made a mechanic could literally be the madness domain. So I like the idea of a muse, but I do feel like you kind of lose the plot pretty early, and then you continue to lose the plot as you go forward until we get to features that really don't feel like they belong here. It's a neat idea. I would say if you want to make this thing work and you want it to feel really unique and feel like it deserves existing, you want to make sure that you're not doing too many features that are doing the exact same thing, because right now we have a couple that are doing the exact same thing. And more important than that, I think you got to come up with an element of mechanical synergy that is a little bit more unique and a little bit more focused than numbers go up. Because right now everything is numbers go up. 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 Everything is just numbers go up. So I would try to give us some more unique features and that do a diverse range of things. It's an interesting idea, but yeah, you got to be, and this is feedback for, if you're ever doing anything that's a little bit open-ended and a little bit like the guardian or the watchful eye or the muse or the luck guy or the reality warping guy or the you know, I don't remember the word, like statistic manipulation guy. You really don't want it to just be numbers go up. There's already enough things that are like that. There needs to be some unique mechanics within there. So if I were you, I would spend a little bit more time thinking about how to express those unique mechanics earlier, and make sure you're not double dipping on them as it builds out. And if you really like Masterpiece and you really like Artist Signature, either one could exist here, but they really don't feel earned at the moment. So I would change them if you're not gonna change the earlier features that much. Yeah, those would be my thoughts. Interesting idea, Sponge. All right, let us give our dear Sponge a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, thank you. Very, very fun idea. I will say the hardest thing about doing ideas that are a little bit like philosophical or ideas that have been done a lot before is coming up with unique features that represent it. A lot of the time you end up with features that have been done many times. And this is something that we see a lot when we see like the Brawler monks or things like that. But it's an interesting game to play. Anyway, thank you for sharing. We appreciate it. I hope you keep working on it. Yeah, come up with some unique fiction for it. Kaboom! Ooh, Mr. Esoteric. Ooh, wait, I feel like you are somebody who I have not seen in a while. Mr. Esoteric's goal with this homebrew is to improve upon the Tarrasque. Interesting. So, I am going to say something before we look at your monster. I have very specific feelings about monster design in-game. Very specific feelings. And my feelings about monster design are that the monster stat block is only good if it makes the Dungeon Master's job easier. Which means that it doesn't want to be super long, and it doesn't want to be super convoluted. So, a lot of people struggle with the Tarrasque because it's one of the first big CR monsters, and it doesn't punch that hard. It has a lot of attacks, but it has basically no range, and it moves really slow, and its regeneration sucks. So if I was going to improve a Tarrasque, I would do one of two things. I would make its regeneration better, and I would give it some range. Maybe a leap, where it could launch itself really far and, like, slam down, or I would Godzilla-ify it and give it, like, an ion beam. But I don't think a Tarrasque needs much more than that. And I think that if you are building a high CR monster, and this is the thing we see a lot of the time with high CR monsters, if it has too much going on, it kind of becomes unusable in a way that, is not fun for the Dungeon Master to keep track of, or even realistic for them to keep track of. So let's see. I'm very curious what we're doing here. Okay, so this is the improved Tarrasque. Oh my god. Okay, well, my first piece of feedback, Mr. Esoteric, is that this has way too much going on. Straight up. This, remember how I said, remember what I literally just said about pieces being somewhat unusable? This is a perfect example of that. Because when I'm running this monster, I am now needing to keep track of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 passive features. Passive. I mean, that's not even action economy. We haven't even gotten to the action. That's not talking about damage resistances. That's not talking about condition immunities. That's not talking about any of that stuff. That's just passive features. So right off the bat, I think that that's probably not great. Yeah. Did you really, and it looks like you just made the numbers go up in some places. I apologize. We're not going to read this whole thing. This is not a usable stat block, and I don't mean that in an offensive way. I mean that in an honest way. You can't have a stat block that's got 20 passive features. Yeah, it's just too much. It's just way too much. Like, it just doesn't work. What I would do if I were you is I would pick 1 or 2 of these and keep them. Or pick which ones feel redundant and get rid of them. This would be more than 2 pages in the book. I can barely keep track of 2 features. Yeah, it's just too many things going on. I'm not, yeah, we're not gonna, I apologize, we're not gonna read this. We really don't need to. I mean, I think if your goal is to make the Tarrasque more intense, that's not that hard to do, and I encourage you to keep doing it. If you like the idea of them getting a higher crit range, or of them getting a charge ability, or them getting some, like, walking ability, or whatever, like, please go for it, for sure. But I think that, this is overkill. Chat, is there any particular 1 or 2 features you want me to read? Because we're definitely not going to read the whole thing. The Earthbind aura. Creatures with a fly speed within 1 mile of the Tarrasque have their fly speed reduced to 0. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Yeah, that's kind of fun. I like that one. That's great. You think this is anti-fun? I think this is much more reasonable if the aura is not 1 mile. There's a lot of lore in the passive text. Oh yeah, get rid of any of that. Anything that's telling us lore in here, we don't need. It does read as counter players with the fly spell. I think at CR 30, that's fine. I don't think that's a big deal. But yeah, main feedback is this is unusable. Way too many things going on. I would never use this. I think realistically, majorly simplify, cut half of these out, and cut the language down from half of them too. I just feel like the image of flying around, peppering the Tarrasque with range hits is super fun. There's better ways to deal with flight than turning it off. Lua, I agree 100%. I agree. I didn't really think about it that way, and now that you say that, I hear what you're saying. Yes. Yes, while this is an effective feature, it does significantly limit the cinematic playstyle of the Tarrasque, and I think that is pretty dramatic and important to think about. I did not think about it like that, but I should have, and you are correct. The point of a big monster is a cinematic combat, a cinematic adventure moment. So you don't really need a jillion super defined features. You just need enough to sell the fiction of it. So, yeah, too much going on here. Some interesting ideas baked in. But overall, I would cut this thing in half. And I don't think we need to read any more of it other than that. Genuinely, the most important thing you can take away from this is this stat blocks that are this long are basically unusable. Unless you are a computer. And also maybe make sure the features aren't so punishing that it's not fun. That's another important thing. You think he tried to remove a lot of the cheesy ways that players use it? Maybe. But I don't think this is a solution. This might be a solution to those specific problems, but this is not a solution to a playable and fun Tarrasque. I don't think this Tarrasque will be more fun. I think this Tarrasque will be less fun, realistically, because I think the person who's running it is going to have to take a lot more time to figure it out. And most of the things that it does are punishing in a way that aren't particularly fun to engage with. I don't really have much more to say about it, Mr. Esoteric. Neat idea. I think that if you want to improve upon older stat blocks, you totally should. And I encourage you to keep doing it. But I would also say length is one of the most important things to think about when you're making a monster stat block. Thank you for sharing. Hey, what's up, Playmat? How's it going, buddy? I had so much fun in our one-shot yesterday. Nuts. Guys, if you don't know the Playmat is a really fun creator. He's a good guy. He's my buddy. I was in his one-shot yesterday. How do I shout you out? Wait, I can figure it out. I think I did it right. Yay, I did. All right. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Esoteric. We appreciate it. That was a very funny game we played the other day. I really enjoyed that. Yeah, Zakhan. I hardly know Zakhan. I still haven't gotten any word from PAX Unplugged. I don't know if I got a badge for it or not. We need you to work on your British accent. I'm not... Who, me? I'm not... I don't need to work on any accents. I'm perfect. I'm perfectly terrible at all things. Baga 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 babi baga boo baga ba 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 he bala hey bala ba inkle inkle dinkle minkle pankala blue. E-Kid Game / Elior. Elior's goal was to make something that is weak but threatening, also has long-term effects. Whenever you do something with long-term effects, you want to make sure that they are not so long-term and so punishing that it detracts from the fun of the game proper. You know what I mean? You liked the dragon convo? You mean the one about cloacas? Listen, I'll be honest. That's the thing I've made jokes about before. I pulled that one out quick. Okay, so this is a nightmare snake. All right, who sent this in? Elior. I don't know if you're here, but I want to point something out before we go too into the weeds with this monster. And we are going to go into the weeds a tiny bit. I'm going to use you as an example, my friend. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. If you want to make a monster, do not rush the basics. You have rushed the basics. What do I mean by that? What do I mean when I say you've rushed the basics? Well, there are certain things that all monsters need in D&D. One of them, and arguably the most important, is for its stats to be functional. And this, you haven't built this thing in a way that makes any sense. So, for example, where does an armor class come from? Does anyone have any idea how you calculate an armor class in D&D? Does anyone know? Because I would argue that when you calculate an armor class in D&D, whether it's for a monster or a player, the number is always 10 plus your dexterity modifier, unless you are wearing armor or you have some feature that makes that something else. So this thing has a natural armor of 9. Why? If it has +4 to its dex, this number should be 14. That's the first thing. The second thing is, where did your hit point calculation come from? So in D&D, when you are making a monster, just like when you're making a player character, its constitution modifier has an impact on its hit points. For every hit die it gets here, you add its con modifier. So this number should be 3d4 plus 6, because 2 times 3 is 6. So, and that is true of all monsters that you make across the board. The second thing that is really important to point out here, and it's less important for the new D&D, but for 2014 it's really important, is you have to be very careful about what monsters you make beasts. Because if you make a monster a beast, that means that a druid can wild shape into it, which means that this becomes a thing that a player gets access to. So, eKid Games, you just got back, great. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to, not right now, but afterwards, you're going to rewind and you're going to watch what I just said for the past 5 to 10 minutes, because it was maybe the most important part of the feedback, which is that you need to do all of the work to do all of the math right for your monster, and you have done literally 0 of the math right. And if you don't do the math right, the monster doesn't really feel like it works, and it doesn't look right. So do the math right. Second of all, and I don't want to be rude, but is this how you write a bite attack for a monster? I would argue no. I would argue if you look at literally any monster in D&D that has a bite attack, for example, I don't know, a snake. Look how the bite attack works. It says bite, melee weapon attack, it has a bonus to hit, it has a reach, it has a number of creatures, it has hit, and then it has the average damage, and then it has the proper calculation of damage and the damage type. You don't have any of that information here. And when you don't put any of that information here, it really makes it look like you rushed this, that you don't really know what you're doing, and you didn't put that much work in, which is going to make people not want to use your monster, straight up. Because it comes off as unprofessional. Also, it makes them have work to do, which means, because here's how this works right now. If let's say I didn't care about any of that. Let's say I was like, you know what, fuck it, I like this monster, I'm going to use it. If I want to use this monster, now you're making me do extra work because I don't know what its bite attack is. I have to decide, oh shit, okay, well, is its bite attack strength-based or dex-based? I guess I'll pick. And then I will add that to its proficiency bonus, and that's its bonus to hit. And then I will add that number, whichever one I pick, to the damage, and like you're making us do all this fucking work. You know what I mean? Don't make us do that work. And the other thing is, like, you have so much resource to choose from. It's not like snakes don't exist in D&D. Look up snakes. Look how they're built. Fuck, man, you could just copy paste a lot of this shit. You know what I mean? So do that work. Do that work or it sucks. And I mean that kindly, but do that work. Now let's take a look. This is really the only unique feature. Let's see what it gets. When it bites a player, players do not exist in D&D. Characters exist. And you would say a creature. You would say, and this would probably be tied to the attack. So all of this should just be part of the bite attack. So it would have like, bite attack, bop, 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 period. The target has to make a DC something saving throw. After this, something happens. The player, okay, holy shit, this is badly written. Also, this whole thing is one sentence. Oh my god, dude. Okay. E-Kid, I love you. You're sweet as hell. You're a champion. But here's what I'm going to say. Never, ever, ever send me something this unfinished again. Ever. Okay? I'm not going to give you a hard time about it now. But I'm going to say, if I see any of your homebrew ever again and it's not written in full sentences with proper grammar, I'm going to tell you that you need to do that. And then I'm going to stop reviewing it. Because if you don't put the effort in to write in full sentences, who is going to put the effort in to read your work, man? You know what I mean? Dork Tales. How are you doing, buddy? Welcome to the show, Dork Tales. Dork Tales, we're crunching through some homebrew. How's it going? You've come in at a wonderful time. Thank you very much for the raid. Right now we are looking at a homebrew monster called the Nightmare Snake, which, for better or worse, has almost nothing but issues. So we are talking about how to deal with some of those issues. I would call this a very unpolished, unfinished piece of homebrew. And we are about to read the main feature, which I stopped reading a second ago because I realized it had no grammar, and that made my brain almost explode. But we're gonna rally through it, and we're gonna read this single sentence garbage feature. And I don't mean that you as the creator are garbage, but when you make me read something that is written without proper grammar, it's garbage, okay? It just becomes garbage. I don't care. You are not garbage. Your ability is not garbage. Writing a paragraph and not putting any periods or commas, that's garbage. Cool? Cool. Now, let's read this thing, and I'm going to add grammar as I read it so my brain doesn't explode, if I possibly can. When a Nightmare Snake first bites a player, it makes the player do a DC 13 Wisdom saving throw for every action in and out of battle until the player fails, making them sleep for 3d8 days or until the player drinks a healing potion of any kind. So, what is the goal of this feature? Here's what I would say. EK Kid, I'm not asking what E-Kid's goal was, because let's just talk about why is every word capitalized? I don't know. Why is literally this written anyway? No ability makes a player do a wisdom saving throw. If anything, here's how you would write this. Here's how you would let's take it one step at a time, but you're all asking very valid questions. Let's take it one step at a time. Step one, how would we rewrite this as written? I would say something like, I would tie this into the bite attack. So it would be, first of all, write a bite attack properly, and then say, on a hit, the target must make a whatever saving throw every time they use their action, period. Once they fail that saving throw, they fall asleep and become incapacitated for 3d8 days or until they drink a healing potion, period. So you would write it that way. But it goes down to, like, you need to use the proper sentence structure of D&D features. Now, there are other D&D features that do something very similar to this. There are ones that are really similar to this. You could look at any other snake, like a poisonous snake, right? Where they have a feature that triggers off of a creature being bit. So if we look at like venomous snake, wait, that's the wrong one. Poisonous snake. So look how this feature works. It does a bite attack on a hit, and then the target has to make a Constitution saving throw, and then it takes some damage. So you want to write it that way. But also, yeah, wisdom saving throws are not for poison. Wisdom saving throws are for mind beguiling. Almost all poison type things are Constitution saving throws. When you're designing a feature, you want the saving throw to kind of logically fit where it is. So, because that's how strategy works in D&D. Like, players have the ability to think about what a saving throw might be in terms of how they react to something. So, for example, if my players are going into like a venomous snake pit, they know that they're probably going to be dealing with poison, and they're probably going to be dealing with Constitution saving throws. They just know that, and they can strategize around that. If I completely defy that, it kind of sucks. Like it can be a little tricksy, but it can also make the players feel kind of disenfranchised in their strategizing, which I don't think will feel good. Beyond that, what does this feature actually do? Here's what this feature does. Whenever you do anything, you have to make a saving throw until you don't get to use your character for potentially a month. Why is that fun? So not only is it tedious, but it's like painfully not fun. The only thing this feature does is make it so you don't get to play the game. That's it. So where is the engagement there? Whenever we're making a D&D feature, it's okay to make a feature punishing. It's not every hit. It is every fucking hit. It's every action you take. What do you mean every hit? What are you talking about? EK Kid, I will ban the fuck out of you if you start defending yourself in a way that doesn't make any goddamn sense. I'm telling you right now, you have a lot to learn. I believe in your ability to learn it. You are in no position to be actuallying, because I love you, but the only thing that this stat block tells me is you know nothing about homebrew design yet, and that is okay. But you need to remember that the point of feedback is not to defend. The point of feedback is to take notes, decide to fuck off, or decide to listen. If you start actuallying, I will just say, fuck off, good luck in the cesspool of chaos that you come from. The save only applies the first time the snake bites a player. It says they have to make a wisdom save for every action in and out of battle until they fail. So that means that they have to make that save over and over and over and over and over again until they fail. That's it. That's what that means. Don't sheesh Cinder me. Don't Cinder me. Don't do that. Listen. I am all for looking at homebrew that is rough. I am all for looking at homebrew that is polished. But it is important to remember that the goal here is not let's argue with Cinder about whether or not our homebrew is good. And I also want to say, if you want this to only happen on the very first time, say that. When the snake bites the player, the character, they make a wisdom save, although con save is what it should be. And just make them make the save there. It doesn't need to be tied to anything. So yeah, I think E-Kid, the main feedback that I have for you is twofold. One, take the time to look at how monster stat blocks are written if you want to make a monster stat block. And beyond that, if you want to make a monster stat block that is very similar to a monster that already exists, like, for example, a snake that's venomous, check out what venomous snakes exist in the game already. And you don't have to copy them, but take lessons from them. Like, if you took the time to read this monster before you built this monster would have half the problems that it has. Maybe less. Like, just do the work to make it work. Like, that's not hard. It's annoying, it might be tedious, but the more you do that, that's how you learn how to write for D&D. The way that you write, the way that I started writing D&D monsters was reading D&D monsters. If you're not reading the ones that are close to the things you're making, you're never going to learn that basic language. And that basic language of game design is, like, fundamental. Which is also why I'm saying to you specifically, we're not going to have this conversation again. The next time I review a piece of your homebrew, I expect you to do all of that. Because that's not a matter of skill. That's a matter of just doing the work to check your work. That's like if you want to spell everything correctly, you can look up how the spell words, you know? So do that basic work of checking what you've made against the officially published stuff, because I'm not going to give that feedback to you again. You don't need that feedback more than once. Now, separate from that feedback, the important thing that you got to think about here is how are you going to make this mechanic engaging? How are you going to make it fun? So what are things you could do? Now, you said the goal here was to make this monster something that had an effect over a long period of time. So I think making a monster have an effect over a long period of time is totally legit. First of all, yes, make this a monstrosity that deals with all the beastie issues. But beyond that, how do you make an effect that is engaging, but also punishing? It's a good question. It's a hard thing to do. This is overkill. This is overkill because you are not making a punishment. You are cutting that character out of the game. You don't want to take it to that extreme. I think that it's also one of the reasons why, like, the paralyzed, like people don't love when their characters get stunned. Like, this is like that, but on steroids. So what I would do if I were you is I would play around with what are some debuffs or weird mechanics that I could bestow upon a player or a character that would make them have to deal with that, but it wouldn't prevent them from playing the game. That's the most important thing here, is you don't want to cut them out of the game entirely. So somebody in the chat said you could give them exhaustion. You could do that. Exhaustion is going to last a day. If you wanted it to last a longer period of time, it could be like, you know, they minus 1d4 from their dexterity checks for 3d8 days. If you want it to last a really long time, it could be something like that. But the longer it lasts, I think the less hectic it needs to be. But also, you call it the Nightmare Snake? Is it the Nightmare Snake because you want it to give people nightmares? If you wanted to give people nightmares, you could do something like that. Like, what if it afflicts you with some sort of poison that actually has no impact on you while you're awake, but whenever you rest, you have to make some sort of saving throw, and if you fail that save, you do not benefit from a long rest. That would be incredibly punishing, but also allow you to give you full agency of your character. And if you went something like that, I think it's really important to make the poison have a variety of ways for it to be overcome. Like, I think that the spell Lesser Restoration probably should rejuvenate it or something like that. Otherwise, it's going to end up being too strong. Also, there's just random shit. Like, why 55? Don't... Random can be fun, but you should build with intention. And you should build with intention that is not too hyper focused on one idea, but the larger intention. So what do I mean by that? You could say, oh, I want its speed to be 55 because I like the idea that it could go super fast and I want to run it in this way. I hear that. But what I want you to do is I want you to take a step back and look at the larger creature and think about the fiction that that creature is trying to sell. And does the fiction of this snake make sense for it having this randomly hyper fast speed? I would say no. I don't think it needs it, especially if it's a super venomous snake. Super venomous snakes usually are pretty fucking slow because most of their power comes from their venom. They don't need to be that quick. They're quick in a small distance. They're not long distance quick. So think about the fiction you're trying to sell when you're building your monster, you know? Like, if I was going to make this monster, and I'm not saying you should do this, but if I was going to make this monster, I would give it much less of a movement speed. I would give it stealth, though, so it could be stealthy. I would give it stealth as a skill. And I might give it a bonus to its perception checks related to sight and smell, so that it could, like, hunt. Because, again, I'm trying to sell the vision of this snake. So what is the story of this snake? The story of this snake, I would say, is that it bites somebody and then runs away and waits for them to pass out or die and then goes and eats them. E-Kid, I'm not looking for excuses, man. I just gave you a hard time about making excuses. We don't need excuses. You sent in this homebrew to improve it. We are trying to improve it. I don't care when you made it. I really don't. I want it to be the best it can be if you made it a year ago, and I want it to be the best it can be if you made it yesterday. Neither has an impact on you or your ability to write. Doesn't matter when you made it. You sent it in to improve. Let's talk about improving it. You saying you made it when you just got into D&D is fine, but totally irrelevant to this conversation. If you want to think about animals and things that make sense in the real term, watch a bunch of Tier Zoo videos. That's true. Tier Zoo's amazing. So yeah, I think this thing needs a lot of work. I would say go back to the officially published snakes. Make sure you're not missing any of the inherent game design mechanics, and try if you want to do a mechanic that messes with people, you want to mess with them in a way that still allows them to have fun. That's the biggest takeaway here. All right, thank you. Let us give ekid/Elior a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. We appreciate you sharing, buddy. Kaboosh. Oh, we got some new brew for this, for the wheel. Kadoosh. All right, make your prayers to the wheel if you want to. If anybody just got here and wants to submit Homebrew, the rules are in the bottom of the screen on the whatever side of the screen that's on. And if you submit Homebrew, you get put on the wheel, and then boom. Maybe we spin you. It's pretty straightforward. All right, did you guys all get your did you all get your flavors in? Bagadu 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 ba 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 bagadu bagadu ba 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 bagadu bagadu ba 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 ba. Cadiz. All right, what you got for us today, buddy? This is a support fighter subclass. Awesome. I'd like feedback on the whole class. I'm assuming it's a subclass, in which case I will probably give feedback on the whole thing. It depends on how long it is and how much it needs. But specifically the 7th and 18th level features, I'm hoping to make this available on the DMs Guild. Cool. If you want it to be on the DMs Guild, that's a good headspace to be thinking about from a power perspective, or at least from a polish perspective, I mean. 18th level features really don't matter that much. I'll give feedback on it, but they matter way less than anything else. Your 3rd level feature, you're going to use the whole campaign. Your 18th level feature, you're going to use maybe 2 sessions, maybe. So it doesn't totally matter. We don't rate. I don't rate any. Maddie, if your homebrew is not done and you're like, ooh, this is like if you so in the forum I say what are your goals, you could say very clearly, people do this, say this is still a rough draft, I do not know what to do for the 15th level feature. Just if you want to send in unfinished stuff, just let us know that it is so we can give appropriate feedback, because I don't want to be giving you a bunch of feedback about how it's unfinished if you know it's unfinished. Just let me know it's unfinished so I know not to talk about that. The Valkyrie. Let's take a look. And the only time I really get harsh with people is when it gets really late and tired, or if they get defensive. If they get defensive, I tell them to shut up pretty aggressively. But outside of that, I try to be pretty kind. If there's bad grammar, I'm just going to struggle to read it, and you're just going to watch me get exacerbated. Not exacerbated. There's another word that's like exacerbated that I'm forgetting. I just spent the last few minutes trying to make a magic item, but it already exists in an official magic item. It's just a lucky coin. Frustrated. Exasperated. Exasperated. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Am I going to do more Elden Ring streams at some point? Maybe. I don't know. I have to get back into it. I've been playing a lot of Space Marines lately, so I'd be more likely to do a Space Marines stream, I think. But we could maybe get back into Elden Ring. I'll tell you what, the Elden Ring streams were fun, but they had almost no viewership and made no money. So they were hard to justify. Okay, let's take a look at the Valkyrie. A Valkyrie is an unparalleled shield bearer, defending their allies and urging them on to great acts of heroism and support. This is so close to a good opening. Chat, let's see who's been watching my stream for a while. How do we make this go from an all right opening to a great opening? It's so easy. It's so easy that it's stupid. we change one thing. Two things. Can anybody tell me what it is? I'm so curious. Remove everything after the comma. Okay, here's what I would do if I were you. Here's what I would do if I were you. I would say a Valkyrie is an unparalleled shield bearer, period. They defend their allies, urging them on to great acts of heroism through their support. And I would even take out through their support. I'm changing two things to make it that. The first thing that I'm doing is I'm making the sentence shorter and making our opening sentence punch us in the fucking face. You have to remember something when people are reading your homebrew. And you said you want this to be on the DM's Guild. What does that mean? That means people are going to pay money for it. Which means you have to convince them to buy it. How do you convince somebody that something's awesome? In this day and age, you punch them in the fucking head. Okay? A Valkyrie is an unparalleled shield bearer. Boom! How much vibe? Power sentence. Okay? Then the other thing that I did, and people were mentioning it in the chat, is I took out the passive voice. Defending, urging, all of this passive voice. Make it active. They are not defending, they defend. Okay? Active voice. Active voice is the kind of thing you want to get. I want to beat it into you. Active voice. There's ways to, there's tricks you can do to your writing to write in the active voice. And the thing is, you can write in the passive when it's appropriate. But most writers, most of us out there, we don't know when it's appropriate or not to write in the passive voice. And we have a tendency to write in the passive voice. And unfortunately, we have a tendency to write in the passive voice because of the way most of us have learned how to write. Because most people learn how to write where they're writing essays for school, where it's important to hit a certain word count. And that's what matters more than the rhetoric of your language. It's also the way that a lot of politicians will write, because passive voice takes up more space than active voice, and it disassociates the speaker from the action, or the actor from the action. So that can be very beneficial if you're a politician, because you can say mistakes were made instead of I made mistakes. But you want to do the opposite when you're trying to write for art, or you're trying to write for something where you're trying to sell something. You want to be doing punchy, action-oriented words. So tighten that up, and it's going to dramatically improve this. Like, it's a stupid thing to get caught up on. I know we're going to be talking about the mechanics, and at the end of the day, those matter more a little bit. But really, 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 really bold, underlined italics. If you can stop writing in passive voice and start writing punchy, action-oriented language, you are not just going to see your writing improve, you're going to see your game design improve, because you are going to be able to witness your game design more clearly, both in terms of the mechanics you're putting on the page, but also in terms of your own understanding of the goals of your homebrew. You are going to remember your shining star, your true north, as you're designing more, if that true north is a little bit more straightforward in the way it's written. Cool? All right. Valkyries are also called Chosen of the Slain, thrive in tense battles. Again, you're like, what? So many extra words here. You don't really need to say they thrive in tense battles. You're sort of just repeating yourself here. Most of what you're saying with the rest of this is repeating ideas that you already get across very well here. All of the information here is good. You're not giving us any new information here. Your base, like, choosers of the slain doesn't sound good. Choosers of the slain is really grammatically incorrect. So even if you like that name, you got to change it so it doesn't sound so awkward. But we know they thrive in tense battle because they are the ultimate shield bearers. We know that they stand shoulder to shoulders with the allies and do all this stuff because they support their allies through heroism and their support. So, like, you are saying everything down here, you're already saying up here. So you don't need most of this, and I would cut this out. And if you can't think of anything unique to say here, then don't say anything. If all the information we're already getting is here, then don't worry about any of this. You don't want to overshare. Trust in your reader. They're going to pick up the nuance that you're giving here. Flavor text is medium important, but it's really important if you're trying to sell your piece or share it publicly. If you're doing it for your home game, it's a lot less important. At third level, we get 2 features. We get shield specialization and interpose. Let's see what we get. Starting at third level, your practice with a shield allows you to use your shield offensively. You don't use the word shield twice in the same sentence. You don't need to. You're overwriting. My guess, realistically, who is this? Kariz. My guess is this is going to be a thing that you're doing a lot. Be careful of wasted words. Every wasted word makes the reader less interested in what you're writing. So how could we rewrite this sentence? Your training allows you to use your shield offensively, period. Done. Any shield you have equipped is considered a melee weapon with the finesse and topple weapon mastery. We are not... Is this for 6E? I'm not reviewing stuff for... I haven't looked at fighters for this yet. So I can't... Well, now I'm annoyed. Did you not read what I said? Buddy, I haven't looked at... we haven't talked about the fighter yet on stream. So we're not talking about weapon masteries. Kariz, if you're in chat, can you say hi? Because I can't really give feedback for a 2024 subclass yet. So if you're in chat, wave your hand and say, hi, it's me. So I can talk to you for a second. I put the topple in there, but that's the only thing added. Okay, cool. Okay, then we're just going to ignore it. Is that cool with you? I hope so. So we're going to ignore that part. Okay, so it's a melee weapon with the finesse property. Okay, cool. The shield uses a d4 for damage die and deals bludgeoning damage. The damage die becomes 6 at d10. As a bonus action on turn, you can make a weapon attack with your shield. So it's a... Okay. Let's take a look at interpose. You have dedicated yourself to protecting your allies in battle. When an enemy you can see makes an attack roll against an ally other than yourself within 15 feet of you, you can use your action to move to an open space within 5 feet of the ally without provoking opportunity attacks and provide them +2 bonus to their armor class, including against a trigger attack. The bonus to their armor class lasts until the start of your next turn or until your ally moves more than 5 feet away from you. Okay. A couple thoughts at third level. First thought is that I think that this feature, interpose, it's very, very similar to fighting styles that already exist. Like, dangerously too similar. Specifically, there's a fighting style that can impose disadvantage on an attack roll. Adding +2 to their armor class is basically the same thing. I don't like how similar that is. The idea that you can move next to them as a reaction is cool. So that kind of helps make it a little bit more reasonable. But I do think it's an issue that the main thing it does is just something you can pick as a fighting style. I don't like that. The other thing is that it really doesn't make sense to me that they get that +2 bonus on all things. They should just get it against the one attack. It shouldn't be against all things. I completely disagree with that. That's the first thought. But again, I don't know if this feature needs to exist because fighters fucking have this almost 99% of this feature fighters already can decide to have as a fighting style. So I think that inherently is a little bit of an issue. And I don't like that. It's very similar to some Battle Master maneuvers, and it's very similar to fighting style stuff that already exist. So it's just kind of bleh. It needs to be more unique. The other thing, and I think maybe the bigger deal here, is we get this neat shield specialization feature at level 3, but I have a question, and I want everybody other than the writer to answer this question. If I was this subclass, as written, at 3rd level, why would I fight with a shield? Why would I not still fight with a sword? Is there a reason at 3rd level to fight with a shield as opposed to fighting with a sword? Not really. Not really. You can't shove. But shield ACs, if you're holding one shield and a sword, that is the same AC bonus as you holding one shield and nothing, or 2 shields. The only difference is if you're holding a sword, the dice is going to be higher. One could argue that the bonus action shield attack is pretty solid. This is it, though. This is the only reason. That's it. That's the only reason. There's no... To deal dual damage? What is dual damage? That's not anything in D&D. So I think that at 3rd level, this feels a little lackluster. Because basically at 3rd level, it's 2 features. Feature 1 is that you can use your bonus action to hit a creature for 1d4 damage. And feature 2 is you can use your reaction to move 15 feet and then use essentially a weaker version of a fighting style on an ally. So I feel like if you want to lean into you being a shieldy fighter guy, you got to think about that a little bit more. In its current state, this is pretty lackluster at 3rd level. I would like it to feel a little bit more unique and a little bit more fun. So play around with that. Think about that. The protection fighting style is mostly just better than this 3rd level feature outside of the movement thing. So, like, yeah, just things to think about. Okay. There's space for more stuff and space for more specialized stuff here. Let's take a look at the 7th level feature. This is one of the ones you said you wanted some help with. Spirits of the Fallen. You can cast Speak with Dead, but only as a ritual. Interesting! Interesting! Oh, I have feelings now. Okay. Wait. Let's think about this for a second. Oh, this is a game changer. All right, 2 thoughts. Oh, man, there's so many directions to go in. Okay, I'm excited. All right, I have two big thoughts, man, and they are so divergent from each other. This feature has literally nothing to do with the flavor you present here or the 3rd level fucking at all. It feels so out of left field that it feels like it belongs to a different subclass. That being said, it's a really interesting feature, and I think that this is your key. This is your key to making your 3rd level features feel more interesting. Do you want to lean into the space between life and death vibe of Valkyries? Amazing. Give us a feature at 3rd level that also is doing that. That's what we need. You use this. Think about it like this. You have created a river, okay? You've built a stepping stone for the river. This stepping stone, but it's a little too far away. We need something at 3rd level to help us get to this stepping stone. This is your guiding star. This. So give us something at 3rd level that feels a little bit more spiritual, a little bit more you know, Celestial if you're leading in that sort of element of Valkyries. But this is your guiding light right here. This. Because this feature, and I don't mean this rudely, but your third level features are boring. Straight up. So use this to make your third level features less boring. You could even do the flavor of interposing dead spirits. Sure, yeah. The other thing that I would say is this is really strong for a 7th level feature. Being able to cast Speak with Dead only as a ritual is not a big deal because you're not normally going to cast it as anything other than a ritual. Like, you don't need... Very rarely do you need to cast Speak with Dead quickly. So what I would probably do is I would not make it so you could only cast it as a ritual. I would allow you to just cast it instantly, and I would give it so like you have just limited uses of it. Poke9er, have you spent much time looking at other fighter subclass features? I don't think this is that weak compared to some other ones, but we could take a look. I think I think sometimes we forget how most fighter subclass features at 7th level aren't the best. I don't think it's that weak. I don't think it's as weak as you think it is. Like, if we go to the Battle Master, what does the Battle Master get at 7th level? One of the shittiest abilities in the game. You can spend your minute watching a creature to see one of these things about them. What does the Cavalier get at 7th level? Little defensive ability. That's actually pretty good. But the 3rd level feature's not that good. I think that 7th level features generally are weaker than... They're not the strongest punching features on a fighter. They often sit in that more flavor space. I think that if you feel like this isn't strong enough, which is totally reasonable, the way that I would solve that problem is I would give you another semi-magical thing here. Like, maybe you can cast, I don't know, Healing Word twice a day or something. I don't know. Some minor ability to bring a creature back from unconsciousness, or like a Lay on Hands or something. Like some equivalent to some minor like, I don't know, Cure Wounds, for example, would be fine here too. But if you feel like Speak with Dead is not enough, I think it could put a little bit more magic. Just a slice more magic. Spare the Dying. You could make you could get Spare the Dying at 3rd level. Let's take a look at 10th level. As an action, you make a heroic call, rallying your allies to your defense. All allies within 60 feet of you can hear you. Can use their reaction move, their speed towards you without provoking opportunity attacks. All allies and their movement within 15 feet of you are granted temporary hit points equal to 10 plus your con modifier. You can use this ability number of times equal to... This feels kind of confusing and tedious. This feels pretty out of left field. Here's the biggest issue that I have with this subclass so far, is that I feel like the features don't really feel like they build into each other nicely. A lot of them feel kind of rando. This is also, yeah, this is very similar to what the Glamour Bard gets. The Glamour Bard gets almost exactly this. So I probably would try to come up with something that's a little bit more unique. The Glamour Bard gets the ability to move things around. It's literally this, with a couple little tweaks. So I would, again, try to come up with something a little bit more unique here. Or if you're doing this kind of feature, build up to it a little bit more naturally. This feels out of, I don't love this. Feels too similar to Glamour Bard. I'd like more unique features, especially considering the goal of this is you're trying to sell this. This is not the Beast Barbarian. The Beast Barbarian doesn't... creatures can't move with the Beast Barbarian thing. Let's see if we get a 15th level. It's a bonus action. You sprout feathered wings from your back, gain a fly speed equal to your walking speed. Your interposed distance becomes 30 feet, and you can now provide additional +2 bonus to your armor class. I don't think you should give us a fly speed and this interposed bonus. That seems like too much. permanent fly speed's a lot. A lot of classes get a permanent fly speed at around level 14 or level 17 or things like that. And that's the only thing they get. So I think it's fine if you want the interpose feature to enhance. Personally, I would remove hold the line entirely and make the interpose feature advance at 10, because this feels like a really long time to wait. I don't want to have to wait till level 15 for my improvement of my 3rd level feature. That feels like too long of a wait. I think getting the improvement of the feature at 10th level is a lot more reasonable. Why is it a bonus action if it lasts forever? Great question. Yeah, I don't know why it's a bonus action. And then let's look like at 18th level. Once per day, you can touch a creature. You don't need to. You wouldn't say once per day. You would just say the feature, and then you would say can't use this again until you finish a long rest. You can touch an ally and imbue them with unrestrained heroism. The affected ally cannot drop below 1 hit point or be killed by any means other than the wish spell for 1 minute. No, this is too strong. This is too strong. I think it's a neat idea. I think it's too strong, and I don't like it. So I think my main feedback for you is, I think this needs some more unique mechanics and more interesting mechanics, because our level 3 features kind of do nothing unique. Our 7th level feature does a lot for flavor, but feels kind of random. Our 10th level feature doesn't feel particularly unique. Our 15th level feature doesn't feel particularly unique. And our 18th level feature feels too strong. I mean, this is more powerful than some really powerful, like, this is like 9th level spell powerful, but bigger. Also, this kind of is a double-edged sword. Like, they're invincible, but they have less death saving throws. That, like, it creates a circumstance where it's like, I don't think this works the way you think it'll work. I just don't think this will work at all. So yeah, I think this needs a lot of rebuilding, especially if you're trying to sell this. You got to make it more flavorful at the end. It needs to be more flavorful before it gets to 7th level, and you really should be giving it genuinely unique features, or features that kind of naturally build on the features we're getting at lower levels. Yeah, it's just way too strong. We don't even need to think about it. You could look at the Samurai for inspiration for the capstone. That's true. The Samurai gets a different version of this, basically. But you can't give it to someone else. It's just on you. Only the 10th and 18th level give Valkyrie vibes, but the 18th is too much. Yeah. This is the College of Tragedy capstone? Really? Did you unintentionally copy a thing that already exists? It happens sometimes. I will also say, I love Critical Role. I kind of don't like a lot of their game design. No, for 1 minute, a creature is surrounded by music. No, it's not. It's different. It's completely different. What are you talking about? It's a completely different feature. This keeps people alive. This does not keep people alive. This just makes them hit a lot harder. And fight a lot better. I think, yeah, this is not what I thought it was. I haven't looked through the College of Tragedy that much. I don't look at the Critical Role Homebrew that much. Okay, yeah, those are really my thoughts, man. I think it's an interesting idea. I think the 7th level feature is by far the best. And I think that this should be your guiding light for how you build the rest of it out. I think a lot of the rest of this is unnecessary. And depending on how you want to rebuild this thing, you could completely drop whole aspects of it and refill them with other ones. I think the whole shield specialization thing could go, personally. And then beyond that, I think, yeah, I think you got to make this thing feel a little bit more, not celestial, but like Valkyrie spirity. I don't really have more thoughts than that. Spare the dying as a reaction. That's a neat idea. You wouldn't want it to... I wouldn't want to necessarily... Because one of your main features is a reaction feature, I wouldn't want to necessarily do that because it wouldn't feel, I don't think, like that much of a benefit. But... Because you don't... Because it's going to be competing with your main feature. I don't love that, but I something like that could be cool. Yeah, all right. Cadiz, thank you for sharing. Let's give them a round of applause. I think that if you were going to do flight fairly early, you would need to limit it in some way. You could do something like what the Ascendant Dragon Monk gets, where at 6th level, they can use a key point to basically get flight until the end of their turn. So you could do something like that. You're not on it yet? You're here, dude. Sashimi, you're literally on the list. Chill. Oh, no, you're saying please me. You're not saying add me. I got you. You were talking to the wheel. You weren't talking to me. I apologize. I apologize. I apologize. I apologize. I apologize. I don't like when I misunderstand. I apologize. Okay. Let's see what's going on with the bottom of the list. I think we got some new names. We do. I will add the new people. I see you, my buddy. I see you. Kaboom! You're there. I got you. I got you, fam. It's chill. Good. Listen, I fuck up a lot, guys. I try to be good. I try to be noble. But I can only go so far, and sometimes that ain't far enough. Baga ba baga ba 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 bee boo ba bee bee boo ba bee bee boo ba bee boo. Hey, bee boo ba bee bee boo ba bee bee boo ba bee boo. Hey, bee boo ba bee boo. Hey, bee boo ba bee boo. Hey, the suitable command. I don't know if I've seen any homebrew from you before. I'm not sure if I have. Is this my first homebrew of yours I'm looking at? The suitable command says, I wanted to make a sort of reverse booming blade. Ooh. But for ranged weapons. Oh, interesting. So I want to point something out. I want to minorly point something out. There is a reason why there are several cantrips that trigger on melee weapon attacks, but none that trigger on ranged weapon attacks. There is a reason for that. And the reason for that is that ranged weapon attacks inherently are much, much more versatile. And that versatility comes with power. So if you are taking something that normally is limited to melee attacks and you're extending it to ranged attacks, you have to power balance it down appropriately. Otherwise, it can kind of get jank very quickly. Because in order for me to hit someone with a melee attack, they need to be next to me, or I need to be able to get next to them. In order for me to hit them with a ranged attack, I just need to be able to see them. Much easier to do. So we're going to take a look at this, and we're going to keep that in mind as we're reading. I love the idea of a reverse booming blade, though. It sounds fun. It's called Vile Shot. Evocation. Self-range. 30-foot radius. 30-foot radius. 1 round. It's an action to cast it? Oh, maybe it's part of the attack, yeah. You brandish the weapon using the spell casting and make a ranged attack with it against one creature within 30 feet of you. I think the range is actually just self. I think the range is self. I don't think you need the 30-foot radius. On a hit, the target suffers the weapon's attack as normal. A noxious fumes swirl around the target. If the target ends its turn in the same space where it started its turn, it takes 1d8 poison damage and the spell ends. Holy shite. I like this. I like this a lot. I really like this. So there's a couple things that this is doing that I really appreciate. I even want to push back against them a little bit in some ways. Okay, let's talk about it for a second. One, it's limited to 30 feet. That's doing a lot to power balance for us immediately. It's versatile, but it's not crazy versatile. You're not hitting someone 150 feet away from this. Makes it a lot easier to balance it. Two, and also a big deal, it's doing poison damage. And poison damage is garbage. So both of those power balance it a lot. I want to push back on maybe both of those decisions, not because I think it doesn't work, but because I wonder if it might be better if it had more range. And I don't mean better like more powerful. Obviously, it would be more powerful. But if the goal here is to create a ranged version of these types of those types of spells, do we want to limit it to 30 feet? I want to push back on you here. I would play around with it being 60 feet. I think 60 feet would still be reasonable and would really help sell the idea of it a lot more. Yeah, Fricka Frack and I agree. So I would make this 30 feet. I mean, 60 feet. And then the other thing is I think it should be less damage. I would make this 60 feet and I would make it a D6, not a D8. And I would even maybe play around with it being a D4 and changing the damage type. Like, I could see this being like a D... I get Vile Shot, but what if this was a D4 and it was Acid? Or maybe even a D6 and it was Acid. I think if you lower the damage die... I mean, if you want it to be poison, keep it poison, that's fine. But I would increase the range to 60 feet, and I would lower the damage die. I like it a lot, though. It scales slow. Does it scale more or less slow than regular Thunder Booming Blade? I think it scales the same. And it doesn't need to scale quickly because it's doing a lot more than regular damage. So I think it's fine. So the way that Booming Blade works is that this scales the same way that Booming Blade works. I'll show you. At 5th level, the attack deals extra damage to the target, and the extra damage if they move is extra. It's the exact same. So basically, at level 1 through 5, this doesn't immediately do any extra damage. It only does extra damage if they start their turn where the spell ends. At 5th level, it does extra damage, and the extra damage it does when they start their turn there increases by 1d8. It's a cool idea for a spell. I do really like it. Lower the damage die, increase the range, and I think you're in a pretty good spot. It still might feel maybe too powerful in some circumstances. I don't actually know, but probably will be fine. Probably will be fine. I do really like it, though. And I think that the most important takeaway here is that it sits in a really cool gameplay space. It feels like it's filling a gap, you know? Those are my thoughts. I think it's a fun cantrip. What's the flavor behind it doing damage while they're ending there? Is there a pool of poison? That's kind of what I imagine, which is why I said acid might fit better. But acid is also a much stronger damage type, so you just gotta think about that. Rangers do not get cantrips, no. Rangers only get cantrips if they take the druidic fighting style, which they can do. The flavor text is like a puff of poison gas. Yeah, oh no, you know, we saw the flavor text suitable command. You don't need to clarify. It's clear. Yeah, it's fine. The flavor text is fine. My main reason for changing the damage was because I think I need to. I think you still need to lower the damage, and I worry that if you both lower the damage and it's poison, it might really feel black. But I think if you lower the damage and it's acid, it will feel less black. Does that make sense? Anyway, the goggles, they do nothing. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, fun cantrip. I really like it. All the little details are kind of whatever. Like, it's just going to be a matter of you playtesting and figuring that out. But in terms of, like, what the goal of the piece is and what it does, it feels like a really strong execution of the goal. And I think at this point you are outside, you're sort of past rough draft mode now, and now you're kind of into polish mode, is what I'd say. Polish mode, I think, is the move now. Like, it's tweaking the little numbers, tweaking the tiny little details, and just seeing what feels good. If poison feels better, it can be poison. It doesn't need to not be poison. This, I think, is not going to feel... most strongly, I think this range is not going to be enough. But yeah, really solid little piece. Let's give a round of applause for a suitable command. And the vial shot. Here it is in the chat again, if you guys want to give it a gander. Thank you very much for sharing. Fun piece, dude. I think a lot of people, like, if one of my players wanted to use that in their game tomorrow, I would not have an issue with that. I would allow a player to use that in my game right now. I'd probably still tweak it a little bit just because I want it to have more range, but totally usable, smoothly written. You also, I don't know if you did this on purpose. I'm assuming you did. In fact, you should say in the chat if you did. It looked to me like you basically took Booming Blade and used Booming Blade to inform yourself as to how you should write this spell. Like, it looked like you were like, okay, this is how Booming Blade explains this mechanically. I'm basically doing that a little differently, so I'm going to take that language and just tweak it for my own needs. And if that is what you did, that is very smart, and all of you should take a note from that. And if that's not what you did, you stumbled upon doing that very quickly. What'd you miss? Gina, you missed us looking at a pretty cool spell that was like the opposite of Booming Blade, where basically you shoot, it's ranged, and it makes a little ploof of poison. So Booming Blade is a spell where you hit somebody in melee, and it's like, if you move, you get hurt. And this was like, it shoots a little ploof of poison. It was like, if you don't move, you get hurt. And it was pretty interesting. You were careful to check your wording. I mean, it showed. It legit showed. I had very, like, truly all of my feedback is nitpicky balance and nitpicky vibe. And when you're at nitpicky, that means you've done the work to make it at least get the rough draft into a good spot. I mean, we're always in rough draft mode to a certain extent. But, you know, some rough drafts are a little bit more polished than others. Let's see if we got any new pieces on the wheel. Nope. Lovely. Should I take off my response because I'm leaving? That is your call. The thing is, if it gets spun on the wheel, I'll still review it if you're not here, and you can go back and watch the video later because I post. They go live on YouTube afterwards. What's up, Just Chucho? How's it going? So if you want it to still be on the wheel, you can leave it. If you're like, I want to be here for the review, then go into the form and edit it so you're not here anymore. That's true. Brandon brings up a good point. There is a weird synergy with this, with the vial launch and Booming Blade, where it creates a circumstance where they take damage if they're moving or if they're not moving. That's probably okay, because I mean, in order for that to happen, that is two characters have to commit their action to a cantrip, which is like a pretty big commitment, you know, especially at higher levels. So I think that's probably fine. I don't think you need to worry about cover. I think you're fine. Bagadu, 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 bop, 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 bagadu, 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 bop, 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 bagadu, bagadu. This is Luke Kaluth. I'm just going to call you Luke. Hope that's cool. Let's see what you got for us today. Luke is sending something in. They said... Oh, I wonder what they said. Oh my god, Gina. Wait, are you still here, Gina? Gina, I had a really cool thing happen that I want to tell you about. I think I made friends. Okay, knock on tabletop. Knock on tabletop. I think I made friends with Kate Welch. I think we're gonna be friends. Isn't that cool? I was in a one-shot that she was in last night, and then afterwards, we were just like chatting. And I was like, "Wait, are we gonna be friends now?" Which is cool because you don't always make friends with people you play one-shots with. She was so fun to play with. Yeah, isn't that cool? If you don't know if people don't know who Kate Welch is, she was a game designer for D&D for a while. She's one of the people in Acquisitions Incorporated. Was in a lot of stuff with D&D Beyond. I will acknowledge I barely knew who she was when we played together. Because I don't know who anybody is. But yeah. Isn't that cool? New friends! New friends in the space. All right, let's see what Luke has. Fun homebrew for personal use that is unique and has no way to be broken. Also, sorry, no flavor in the beginning. That's your goal, is its personal use, but you don't want it to be broken. Okay. Oh, it's a whole artificer subclass. Interesting. All right, let's take a look. Yeah, I love new friends. It's wild. Gotta have new friends. Let's talk about artificers for a second before we read this. So, artificers in 5e. Matt mentioned her name to you, and you didn't know who she was. But also, I don't know a lot of people in this space either. Yeah. Listen, Gina, tell me when Matt mentions my name to you, okay? That's gonna be my day for celebration. What? Listen, unironically, and I don't think this is gonna happen, and I accept that, but unironically, that would be the biggest thing ever if Matt was like, "Hey, did you see this guy's weird little YouTube shorts?" And it was me. I'd be like, "Gina!" But that's not gonna happen. I accept. All right. So let's talk about artificers for a second. Oh, you meant the play Matt. Well, either way, either Matt. If either Matt referenced me ever, I'm not used to listen. Either one, Gina. Or it could be the Matt that I went to high school with that was on my wrestling team. He was a pretty nice guy. There were a lot of people on my wrestling team that were not nice guys. He was one of the nicer ones. He was one of the people that if all the people on the wrestling team were like him, probably would have not quit. You know many Matts? I know at least 3. I know at least 3, but one of them only parasocially. Or maybe not parasocially, but vicariously, I should say. Okay, let's talk about artificers for a second before I go down embarrassment rabbit hole. So when you're making an artificer, one of the things that's really important that you have to think about is, for better or worse, in 5e, artificers are all built around like a core concept that usually is an object. That object can represent itself as a literal physical object, like your little, like the artillerist's gun crab, or the battlesmith's dog, or the object can represent itself as a variety of features that are all sort of built conceptually around an object, which I think sort of is more like what the armorer artificer feels like, even though it is still armor, or like the alchemist. So you need that. You need a core object, either theoretical or literal, for your features to be built around. Otherwise, you end up in this space where your artificer kind of just feels like artificer plus artificer, and you don't want to do that. So you got to be a little bit careful in that space. So that's just a good thing to think about in general when you're building an artificer for 5e, is that they all are they're built around something very tightly. A lot of people have this desire to turn artificers into the I am a magic item crafter, but they already have that baked into their core class. You might not like the way that it's represented, but their subclass feels a very specific vibe, and if you opt to make a subclass that doesn't work to fill that vibe, it's gonna lead to an artificer that feels like it has like space missing in it from a character flavor perspective, and can very quickly tumble into overcomplicated, hard to balance if you lean into the item creation, spell creation stuff, or spell like plugging into stuff too much. It can end up kind of shooting you in the foot a little bit. So you got to be just like a little bit conscientious of that. You can defy it if you really want to, but if you're going to defy it intentionally, and you got to sort of earn it in it. The subclasses are called specializations for a reason. Yeah, but even within the specializations, like, you want to pick one that is not something that artificers already do. It needs to be a true new thing. Like, you don't want it to be infusion specialist, for example. Or at least I would struggle with that, I think. Let's see what we get at first level. At first level, we get alchemy supplies. Then we get some spells. Fairy Fire, Hail of Thorns, Pyrotechnics, Shatter, Protection from Energy, Flame Arrows, Wall of Fire, Fire Shield, Destructive Wave, Flame Strike. All right, this Hail of Thorns feels a little rando. Protection from Energy. All right, it's mostly fine. It's very like light cleric vibes. You're a fire boy. You're a fireman. At third level, we get fireworks. Beginning at third level, when you finish a long rest, you magically produce 2 fireworks. When you produce a firework this way, you must roll on the fireworks type table to determine its type. Using firework takes an action and counts as a weapon attack. You create additional fireworks by expending first level spell slots or higher for each one. When you produce a firework this way, you can expend your action and you can choose which type of firework you produce. This is overcomplicated. Why are you building a mechanic for us to make a random firework and then immediately building a mechanic for us to pick what the firework is? That seems silly. If you want it to be random, make it random. If you want us to pick, just let us pick. You're building extra steps here that we just don't need. This is just the alchemist system. Well, just because Wizards of the Coast did it doesn't mean it's great design. I just let us pick. You get extra attack at 5th level. These are the fireworks. Let me see what the fireworks do. Range 60 feet, 10-foot radius. It flies towards a target, exploding in midair. Everyone has to make a con saving throw or be blinded for 2 turns. What's wrong here? Who sent this in? Luke. Remember that there is a big difference between turns and rounds. A turn, there are as many turns in a round as there are people that have a turn. A turn is I have a turn, then you have a turn, the next guy have a turn. A round is everyone's turn in combat. So I think you mean 2 rounds. Why 2? This is never a good sign to me. I feel like whenever I see 2 round, like, just make it 1 round. Why 2? It doesn't make any sense. This is just doing fire damage. Okay, I'm going to stop reading these here. Here's my main feedback so far. All of these feel like they could just be spells. You get... Can I show you what I mean? You get the pyrotechnic spell. Do you know what that lets you do? That lets you blind creatures. So we don't need a firework that blinds creatures. We get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different spells that do AoE fire damage. Why are we getting a spell that does AoE? Why are we getting a feature that does AoE fire damage? So, I'm gonna push you here, and I'm gonna say, if you are gonna make these fireworks all do different types of attacks, don't give us a bunch of ways to do those same types of attacks in our spells. I just think it's a bad idea. I don't think it makes sense. Bye, Gina. Have a good studying. Love you, buddy. They also all just do too much. I don't like that each one of these is a paragraph. Each turn, for 30 seconds. Like, so this one you're keeping track of 5 rounds. This one you're keeping track of 2 rounds. Like, it's just, it's overcomplicated for end goals that aren't that interesting. So, yeah, I don't know. Power level, it's hard to judge until we were seeing these. The randomness of it definitely makes it a lot weaker. And you can only make... How many of these can you have at a time? 2? So you get 2 of these per long rest. And then you can spend a first level spell slot to make more. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not feeling it. I don't think this is the move. I think I would go back to the drawing board for the fireworks pretty aggressively. Let's take a look at Pyro Savant. At 9th level, you can do more with your fireworks, customizing them even more. They're no longer affected by water. Is that something that was listed before? Why would they be? That's stupid. They shouldn't be. When you make a firework, you can make a modification. It can be a bonus action. They can knock the target prone. Lasts twice as long. I mean, nah, I'm not a fan, dude. Not a fan. You're taking the third level feature that's overcomplicated and doesn't really work, and you are making it more overcomplicated and making it still not work. There's a lot of room here for something potentially being overpowered, but more so, it's a tedious amount of complication that you're adding, and I just don't think it works. Is it okay if I post your finger puppet monster on D&D Beyond and you and your art will get full credit? Why would... No, don't. It's mine. I posted it somewhere else. Don't post it somewhere. No, don't do that. At 15th level, you can add another... Okay, no, and this just makes it worse. You're compounding the problem. So I think the biggest issue here is that this core firework feature and these individual fireworks are overcomplicated and under-interesting. They are much too similar to spells, both in terms of the spells on our list and other things you just get access to. And it's essentially just, you now have 6 new rando spells. And now they get more complicated and tedious. And now they get more complicated and tedious. So there's a lot going on here that's like, just I think you're jumping the shark a bit. Game design is hard. I think the easiest way to make this thing work is to simplify all of these. Each one doesn't need a paragraph and a completely different duration. Like, if you want to give a bunch of variety, look at the other artificers. Like, you have artificers, you know? Like, you can look to them for ideas. So, like, if we look to... Where the fuck is it? Artificer, where are you? If we look to the artificers that get options, so if we look to the alchemist, look how quick and simple all of these are. Like, just look at the amount of words on the page to describe these features, okay? And if you're like, yeah, but I don't like the alchemist, it's not good. Okay, great. Let's look at another artificer that gets a bunch of options. The artillerist. Now, these take up a little bit more space. But you know what? There's only 3 of them. And they're also still really fucking simple. So I think you got to go back to the drawing board with your features and have kind of a more honest conversation with yourself about complexity and variety when you're building out the third level features, and that is going to help focus, I think, the rest of your stuff as you build out on it. Also, I don't know if you noticed this, but this extra attack does not mix with fireworks at all, and I don't know if that's intentional, but if you are building a class around like shooting shit, you probably shouldn't give us extra attack here. You probably should give us something that's more akin to what the artillerist or the alchemist gets, because this does not mix with this. And if you want this to mix with this, I think it's a bad idea, and it should not, because you shouldn't be able to cast essentially two leveled spells with your action. That's my feedback. Not a bad idea. The execution definitely needs some focus. The extra attack is also just bad when you can't attack with intelligence. That's true. Yeah, it doesn't really fit the vibe of this subclass. You should go for one of the other ones. Interesting idea. Definitely needs some tightening up. Thank you very much for sharing. Thank you. Make one firework and then let you edit it as it grows. I think you could have a variety. I think you got to simplify them. Like, I would probably make one that like had some sort of fog cloud type effect, and one that had some sort of silencing type effect, and maybe one that had some sort of entangling type effect. And, you know, simple, different, and think about where they sit in the gameplay. Like, what's the point of them? Like, the point of the artillerist largely is do a bunch of damage. The point of the alchemist is like buffing your allies. So the point of this could be like AoE debuffs, right? And all the fireworks kind of do AoE debuffs. But you want it to fill a game space that isn't completely filled by something already, and then you want everything to kind of work towards that. How's my day going? It's going pretty good. Can't complain. Kaboom! Kapow! The point of the battlesmith is being awesome. True. True life Hollywood story. What's up, Fuella? Bagadu. How's your day going? Your day's going all right. I bet you're probably bummed it's Sunday, but hopefully I can help cheer you up a little bit. Shades the Mothman. What you got for us today, Shady? Shady Montgomery. What's up, RX? It has been a hot minute. How you doing? Shades says, this piece was inspired by a race of star-faring travelers from a book I've been writing. I think that the different planes and wild space and all that stuff aren't explored enough in official content, so I made this with the intention of exploring those themes a bit more. There's also a racial feat. I will not look at that, but other people are more than welcome to. This is called The Pilgrims. You're not good, but that's too heavy for chat. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. Well, no pressure to share anything, but I do hope that you find at least a little bit of calm and peace amongst the chaos if you're going through it. New classes are really hard. The easiest way to make a new class is to start by making 10 new subclasses. If you make 10 new subclasses, you're gonna finish your new class better than if you don't. All right, the first thing that I want to point out is this is a giant block of text, and nobody wants to read a giant block of text. Put some paragraph breaks or bust. The mysterious pilgrims are a race of interplanar travelers. You're wasting words here. You can just say the mysterious pilgrims are interplanar explorers. We don't need to say a race of, we don't need to call them mysterious, who have spread out so far that not even they remember their true origin. Okay, a little tacky, but I accept. Some say that they came from a world in the far realm that's been destroyed. Something. Okay, I don't care. I don't care about that. This is a waste of words. You just said no one knows their true origin. We don't need to know that people don't know their true origin. They're nomadic, traveling alone from world to world. Really good. So, Shades, you keep doing this, man. You're repeating yourself. This phrase says pilgrims are basically loners. This phrase says pilgrims are basically loners. This phrase says pilgrims are basically loners. So this sentence, if I was going to rewrite this sentence, I could say pilgrims are nomadic. They travel alone. They travel alone. They travel alone. You don't need to repeat yourself so much. Yeah, cut like 80% of these words out. Chalk white or pale gray skin, dark hair, dark eyes. Okay, whatever. This is just what they look like. It's fine. All right, let's see what they can get. You get ability scores. You're humanoid. You're medium or small. You're faster than normal. 35. You're a quickie. Dark vision. You have proficiency in history, and you can accurately recall. This is lame, Shades. This is fucking lame, and I'm not going to be nice to you because I have reviewed a bunch of your homebrew, and you know better than by now. Don't take part of a feat and bake it into a D&D species. That's lame. Legit lame. You're better than this. Stop it. Don't just give them keen mind. Come up with something different. You can hold your breath indefinitely while you're not incapacitated. I would like this feature a lot if it wasn't literally word for word taken from the Air Genasi. But this is just an Air Genasi feature, so it's not particularly unique. I like it a lot. It's just not a feature that's new. Alter density. You can hold your breath. Oh no, you have the ability to alter your body's density to match the gravity of the planet you're on. As an action, you can choose to either half your weight or double it, along with anything you're wearing, you're carrying, for 1 minute or until you become incapacitated. Use this feature enough times to your proficiency bonus, and you're getting expended uses, blah, blah, blah. Okay, what do we do? When your weight is doubled, your speed is reduced by 10 feet, and you have advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. When your weight is halved, your speed is increased by 10 feet, your jump distance is doubled, and you have disadvantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. This feels interesting. It doesn't feel new. I don't know if I've seen this feature somewhere else before, but I feel like I've seen something so similar to this that it doesn't really feel new. And I don't know if that's good or not. It's interesting. I almost feel like it's doing too much. Don't give us levitate. This is really powerful. Yeah, it's partially copied from the Graviturge Wizard. Yeah, so Shades, nothing here is original, my guy. Everything is pulled from other things. Come on now. So, here's what I'm going to say. This is too powerful, I think. Here's a good way to think about why this is too powerful. A good way to think about this is you could basically reflavor this. You could reword this whole feature to just say proficiency bonus number of times per day. You can give yourself advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws for 1 minute. And that alone feels kind of like too much. If this is close to the Graviturge Wizard, give us something unique, man. Give us something unique. But by changing, the thing is, if the only thing you changed is that it's limited in use and not concentration based, you didn't actually change anything about it. You changed the bullshit, but you didn't change the meat. Like, if you give me a pastrami sandwich and it's got mustard and Swiss cheese, and then you give me a pastrami sandwich and it's got mustard and Swiss cheese, but it's on rye bread, it's still a pastrami sandwich. Do you know what I mean? Like, give me a turkey sandwich. So all of these, like, there's not anything unique here. That's kind of my main feedback, Shades, is like, give us some unique features. We got an Air Genasi feature, we have Keen Mind, and we have a Graviturge Wizard. So I think that it's okay to pull a thing, or maybe a little bit of a thing from something that already exists, but if everything you're pulling comes from something that already exists, I'm kind of like, okay, whatever. Like, it doesn't feel new. I would push you as a writer and as a designer to come up with unique stuff. You didn't realize it? That's okay. A lot of people don't. Let's look at the feat, because I feel like I don't really have any feedback. I feel like I'm kind of doing a disservice because I'm not really giving you any feedback on this other than saying stop copying other stuff. I'll look at this. You don't give a physical or mental stat option. Just keep it physical or just mental. Don't do both. You're gonna get rid of this part because we're getting rid of the levitate feature.
I'm tired of pastrami. I want ham and cheddar.
Thank you, Irk Languish. Thank you for the biddies. You can use alter self feature to alter your weight as a bonus action, and when you use your alter density feature to double or half your weight, you get additional benefits. This is just too strong. This is just no. You basically, this is just numbers go up in ways that is too much. So I would say, I would, if somebody wanted to be this D&D race, I probably would let them be it. I think I would give them more limited access to alter density than we get here. But there's no way in hell I would let them use this feat. This feat is not interesting. This feat is, you're just fucking better now. So I would say this feat don't work. This feat don't got legs. Those be my thoughts. I don't really have more feelings. I would say be wary of giving features that just flat make all the numbers go up, which is basically what's happening here. But the features can already be used in combat shades, and if you keep defending it, I'm going to yell at you because you're not listening to me. Having double your jump distance and increased movement speed by 10 feet makes you much fucking better in combat. Having advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws makes you much better in combat. You don't need these other things. This is overkill. Dramatically so. That's my point. My point is you are not paying attention to how powerful this is. And by making it more powerful in ways that aren't interesting, it's literally just numbers go up. It's making it too powerful. Especially because it's proficiency bonus times per day. Proficiency bonus times per day, you can double your jump distance, get 10 feet of movement, get +2 to your AC, and to dexterity saving throws. Doesn't require a spell, doesn't require concentration. Proficiency bonus times per day, you get advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws, and you can add an additional d4 damage to every one of your hits. Proficiency bonus times per day for a minute. Doesn't require anything. It's a lot. It's a lot. I think you're underestimating how much it is. The real reason it's an issue is it's compounding on top of a feature that is already kind of busted. That's the issue. Yeah, and it stacks with haste. Yeah, it's also like halfway to haste. I think I want to point something out here. If you want to deal with density stuff, I think you got to move in a direction that is noticeably different than haste and slow. Yeah. Yeah, probably more shades. Yeah, definitely, my guy. Yeah, probably is such a passive-aggressive acceptance that you build something busted, but I accept it. You can be pretty passive-aggressive sometimes. All right, shades. I don't really have more thoughts. It's overpowered and needs to be more original. That's the short, dirty version. Let's give Shades a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. Yeah, you got to be careful when you're putting features out there. It's easy to not know if you're making something that something else makes, and that's fine. Like, if that's a mistake you make, it's not bad. It just means like, oh shit, all right, I do a little bit more research next time. Kaboosh! Thank you for sharing. Our dear Shades, Mothy Man. Oops. Get out of here, you silly sleeper. You're lovely, you're wonderful. High five forever. I even think it's okay to copy basically word for word some features from one thing and put them in another. It just can't be all of them. You gotta be careful of that. You gotta be careful. Get out of here, Ash. Have a good work day tomorrow. Bagadu 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 bow. Always human. Lame. More like always lame. No, I'm just kidding. Humans are fine. This is a core item, which is meant to evolve with characters. Let's see what we're working with today. Oh, your font sucks. Your font really sucks. Your font sucks so much. Holy shit. Okay. Who made this? Always Human? Always Human? The organization of this piece is genuinely garbage. Oh, the image got squished? It's fucking bad. It's genuinely... Like, can I fix this by making a copy? Let's see if I can do that, because I don't want to read it like that. If I stretch the image, does that make it better? Yeah. Look, dude. When we talk about presentation, let's talk about presentation. Take the fucking 8 seconds it takes to make it fit the page a little bit more comfortably. I'm going to read it on my page because yours is formatted to shit. It's still pretty bad. But genuinely don't do this in the future because you're going to wind up in a situation where no one's going to read your homebrew because it's not fun to read. This crystal feels smooth yet warm to the touch. I think you spelled smooth wrong. A slight buzzing can be heard if you put your ear next to it and listen intently. Put a period at the end of the word touch. It was found peeking, you spelled peeking wrong, out from a sand dune as if it was waiting for someone special. Most of this flavor text can go. Get rid of this whole get rid of this whole final sentence. Unneeded. When successfully using your symbiotic entity feature... Oh, so this has to be used for Spor Druids. Okay. Tiny insects of your choice are left on the target while in view... This is really hard to read. This is hard to read for a number of reasons. Okay, that makes it a little bit easier. Always Human. You wrote this in a way that is very confusing. And that's going to be my main feedback. Why? It's written in like the weird, most passive-aggressive roundabout way. When successfully using your symbiotic entity while the crystal is on your person, tiny insects of your choice are left on the target. Holy shit. Just say, when you use your symbiotic entity, you leave tiny insects on the target, period. While in view, if the afflicted uses a d20 or a d20 is used to target the afflicted, you may use your reaction to add or subtract from the result. Oh my god, I want to punch myself in the brain. This is very poorly written. The idea is not bad, but oh my god, is this poorly written. While in view, if the afflicted use... Okay, so let's talk about this for a second. How can we fix this? How can we fix this? First, you never want to use the word may, you want to use the word can. Second of all, you're writing in the most roundabout way I've seen this side of the Mississippi. Be direct. So what is happening here? Let's not talk about what's written on the page. Let's talk about what's happening here. It's not even imposing advantage or disadvantage, but that's close. It's you're adding or subtracting a d4. So the way that I would word this is when a creature is affected by your symbiotic entity, you can. When a creature affected by your symbiotic, does the symbiotic entity last for more than a round? I'm confused. I feel like you're making a lot of assumptions and about you're changing a lot of stuff here and not clarifying it. This is really confusing in how it's written. Let's look at the Spor Druid for a second. Okay, I see what's happening here. So there's a couple things that are a little fucked about this. The main thing that's a little fucked about this is your symbiotic entity doesn't affect other creatures. It affects you. So you're writing this as if the symbiotic entity feature is an affliction that you put on creatures, but it's not. The symbiotic entity feature is the thing you put on yourself. What you're talking about is dealing damage with Halo of Spores, I think. Or dealing damage in general. It's kind of unclear. So I think that you need to come up with an answer, and don't tell me in chat, I don't care, but for yourself, of when is this thing activating? Is it when a creature is hit by your Halo, is affected by your Halo of Spores? Or is it when your symbiotic entity is active and a creature can see you within a certain radius of you? So all of that needs to be clarified, because it's unclear. So yeah, so I don't know what you're trying to be here. But if the goal is that it's Halo of Spores, what I would do is I'd probably say, don't respond. Don't respond. Don't say anything. Just wait till it's over, because I'm gonna read your responses as passive aggressive, and I'm gonna get annoyed with you. So what I would say is you have to decide where this is gonna sit in the game. Because also, Halo of Spores is not an ongoing effect, is it? No, it's not. It's just an instant of damage. So it's not even an affliction. So what do we mean by afflicted? It's not an ongoing effect. It's an ongoing effect for you, but it's not an ongoing effect for the target, is what I'm saying. It's permanent on you. It's permanent on you. But the way that this is worded, it doesn't logically make sense if it's permanent on you, because you are the one afflicted by it. You are the one. It's just you. Because you're not, the only thing that's happening to other people is damage. So I think that what I would say, if I was going to try to make this magic item work, I would completely remove the add or subtract element. I don't think this should be able to give a benefit. There's no reason why it should. Doesn't make any sense. What I would say is, when a creature takes damage from your Halo of Spores feature, you can use your reaction to impose. I wouldn't even make it do a reaction. I would just say, whenever a creature takes damage from your Halo of Spores feature, they take a minus 1d4 penalty to their next attack roll or saving throw. Period. Just that. That is insanely strong. That would be really strong. But it'd also be a lot more clear and make a lot more sense. To me, this speaks to a lack of understanding about where the feature sits. Like, if you're going to give a feature, if you're going to change it, if you're going to affect a feature that targets you, don't describe it as if it targets other people. That leads to it being very confusing. I also think that that should be either limited in use or something, because that's very strong. Even the limit that I put on it is very strong, that I just said. Don't say once per dawn. What does once per dawn mean? Literally, once per dawn means if it's dawn, you can do this feature. Do you mean that it recharges at dawn? If you mean it recharges at dawn, you should write it that way. And realistically, you should just look at the way that other spells work. Once per day at dawn. Maybe that's what it means, but that's not what it should mean. It should just say you can do the feature, and then at the end you can say, once you use this feature, you can't use it again until the next day at dawn. Or this feature recharges the next day at dawn. Once per dawn, you can cast Fairy Fire using this instead of tiny light insects of your choice. Cover the afflicted. Stop using the word the afflicted. That is doing you no favors. Nothing in D&D uses that word. It sounds like you don't know what you're talking about. The target, the creature. What the fuck does this do? Let me read this sentence, and I'm going to see if chat understands what's happening. Afflicted must try and save versus your spell save DC. And the effect lasts 1 minute but does not require concentration. Instead, the afflicted can try to make a sleight of hand check versus your spell save to remove the insects from one target. Who is the afflicted? Who is the one target? Is this just the Fairy Fire spell? Is all of this words to get to the goal of you can cast Fairy Fire once per day, but creatures can use a sleight of hand check to try to break free from it, as opposed to anything like... Is that all it's saying? That's so confusing, dude. Why did you write it this way? What a weird roundabout way of writing it. Okay, here's what I would say. So obviously rewrite this first feature so that it actually works with Halo of Spores, because if it's based on Halo of Spores, it should work with Halo of Spores. For the second feature, I probably would say something like, as an action, you can cast Fairy Fire as an action, you can activate the crystal things to cast Fairy Fire in a unique way. When cast in this way, the spell does not require concentration, period. When a creature fails, creatures that are affected by the spell or something like that, at the end of their turns, they can, on an affected creature's turn, they can use their action to make a sleight of hand check against your spell save DC to remove the effects. Something like that, period. Can be your spell focus. Don't write like that. So yeah, this is sloppily worded, but when we boil down to what it actually does, it's not bad for a magic item. It's probably rare, and it definitely requires concentration. I think this Bane feature, once you clean that out, probably needs to be a little limited in use. I don't think it could be infinite. I think that's too powerful. And the idea of you getting a special casting of the Fairy Fire spell that both does not require concentration, but also allows creatures to use their action to try to break free is pretty cool. So there's some really neat mechanics in here once you like scrape off all the confusion and the grime. And I think that you could probably turn this into a pretty cool item once you write it in a way that works with the mechanics and has the clarity that we understand how it actually works. This also, you have so many spelling mistakes that realistically you should be writing this in a Word document like on Google beforehand, and that's just going to help quite a lot. Because I skipped most of them, but there's a lot of spelling mistakes in here. A lot of people in chat giving suggestions on ways you could change the spelling on the last sentence. Sleight of hand doesn't make sense. I probably wouldn't make it a sleight of hand check as an action. I think the goal is you're like wiping the bugs off of you. I would just make it an action. I think you could just make it an action to do. In the same way that it's like an action to put yourself out if you're on fire. Yeah, I agree though. Sleight of hand is a little bit odd to pick. I think that realistically it doesn't need to be a check. I'd probably just make it an action. It's an action that an enemy isn't... It's an action that an enemy isn't attacking you. Yeah, taking up an action would be very, very powerful. I love the idea, man. I just think you gotta fucking tighten it up and have a long, hard conversation with yourself about reading other magic items, making sure you're getting comfortable and familiar with the way that language item, like verbiage, is used and the right vocabulary is used. And then beyond that, make sure you understand what the subclass feature does before you create an item that builds upon that subclass feature. Because this only makes sense after we change it to fit the subclass feature. Those are my thoughts. It's a neat idea. I like the vibe of crystal moths. It's at least a rare item. It definitely requires requires attunement. This feature should be somewhat limited, etc. All those thoughts. Fun idea. Hope you keep working on it. Thank you very much for sharing. Do yourself a huge favor and spend a little bit of time looking at the other stuff that's written, man. You're gonna improve. Your writing is gonna improve so much if you take the time to read how other items work. And what do I mean by that? So, for example, this feature is a once-a-day feature. There's a lot of items that have once-a-day features in D&D. Pay attention to the way they word their recharge mechanics. There's patterns that you're going to notice. For example, 99% of items, in fact, 99% of features are written in the following way. The triggering effect, the thing that happens, and then the resource value. So, for example, you would open it by saying, like, when a creature gets within 10 feet of you, that's the triggering effect. As an action, that's a triggering effect. Take some damage, you punch them, turn into a fish, everybody eats sausage, action effect. Ending. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until this. Once you use it again until the next day at dawn. This feature can be twice before the next day at dawn. That is the order of operations 99% of the time. Why is that the order of operations 90% of the time? Well, it has to do with that is the logical order of operation that your brain is going to have to need when you're actually using the feature. So all of these things that we're making are essentially reference sheets. So if I'm a dungeon master, if I'm a player and I'm using this reference sheet, the first piece of information I need is what is triggering the effect. The second piece of information I need is literally what is happening. And the third is how often can I do this? I don't need to know how often I can do this when I want to use it, because I can just use it. I need to do it at the end. You know what I mean? Like, you got do it right. Start trying to intentionally put stuff in that order. What does the Bane redeem do? It Bane's chat. But yeah, interesting idea. I love bold, underlined, heightened, italics. Love making bespoke magic items for specific characters, specific subclasses. I think it's a lovely thing to do. And I think the core concept of this first part, the minor Bane associated with the Halo of Spores, is really cool. I think that's solid. Or maybe not the Halo of Spores, the symbiotic entity or whatever. Either of those features can be cool. You just got to be thoughtful about how powerful that's going to be. Because, for example, the Halo of Spores is literally just infinite. Symbiotic entity is not infinite. So if this item only activated when symbiotic entity activated, it could be a lot stronger because it's not infinite. So you got to think about that sort of stuff. Really pay attention to the mechanics that you're building off of when you're building a really bespoke item, feature, etc. Anyway, thank you very much for sharing. And please, next time you send something in, don't ignore if it really poorly appears on the page, because then you're just creating a situation where instead of you formatting it so it's readable and we can just look at it, I have to take the time on stream to format it, which is not fun for me or for you. Okie dokie. Thank you very much. Always Human. Let's give Always Human a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Kaboosh. Kaboosh. What do you guys want to be when you grow up? Bucket a 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 Milky. I want to make beholders more fun by adding more mechanics and a minion. Don't you overbuild, man. Is this gonna be similar to the overbuilt Tarrasque we saw earlier? Okay, first feature. As long as the beholder has at least one eye stalk, it has advantage on saving throws to avoid or end the blinded condition. I like that. That's fun. When a beholder takes 30 or more slashing damage from a weapon or spell attack in a single turn, one of the eye stalks fall off. Roll a d10 to determine which one. That's also cool. I like that. That's fun. And then we have a bunch of optional eye rays. When creating an encounter with the beholder, you may choose one or more eye rays from the list as replacements. All right, let's see what we're doing for new eye rays. 21 thunder damage, disadvantage on all ability checks, and saving throws until the end of its next turn. Explosive, 10-foot radius, fire damage. Everybody takes a level of exhaustion. Blinded and deafened. Frozen. I think all of these kind of work fine. I like that they all fill kind of a different space than any of the eye rays that we have. We have an AoE. We have different types of buffing and debuffing. I think the pulse ray feels maybe a little bit too punishing. Especially because if we're getting disadvantage on saving throws, that's going to stack. Because every single other eye ray is saving throws. So I might not do the disadvantage on saving throws. Because here's my concern. This is now the best eye ray. Because this just makes everyone worse at all the other eye rays. So I might change that one. Because I think it's a little too much. I don't want to be in a situation where I always would want to use this one first as the beholder. And I kind of am right now. So just be conscientious of that. I think having an AoE one is good. I like that it's a little less damage. I think having an exhaustion one is fine, if not a little bit punishing and boring at the same time. Blinding, deafened, I think is good. And the freeze wet ray is fine. Is going to be more frustrating than anything else, but it's fine. I don't think the freeze ray is doing anything that different than the petrifying ray. So I don't know if we need it, but I accept it. What gives the party a round to run away? I don't know what you're talking about. I think it's okay for one eye ray to be better than the others since it's random. Is it random? I don't... Maybe. I guess it's supposed to be random. I'll be honest. I never make it random when I play beholders. My beholders aren't picking random. But I guess if you're picking random, then it is okay. That's true. I forgot that that is the normal way to do it. I do not do it that way. I'm not going to spend that much time looking at your little monster. I'll just see what it does. The beholder can see everything that it sees. Everything that the peeper sees, the beholder... What? This sentence doesn't make sense. Everything that the peeper sees, the beholder that it was created from also sees. Who the fuck wrote this? Milky. You're like one of my OGs. How are you writing sentences this badly? Oh my god. Holy shit. This is not a complicated idea. Why did you write this sentence this way, my guy? You basically took a pretty simple idea and decided, I'm going to twist it around in such an unnuanced way that it is so unfamiliar it becomes frightening. Just say, the beholder that created the peeper can see everything that it sees. Period. What are you doing here? +0 to hit, 1 psychic damage, and it can read their surface thoughts as if detect thoughts. It's a fine little monster. I like it. I think it's fine. I don't really have thoughts. A spectator, fun fact, can be a beholder minion, but they are not. Spectators are created in a completely different way than beholders. And just... They have eye rays and stuff, but they are almost like... It's almost like divergent evolution. Like bees have wings and bats have wings, but they don't come from the same thing. So the spectator is created through a ritual to summon a guardian creature. And they appear, and then they're like, hey, I'll live here for 100 years and guard whatever you want me to guard. Beholders are only created when one beholder has a dream about a beholder. And then it manifests another beholder. Sometimes. Because beholders' dreams warp reality. But the only way that beholders reproduce is they dream about beholders. Who created the first beholder? My cousin. Yeah. I don't really have more thoughts. What do you mean checkmate? Checkmate for me. I answered you so quick. Why aren't there like armies of beholders? Because beholders are incredibly self-centered creatures. And they don't always manifest another beholder when they dream about one. And if a beholder dreams about a beholder and it manifests a new one, if the new beholder that it manifests is anywhere within eyesight or awareness sight of the original beholder, they immediately fight each other to the death. So most of the time when a beholder gives birth, it doesn't actually make there be more beholders. It just means that one of them is going to die. They are gigantic assholes. The best way to think of a beholder is that they are like the most selfish version of every cartoon villain mixed with the most paranoid version of like everyone in the show Succession. So take the megalomania villainy from like evil cartoon show Nickelodeon villains with the paranoia and power mongering and entitlement from the main characters from Succession, and boom, that's a beholder. Yeah, they're scummy scumbags. There's a couple ones that are fine, but most of them are shitty. If any of the ones that aren't shitty, they are exceptions to the rule. I like all of this, dude. Straight up. I don't think any of this is tedious. I don't think any of these create a level of complicated that would be annoying to deal with. And I think what the main thing that these features do is they give the dungeon master more interesting ways to use the beholder without overwhelming themselves. And maybe more importantly, they give the players interesting ways of engaging with the beholder. I really like the beholder eye cutting off feature, because slashing damage is not a common damage type amongst spells or amongst ranged attacks. So if the players learn about this weakness, they really have to strategize in interesting ways to take advantage of it. There are spells and things you can do to do this at range, but like a lot of the fight with the beholder that has this feature is going to be skewed in nuanced new ways that I think is going to be pretty fun. So overall, I like it quite a bit. Overall. Honestly, the only thing I really don't like is the disadvantage on all saving throws. But as somebody pointed out, if it's random, it's more okay. Yeah, it's really cool. I like it a lot. I think it's mostly... I don't have any plans to run a beholder anytime soon, but if I was going to run a beholder, if I included these features, I think it would be better. I think it would improve the experience for my players. I'm not sure if I like that the eye stalks grow back. I mean, they grow back 3 to 10 days later. So they don't really grow back, like, within the fight, which I think is okay. I think if they grew back in the fight, it might be annoying. I don't mind them growing back later. You could also... You know what you could do? If you wanted to make it 3 to 30, thank you. Do you know what you could do if you wanted to change that and you wanted to kind of make it more nuanced? And you could actually, this is actually a cool idea. You could build like a development thing. So let's say you have a beholder that you want it to be an ongoing villain, okay? The players fight at one time, they cut off like 2 or 3 of its eye stalks. What about this? What if it does regrow lost eye stalks, but it can never regrow the type that it lost? So if you cut off its disintegration ray eye stalk, it will grow a new eye stalk, but it will either grow one of the types it didn't have, or it will grow a duplicate of one of the types it already had. So if you fight a beholder over a longer period of time, you could end up in a fight with a beholder where 5 of its eye stalks are explosive rays, for example. And that would make it feel really different. And then it would change based on what you did to it, which I think is really cool. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. Boom. That's a cool boss. I like that idea. I just went from thinking, I don't know if I want to run a beholder anytime soon, to being like, God damn, that's a fun idea to make a beholder villain. I need to write that idea down for a second. Give me a second. Oh my God, that's a good idea. I'm going to make a YouTube short about that. Evolving eye ray distribution based on that's fun. Very fun idea. Okay, Milky, very cool, solid, really solid overall. You had one piece of jank with a sentence somewhere, I forget where, but we all have jank sometimes, man. We all have jank sometimes. All right, I need to pee really badly, so I'm gonna go do that. I will be back in 2-ish minutes. BRB. 1 second, I shall be right back. And we'll spin the wheel at least a bunch more times. BRB. I'm almost back. Guys, it's my last seltzer. What am I gonna do? What am I doing here? I got one seltzer left. I'm gonna drink it. That's what I'm gonna do. Oh man. I really do love drinking seltzer. It's so good. I like it more than I should. I don't like it more than I should. I like it enough that I notice how much I like it. Like it's gone from one of my things that I don't think about that much in life to like one of the main things I get. It's like a thing that is always on my grocery list. Like more than almost anything else. I don't like White Claw. There's certain types of alcohol make me get a hangover like while I'm drinking them. Like I feel like I'm getting a hangover as I'm drinking them. White Claws, any sort of alcoholic seltzer does that. And I think maybe it's just because it's too sugary. Yeah, I don't know. I can't do that. The other ones that do that is there was this drink that I had once that I really wish I loved, and it was called Not Your Grandpa's Root Beer. And it was a alcoholic root beer, and it tasted so good. Like it just tasted like root beer. It tasted so good that it was crazy how good it tasted. But it was so sugary that genuinely I would get a hangover before I finished drinking it. So I had to stop drinking them because I couldn't have them. Because it was just like, I'm just gonna get a headache the whole time. Anyway, boom, back to the wheel. How are you guys doing? Anything fun happen while I was away? Milky, are you here right now on stream? If you're here, say hi. I want to ask you a question. If you're not here, I accept. All right, pray to the wheel, hooligans. Heard you say monsters with just a bunch of spells like liches are boring earlier. They are. They're not boring mechanically. They're boring. They are not good game design, in my opinion. How would you make a big spellcaster like a lich or archmage interesting to fight and still full big magic? I would give them spellcasting, but I would probably realistically not do spellcasting in the traditional way that spells are written. Here's the thing. Let me rephrase that. If I was going to make a big bad guy that was focused on spellcasting, I wouldn't submit it or ask for feedback on it, because the feedback that I would be asking more than anything else is, do these spells add up nicely? And that's not anything. Like, you don't... If you want to make a monster stat block where the main thing that it does is have 5 spells, then you don't need to ask for feedback on it. Because it's just... That's fine. It's 5 spells. I think that is boring in combat, and I would much rather give a bad guy some spells and some kind of interesting or unique features, or weird ways of interacting with those spells so they feel a little bit more unique. Or, you know, take the core concept of the spell and sort of re-express it as something that works better from the bad guy perspective, because most spells are designed for player use, and when they're switched around, they don't work super well. Not that they don't work super well, it's just that they can slow things down. Yeah, so I would say spellcasting creatures are boring because they're just spellcasting. That's why they're boring. How do you make them not boring? Same way that you make a wizard not boring. You run spells in an interesting way. It's everything to do with the way you run it and nothing to do with game design. I have seen, somebody said, one thing I hate about 5e is they don't give loot tables. If you go on the Unearthed Arcana subreddit, and just look for loot tables or monster loot tables, there's so many, like third-party resources and just like articles that people have written that basically try to do that, try to build loot tables, because I think that you are not alone in that feeling. A lot of people really wish there were loot tables. So it's something that you could try to make, but you definitely don't have to, because a lot of people already have. In fact, there's a blog or two where they literally give you a loot table for literally every single monster like that's ever been published. Bagadu 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 ba 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 bagada 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 boo. Brandon G. This is inspired by the Black Panther movies. Interesting. The goal is to build a magic item that can grow with the player character over time, allowing them to do a little bit more as they attune to it. Oh, is this going to be like the Black Panther suit? Have you sent this in before? Somebody else sent in a Black Panther suit growing magic item. No, this is not the suit. This is the bracers. Okay, so maybe it'll be different. What's a good example of, what'd you ask? What's a good example of formatting if I want to build, submit, and encounter? I have an idea, but I'm not sure how to write it so it would be usable for other people. Do you have, if you have access to the to Xanathar's Guide to Everything, I think there is a section that is about building traps that are essentially encounters, and the way that those are written is probably a good place to start. Show you quickly what I'm talking about. I think it's in Xanathar's. It might be in Tasha's, but I'm pretty sure it's Xanathar's. So if you go to Traps Revisited, Designing Simple Traps. So look how the trap is written. It tells us the level and the threat of the trap, the trigger, what starts it, the effect, and what countermeasures. So I don't know how complicated of a mechanic I don't know how complicated of an encounter you're trying to build, but these are all essentially encounters. And they're very simple and straightforward in how they're written. And what information are we given very quickly? We're giving what level it's for and how dangerous it is for that level. And then what's bolded is all of the important points. If your encounter that you're trying to build is particularly complicated or nuanced, it probably is not something that you should send in. If it requires paragraphs and paragraphs and backstory and lore and character development, it's not something that you should submit in to me. If it's like a room in a dungeon, then you can totally submit it. But I would say this level of simplicity and straightforwardness. And you could even, like, there's more than that, right? Like let's do, if you scroll up, these are some of the more complicated traps. Like, so look at, you know, you can sort of just, like, this is a good chapter to look at. Here's a more complicated trap. So it's got level and threat. It has a trigger. It has initiative, active elements, dynamic elements, constant elements, countermeasures. But it's still very easy to navigate, even though there's a lot of stuff happening. Boom! All right, let's take a look at the bracers of the Astral Panther. I wouldn't submit it. If it's a really simple idea and it's 5 Aarakocra that want help distracting an enemy, what would you want feedback on? I would not submit it if I were you. But if you want feedback on if it's a fun, like, because the feedback that I would probably give you is on how is it written and how clear is it and how easy it is it for me to read it and then implement it. If you want feedback on the, like, I hope this encounter is fun, then I can't really help you on that, because I can tell you if I think it won't be fun, but unless there's anything glaring about it, the difference between an encounter being fun and not fun is everything at the table, not really me. You know, not the third party observer that's not present. It's going to be the way you run it. Oops, it's going to be the way you run it. It's going to be that sort of stuff. All right, let's take a look at this. Bracers of the Astral Panther. You get +1/+2 to your AC while wearing them. This, they're probably higher than very rare immediately, because this is pretty big. Also, this should not be in parentheses. Why is this in parentheses? This is like a really big part of it. So don't put this in parentheses. This should be italics. Here's what I would do. Very first thing I would do, if I wanted to make this look nicer, check this out. Watch this. Watch this. You get so stupid. Make this bold. Bust this up. Make this italics. Go like that. Go like that. Boom. Look how much nicer it looks. Isn't that crazy? This looks like a random Word document. This looks like a magic item. Isn't that stupid? Isn't that annoying how little work it takes to make it look nice? Or rather, how little work it takes to make it look not nice. But do that. Put that little work in. It's going to make a big difference. It genuinely is the difference between it looking nice and not looking nice. And it takes 3 seconds. So just do that. Okay. An attuned wearer is covered by ethereal panther essence. Don't write it in the third person and don't write it in the passive voice. So instead of saying an attuned wearer is covered, say you are covered. Or the armor or the bracers cover you in ethereal panther essence. Fun strategy you can implement to make your writing improve significantly is to severely limit your writing in a pretty dramatic way. And if you force yourself to do so for like a year or maybe at least a couple months, your writing is going to really improve. And that is to remove the word is from any words. So the verb to be is, am, are, was, were, been, being, been. All of these words, stop writing with them. Literally never write with them again. If you cut all of these words out of your writing is going to dramatically improve. Now, there are times where these words are good and you need them, but they're pretty rare. And if you start cutting them out, you are going to stop writing passive and you're going to start writing active. So instead of saying an attuned wearer is covered by Panther Ethereal Essence, say Panther Ethereal Essence covers you. Because isn't needed because covered is a verb. These words. Never use these words again until you learn when to use them. And then use them as much as you want. But as much as you want is going to be way less than you think you're supposed to. Am, is, are, was, were, been, being, been. All conjugations of the word to be. This phrase right here, to be, all conjugations of the phrase to be are essentially killing you and killing the focus of your writing. Not you specifically, but everyone. This is like taking sleeping medicine. Okay, so let's see what happens. When by a physical attack, what does that mean? Don't use the word may, use the word can. All right, who sent this in? Brandon, are you here? Brandon, I think I saw you in the chat. Brandon, there is nothing wrong with doing complicated items or items that require several steps. But for every moment that you decide to add a layer to your item, you need to acknowledge your sentence structure. This is a really badly written sentence, and it's much too important to be so badly written. Like, this is like the key feature of this item, and I'm confused before I finish reading the sentence. That's bad. So let me tell you why I'm confused. First of all, you're missing a word here. But also, it's not written, this is not a full sentence. When, by a physical attack, the user may use a reaction to store 1d4 die, potential die. What the fuck does that mean? Up to a maximum of your dex modifier plus your proficiency bonus. So, like, what is happening here? So here's what I would say if I was going to rewrite this sentence. I would say, when you are hit with a melee attack, or when you are hit with a weapon attack, because that's, I think, what you mean by physical, is you mean non-magical attack. You don't need to respond. I genuinely don't need a response. Just decide to take my feedback or not. You don't need to... I will ask for clarity if I need it. I don't need it. If your response is anything other than cool, thanks, or nah, I don't need this feedback, I don't need your response. Okay. So, the way that I would rewrite this would be something along the lines of, when you are hit with a weapon attack, you can use your reaction to give you can use your reaction to give the bracers 1d4 charges. The bracers can have a maximum number of charges equal to your dexterity modifier plus your proficiency bonus. If I was not going to change anything about it, that's how I would word that. The reason why I would change potential die to charges is because magic items already use charges. It's a familiar term. So it helps make all of this just more smooth. We're not needing to learn what something else is before we understand what the item does. The bigger deal here is that the item shouldn't grow with you like this. This is bad. No items work this way. It makes it so it's kind of impossible to judge the power level of the item because the amount of charges this thing can store is the difference between it being an uncommon item or a rare item or a very rare item. So pick a number. If you want the thing to grow with you over time, I would have it have some baked in mechanics that do not have to do with your specific character growth. If you're like, fuck you, I like it growing with character growth, then keep it. But it's very divergent from normal D&D rules, and it makes it very hard for you to power balance the item. Or at least for you to power balance the item if the goal is that somebody else could use it on the internet. Because they're going to see very rare, and they're going to think that means one thing, but depending on the level of the character, it can mean something completely different. Which is a pretty important distinction. Again, passive voice, change it. Instead of saying when making a successful attack, say when you hit with an unarmed strike. You can use your bonus action and speak a command word to release force damage that deals to release a force damage, period. This is not an attack, so don't call it an attack. Also, don't say will also cause. Oh my god, you really struggle with passive voice. Don't say will. Let me read what the whole thing does, and then I'll translate it into non-passive voice, because if I try to give feedback as I read this thing, my brain is gonna melt. Okay, I'm just gonna read the whole thing, and then we'll give feedback. When making a successful unarmed attack, the wearer can, as a bonus action, speak a magic word, or say command word, not magic word, releasing a force attack that does stored D4 damage. This attack will also cause the enemy to make a strength saving throw equal to, again, don't do this. On a failed save, the enemy is either knocked prone or... Oh my god. Okay. This is really fucked. The idea isn't fucked. The way it's written is fucked. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, as a bonus action, you can speak a command word and deal additional force damage to that creature equal to a number of D4s equal to the amount of charges that the weapon has. Or something like... I wouldn't actually say it like that. I would probably write it like... When you successfully hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can expend a number of charges. You can expend any number of charges held within the bracers. The target takes an additional 1d4 damage per each charge expended, period. Something like that. And they have to make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, they are knocked prone or pushed back 5 feet. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your dex modifier. This is stupid. This is really stupid. Why are we doing this? So the item is already fairly limited by it gaining charges based on attacks. I feel like it's kind of enough. Like, this feels weird to have this limiter on top of this limiter. Like, yeah, I don't know. It feels overly tedious. Also, the force damage die shouldn't increase this way. Really anti this game design. So all of your stuff that's growing naturally with the player, I think is a really big misstep. I think the idea of you storing energy and releasing it is interesting. I think that in order for this to work, the biggest feedback is you gotta figure out how to write your sentences a little bit more smoothly. Because that's really shooting yourself in the foot, man. Really shooting yourself in the foot. I don't think it feels like a fighting maneuver. I think it feels like an item. I just think it's really poorly worded right now. Like, let's break this down. If we were going to rewrite this item from the ground up, let's think about what we'd want to say. I basically want to say, Whenever you take damage from a melee attack, whenever you take damage from, you know, a weapon attack, the item gains some amount of charges. It can store this amount of charges. Whenever you make a weapon attack, you can expend this amount of charges to deal extra damage. You could even say, once you use this feature, you can't use it again, blah, blah, blah. You could do that if you want to. I think it's a neat idea. I think, though, that at the end of the day, I pretty fundamentally disagree with the items growing in this way. Also, this is barely a very rare item. It's closer to a legendary. This is a very powerful feature. It's not crazy powerful, but it is pretty powerful. I might lower the defensive bonus here to help make it feel more like a very rare item, depending on how you sort of tweak this. It's a neat idea. I like it. Brandon, my main feedback for you in terms of the item balancing is I think that this feels really, really I'm not saying this is bad, but you should know this dexterity modifier times per day feels really fucking wonky on top of this system. Like, it feels like a complicated system on top of it feels like a system that it feels like it doesn't. This isn't complicated, but this adds a layer of tedium to this that is not good. But the bigger and more important thing for you is stop using passive verbs. Stop writing in the future tense. It is really dramatically shooting you in the foot. And this is a good idea, right? Like, the mechanics here need a little tweaking for sure, but the core concept is sound. I shouldn't have to, like, go through an English lesson and get frustrated when not because of what's happening in the mechanics, but purely because of the way it's written. Like, that's not a thing that we want to be doing when we're reading Homebrew. So that's going to be the thing that I think you probably want to work on the most. And honestly, a lot of that's just going to come down to looking at the way other stuff is written and trying to mimic that, and paying attention to the tense it's using and what type of voice it's using, and then just trying to avoid these passive tense verbs. All right, cool. Thank you very much for sharing. Let's give them a round of applause. Yeah, it's definitely inspired by Black Panther, for sure. Brandon said it was. And I think it accomplishes that goal pretty well. The only thing that I would tweak about it is I would maybe make the releasing of it like a big shockwave. Like, I was thinking the release would be like, as an action, you can boom, make a shockwave and deal damage to everything around you and knock it back. Because that's kind of how his claws work in the movies. But I don't think that has to be that. I think this is also fine. That's more a matter of taste. All right, thank you, Brandon, very much for sharing. We do appreciate it. You're welcome. All right, guys, pray to the wheel. Get your prayers in. Get them in while you can. Bagadu 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 bigadu bagadu bagadu bigadu 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 bagadu boo. Corvin, I hardly know Vin. See what Corvin says. Hello, today I'm submitting a druid subclass called the Circle of Poppies. I feel like I've heard of that before, which revolves around applying its namesake in various ways on allies and enemies. As always, the music is available in the brew for anyone reading along. All right, Corvin is sharing music with their piece. We are not going to be looking at it on stream, the music anyway, but I will tell you that every single time they've included a music track, it's been really, really fucking loud. So make sure you turn the volume down if you want to listen to it beforehand, or it's going to blast your eardrums. Corvin, have you sent this in before? I don't remember, but goddamn, this looks familiar. All right, let's see what features we get. Druids of the Circle of Poppies are experts at relieving pain. Drawing upon the many analogous whatever that word is, of nature. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce it right now. Their magic bolsters allies in the face of dire stress and lulls even the most belligerent of enemies into eternal sleep. Second level, we get 2 features, Earthly Bliss and Scent of Slumber. Earthly Bliss. You soothe injuries with a wave of relaxing pleasure. As an action, also take note, we have no spell list. So it's when you're thinking of power balancing something, then you're not giving it a spell list. As druids, you want to lean to something like the Spor Druid. Yeah, the flavor text is solid. Really, really solid flavor text. It does exactly what we want flavor text to do. It tells us immediately what the vibe of the subclass is, and then dives into a little bit more depth. Very few wasted words, if any. Honestly, no feedback other than I don't know how to pronounce this word, and that annoys me. But that's more feedback for myself. Earthly Bliss. You soothe injuries with a wave of relaxing pleasure. As an action, you can touch a willing creature to grant it the following benefits for 1 minute. Creature gains a number of temp hit points equal to your druid level plus your wisdom modifier. It can add 1d4 to any con saving throws it makes. And you can do this proficiency bonus times per day. Huh. I don't hate it, but I don't know how I feel about it either. Why are we getting a bonus to our con saving throws? I don't know. Unclear. Opioids don't make us better at Constitution. If anything, they should make us more lethargic. I don't know. I'm not... Also, it's very specific. It's so specific. Like, I think it's too specific. I almost feel like it would be better if it was con, dex, and strength saving throws. Or just something like I don't know, maybe that would make me like it more. I don't know. Yeah, I would argue I get it, it's on brand, but I also argue it's lackluster. I don't feel like it if this other second level feature doesn't really feel like it ties into the idea, I'm gonna push back on you and say I don't think you're expressing your idea really clearly, and I don't like it. Not that I don't like the whole thing, but I think second levels need some work. Feels weirdly too specific, and then also weirdly not tied enough to the main concept. Did I share it? I'll share it again if I haven't. Adding a D4 to a saving throw is not a ribbon feature. As a bonus action, you can expend the use of your wild shape feature to surround yourself in a narcotic haze that saps the will to fight. The form lasts 10 minutes or until you are incapacitated or die. When you activate this form and as a bonus action on subsequent turns, while it lasts, you can choose one creature you can see within 30 feet of you, You have to make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. Target takes some psychic damage on a failed save, half as much on a success. Is that it? Is that all it does? This is nothing. What? What? Am I misreading this, chat? Is this just you deal a D8 psychic damage with a bonus action? Is there something else that I missed? Did I skip something? When you activate this form and as a bonus action on turns while it lasts, choose a creature within 30 feet of you. Do a bonus action, wisdom saving throw. They take psychic damage and half as much as an success. When you reach 10th level, does 2d8. If it reduces... This is nothing. This is so bad. Also, why... Yeah, this is the opposite of the intended goal. How is this sapping their will to fight? This is just annoying them. You know what I mean? SLD, me liking your homebrew doesn't matter. You shouldn't care if I like it. I'm not going to use it. What matters is if your players like it. I have my opinion is irrelevant in terms of that. Yeah, like, why aren't we getting calm emotions? This is you've lost the plot, man. You've lost the plot. Do you know what? You know how I know you've lost the plot? You know what you could change the name of this feature to? Antagonize. And it would still work. You know what you could change this name of this feature to? Psychic malaise. You could change it to headache. You could change it to annoy. You could change it to poke brain. Like, there's nothing. You've really lost the plot. We haven't even gotten to we haven't even finished looking at the second level features. Yeah, this is just, I would just say this is a nothing. This is truly a nothing burger feature. It is not worth a while. It's not, first of all, it's not good. It's not worth a wild shape to be able to do a bonus action to potentially do 1d8 psychic damage. Like, that sucks. That's really bad. That's worse than a cantrip. It's not worse than a cantrip, but it does. No, it is, because it doesn't even scale with cantrips. Yeah, it's worse than a cantrip. Sure, it's a bonus action, but it's a bonus action to do fuck all. And it doesn't it doesn't mix, man. This feature belongs in another subclass. And it really, now when you mix these two features together, what the fuck is this thing? This thing doesn't have a flavor. This is there is no flavor here. There is literally no flavor here. You think doing damage does represent sapping the will to fight? I completely disagree, Hakase. That's what psychic damage is for. I completely disagree. I would argue sapping the will to fight would be something like calm emotions, which makes creatures not hostile. Or perhaps something like Bane, which makes creatures less able to fight. Or perhaps something that makes them less good, like less able to do things. Damage antagonizes targets in D&D. I'll tell you what, man. If you were a player in my game and you used this feature on a monster, you think that monster is going to be like, oh, you know what? I don't want to fight that guy. No, it's going to be like, that guy's giving me a headache. I'm going to punch him in the head. I completely disagree. Hit points do not represent creatures' will to fight in D&D. They represent creatures' hit points. D&D isn't a game like Avatar, where when you die, you don't die. Like, if you're playing the Avatar TTRPG, when you beat someone in a fight, that doesn't need to be killing them. That can just be they lose the fight and decide they don't want to fight. That ain't D&D. You're killing shit. So I completely disagree with that. There needs to be something behind the psychic damage. Otherwise, it's just psychic damage. Yeah, there are spells that do that, for sure. Some of them might do some psychic damage, but that psychic damage is a slice of it. It's not the whole pie. I wouldn't do exhaustion, no. It would be annoying to keep track of. But yeah, we have to, and these features also don't feel like they belong to the same subclass at all. Don't know if that matters, but I think it does. Field of Flowers. As an action, you can choose a point on the ground within 60 feet of you. This is a 6th level feature. 20-foot radius of soothing poppies grows there for 10 minutes or until your concentration ends. Why is everything 10 minutes? I don't like that. A creature that enters the field for the first time on a turn or starts his turn there must make a charisma saving throw. A creature can choose to fail the saving throw if it wishes to. So now we're getting calm emotions. So you're giving us... Okay, I appreciate the formatting of this piece, but you're kind of annoying me with the way that it's written. When they lose enough HP, they have a sense of self-preservation. They surrender or flee. Sure, Hakase, but why do they have a sense of self-preservation? Because they're getting fucking hurt. It's not like, oh, if you do enough damage, I've lost my will to fight. It's like, no, you've done enough damage, and I am now damaged, and I am rethinking this. It's not the it's a, you know what I mean? Are you not understanding what the fuck's happening? I'm confused. Like, sure, some creatures might lose the will to fight because they take too much damage, but that is not literally them losing the will to fight. That is them taking too much damage and them losing the will to fight as an outcome. There are many ways that are not that creatures can lose the will to fight, including many of which are already baked into D&D. For example, Calm Emotions, which we're literally getting at 6th level. No, why are we getting this now? This should be what this is. This is so silly. Okay, so we can do like a Calm Emotions thing. I don't know. It feels stupid after seeing this. Like, I get it. It fits the vibe, but it feels so out of left field compared to these other two features. And this feature feel like this should just be this, probably, right? Calm Emotions is a 2nd level spell, though. I think expending a wild shape to get access to a 2nd level spell is not unreasonable. You could also just pull aspects of the spell and make it a feature. And it could be... So, like, for example, there's a lot of channel divinities that clerics get that are very similar to what spells do, but they are tweaked a little bit so that they scale a little differently. But it's essentially the same as like a 2nd level spell that scales naturally. You could sort of do something like that. But yeah, this feels like the first subclass feature that fits the vibe of the subclass, but ironically, it feels out of place after the first two. Let's take a look at the 10th level feature. When a creature fails its save against your Scent of Slumbers, any damage it deals before the end of your turn is reduced by D8. Too little, too late. Also, it's already improving. This says it improves at 10th level, so put all the improvements in one place. Put them both here. Otherwise, it's annoying to keep track of. Like, I don't want to have to hunt for it. I want to see one improvement. I don't want to have to hunt for the other, so put them both at 10th level. But even still, man, it's too little, too late. You could bake this feature into this 3rd level feature, maybe, and then have them both expand at 10th level. That could work. That could work. Like, maybe that's the move. That might be the move. Yeah, I think that's what I would do if I were you. This can do the psychic damage and it does reduce damage. Put them both on the same thing. That makes it much more reasonable and good. And then have that doubled here. That feels a lot better. So if this at 2nd level, creature fails a saving throw, they take damage and their damage is reduced by a d8. And then at 10th level, they take 2d8 damage and their damage is reduced by 2d8. Still not great, but it's better. 14th level. When you create your field of flowers, you can choose to enhance its potency. Each time a creature fails a save, you can cause it to suffer a level of exhaustion. Nah, I don't like that. Monsters, we don't need to be dealing with exhaustion for monsters. It's not good design. Once a creature reaches 6 levels of exhaustion, they fall asleep. No creature's going to reach 6 level exhaustion. That's going to be tedious. It's 6 fucking rounds. It's a waste of time. It's like, the game doesn't work that way from a monster perspective. It's just big disagree. I feel like you have built this subclass without thinking about the context of most games. And I think a lot of these features feel like they wouldn't really come up or have that much of an impact or feel like they're anything. Also, 6 levels of exhaustion just kills you. Well, I think that's the point here, is that it doesn't. But who cares? Like, that's not exciting. It's going to be annoying to get the 6 levels of exhaustion. It's not going to be fun. If I were you, look, the layout here is great. Some of the concepts are good, but I really feel like you are missing the mark with a lot of these features, like pretty dramatically. Sickening Radiance is also the only spell that causes exhaustion, and it is the center point of a whole lot of wombo combos that people fucking hate. So main feat, like, just be like Justin, just to get like most of the time in most D&D game design, almost every rule of D&D game design has exceptions. So if you want to list those exceptions, you can, but they don't help make the homebrew better, and they don't help the designer, because almost all of them are exceptions to the rule in ways that they are exceptions. That doesn't mean the rule doesn't exist. That means they are an exception that sort of proves the rule. So it sort of enters this space of, actually, but that's not helping anybody. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know, man. This feels like there's some interesting ideas here, but it really feels like it misses the mark for me, like pretty dramatically. Like I think this needs a pretty big rework. I think this needs a pretty big rework. That's how I feel. People are arguing about like the enhanced effects and things. I don't even think it's worth going into. Like, I think this needs such a rework that this 14th level feature should just be something completely different. I feel like this 6th level feature could largely be something completely different. I feel like a lot of these should be something completely different. So like if you want to talk about the nuance of them, you're more than welcome to, but I don't think it's worth it. Yeah, I don't really have much more to say other than that. Neat idea. Execution feels a little bit like a miss. Really, really nice layout. And those are all my thoughts. Those are all my thoughts, Corvin. No more thoughts than that. Let's give Corvin a round of applause. Thank you very much for sharing. Kaboosh. I want to say I think there's a 30% chance I saw that piece already, because it was very similar to some things I've seen before, which is fine. Usually I remember. I don't always. I might not have. Bagadu 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 bagadu. What's up, Shalakor? It's Burger Pal. Did I spell your name right? Yeah, I did. Okay, it says the goal of this are items to spark creativity at the table. Carafe, don't know what that word means, to use on enemies or friends to get them into places they shouldn't be. Forge to be useful gold sink. And what the fuck are you dude? I know that I appreciate this, but holy shit, if you're gonna write things, please write in full sentences. You just confused me pretty badly there. So I don't know what the fuck you just said. Next time, write in full sentences, or I'm not gonna be able to say what you're saying. Xanathar's is this just a word? What does this word mean? All right, I didn't even know that. Okay, cool. All right, so you sent in a couple items. Whenever you sent in something, we only ever read one thing. So I'm gonna count to 3. I see you in the chat. Tell me which item you want me to read, or I'm just gonna read the first one. So tell me right now if there's a specific one you want me to read. If there's not a specific one you want me to read, I'll read the first one. I'll give you like 3 seconds. First one? Okay, cool. Xanathar's Carafe of Procrastination. This crystal container resembles a carafe of bourbon. An inscription on the brass base reads, "For later." Link? Oh yeah, sure, got you, buddy. Once per long rest, no items work that way. Items don't recharge on a long rest. They recharge at a specific time of day or under a specific condition. Also, put the recharge at the end. So just cut this out, start here, and then say once you use this item, you can't be used again until the next day at dawn or whatever. Can be opened and aimed. Stop writing in the passive voice! And add a creature of medium size or small within 5 feet of you. Creature has to make a dex saving throw or be magically miniaturized and sucked into... This already exists. This item 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 is trapped for 4 rounds. This item is trapped for 4 minutes. This item is trapped for 4 hours. It's aware of the passage of time and can see what's happening outside of it. Can also faintly communicate telepathically with one creature within 30 feet. Which one creature? How do you clarify that? What does that mean, faintly? What does that mean, faintly communicate telepathically? There's no mechanical explanation here. It's called the Flask, Iron Flask. Though it can't take any actions or cast spells, on a successful save, it takes bludgeoning damage as it resists being pulled in. Willing creature can stay in it indefinitely. It's like an underpowered version of the Iron Flask. So the Iron Flask is a magic item. It's fine if you didn't know about it. The Iron Flask is a magic flash. The Iron Flask is a magic item that is essentially a Pokeball. I'll just show it to you. Now your thing does something different, but it's still pretty similar. Iron Flask, basically, here's Iron Flask. It's empty. Creature has to make a saving throw. They get sucked into it. You can pop the flask open, and when a creature comes out, it becomes your ally for an hour, and then it's free. So it's a little different, but it's very similar. It's not a bad item. I think it's probably fine. I think that you are underestimating how powerful it is. I think it's probably closer to very rare than it is rare. Removing a creature from the battlefield, regardless of its for a number of minutes, is really fucking strong. And there's no upper cap on this, so yeah, so it's probably closer to a very rare than a rare. I don't think it should take any damage if it succeeds on the saving throw. I don't think it should be a dexterity saving throw either. I think it probably should be a charisma or a... maybe something... yeah, I don't know. Charisma or wisdom is where I'd be leaning towards saving throws. Charisma and wisdom are much more what is used when you're trying to teleport a creature against their will. That's kind of what this is. I think Dex feels off. Dex is usually more physical of a saving throw. 14 Dex is Burger Pal. What are you doing? What are you saying? Why are you saying DC 14 Dex is easy to pass at high CRs? I would argue what you're doing is you're trying to defend your decision. Now, I am going to push back and say now is not the time to defend yourself. Now is your time to listen to what people are saying and decide if the feedback is helpful or not. If you would like us to have an argument, we could have an argument, but I hate having arguments. It's a tricky thing. People are not good at taking feedback, and it's very new. Well, it's not all good. That's my point. My point is saying you got to shut the fuck up. And it's okay if you don't know how, and it's okay if it's new. People are not used to getting feedback. It's a strange thing. But if we don't point out that what you're doing is not helpful, you're going to keep doing it. It's not helpful for the feedback session for you to debate whether or not something works. It's just not. Doesn't help you grow, doesn't help the audience grow. If you fundamentally disagree with some feedback that you're given, amazing. Don't follow it. You never should follow feedback you fundamentally disagree with. But taking the time to like turn it into an argument or turning it into a actually really doesn't help you. Because you're going to decide to listen or not listen regardless. And I'm going to have my feelings regardless. And I am never going to use your homebrew. So you convincing me that it actually is balanced really doesn't help you. I know you didn't mean to, which is why I'm telling you not to do it. Because it's hard. People don't know not to do that. When you're not used to getting feedback or working in a like critique space, like if you've never been a part of creative writing workshops or art, like if you've ever done like have you ever had like art critiques or creative writing critiques at like a higher level, like college level or university level or things like that? If you've never done that before, it's very difficult to enter into that space because you feel like you need to explain your ideas. But the point of a critique session is that your homebrew needs to stand up on its own two legs. You are not going to be in the room with somebody to explain why something works or doesn't work if they want to use it. The piece is going to need to stand up for itself. So me telling you how I feel about it, or the audience talking about how they feel about it, separate from you clarifying, is the most honest depiction of what other people are going to think about it. And regardless of what you think about it, you should be paying attention to what other people are going to think about it. It's going to just help. Again, you really don't need to listen to it if you don't want to. None of this is required, right? But clarifying your logic isn't helping. It only really helps if we are missing something really fundamental. Like if there was an aspect of this mechanically that I misunderstood, then I think clarity and clarification becomes really important. But that's not happening here. We all understand exactly how this works. It doesn't make sense to take no damage on a fail, but to take damage on a success. Yeah, I agree. I would just cut the damage part out entirely. It's also really powerful. It's okay for a magic item to be a save or suck. It's annoying when something's a save or suck and it's like a character feature, but for a magic item, it's just magic items are just bonus. They're just gravy. So I think it's okay to just drop the damage element. You could trap a Marut. Yeah, I feel like there should be a cap on this. That's why I wanted to point out, like, the Iron Flask is different, but it's also legendary. And it's legendary for a reason. Oops. Okay, it just dinged in my head, and it's super nitpicky, but a Karaf has no lid. What are you opening? Fluffcopter? That is not nitpicky. That's kind of important here because it's kind of a key component to the way we're visualizing it. 2014 rules. A Lich only has a +3 to Dex. Guys, we don't need to argue about whether or not this should be Dex. It really shouldn't. Honestly, whether or not it should or it shouldn't is kind of irrelevant also. It's a minor nitpicky detail. If they want to keep it as Dex, it's probably fine. Ooh, good call. Yeah, you need to describe how this sits in the action economy. So it says it can be opened by a medium or a smaller creature. This is part of why passive voice is bad. Can be opened does not tell us how this item actually works. Is it a bonus action to activate? Is it an action to activate? We don't know because we're not told in the action-oriented way how to use it. We're told in the passive voice how to use it. So tell us, is it an action? Is it a bonus action? You don't need to tell us in chat, but when you're writing it, write it out. As an action, you can open the Karaf and target a creature that you can see within 5 feet of you that is medium or smaller. It has to You're just saying a Lich is high CR and can really easily fail. Oh no, I agree, Pixie. I'm not saying that it's a bad note for our content creator to take. I think that the Dex could be a lot of different stuff. I think that their argument that high CR monsters don't have to deal with Dex as much is, again, silly, and it's not worth talking towards because it's not a good comment and it's irrelevant to our feedback. Deep storage. Oh my god, it's doing more stuff. Okay. You need to reorganize the way this is written. These don't feel like they're separate features. While a creature's inside it, it's immune to all damage. It can't be destroyed by any means. A spell magic creature explodes. Creature turns to nearest space thing. Okay, this is fine. It's like feel like tedious extra stuff, but it's kind of maybe important. When the time elapses, what is the time? All of these words take up way too much space. You could get all of these ideas across in maybe half the words. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to look at the Iron Flask. You're going to want to look at ghosts. And you're going to want to look at any magic item or monster that has the ability to enter into something else and then pop out. because neither of these are features. These are just sort of like explaining the back end of how this works mechanically. So again, these should not be listed as features. There's no reason for them to be listed as features. Just look at like the possession, a feature of ghosts, or like the swallowed condition, you know, things like that, and just it'll take a third of the words. You can keep a monster beyond its time just by standing around. I don't think you can. I think you can just try to force it open earlier. That's also kind of weird. So you can't just automatically open it? Why not? Oh, if there's no space available, it can't exit. Yeah, that's not good. It needs to be able to pop out. I think you should be able to just open it. I don't understand why you have to try to forcibly open it. That feels weird. I don't understand the logic behind that. And if there is logic behind that, that needs to feel more clear throughout the rest of the design. It feels kind of random. I feel like why wouldn't we be able to just open it whenever we want? And yeah, be careful about this. The way that it's written, if a creature can't, if you're just standing too close to it, then it can't get out, and then you can just hold it forever, which is maybe a little too strong. What's up, King Kadasha? All right, those are my thoughts. It's an interesting idea of like a lesser iron flask. I think that you gotta think through the mechanics a little bit more, and the organization of it a little bit more. It's sort of like a Pokeball, but also this is much closer to a very rare item than a rare item. Was meant to balance the strength. It doesn't. It doesn't balance the strength at all. If you feel, here's what I'm going to say, Burger Pal. If you were like, oh, it was meant to balance the strength, then the feedback that you should take there was that no one feels like it was there to balance the strength, except for maybe a couple people that are out watching quietly. But if nobody feels like it was there to help balance the strength, that means it probably doesn't feel like it balances the strength. And if it doesn't feel like it balances the strength, it probably doesn't balance the strength. Hi, Hal Sion Days. Thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate that very much. All right, let's give Burger Pal a round of applause. Interesting item. Definitely needs a little bit of tightening, and I think a little bit more intention and focus in its design. But overall, kind of a fun item. Thank you very much for sharing. We appreciate it. Neon Gamer asks, did I miss my homebrew? I don't believe so, unless your name is different on the wheel. Sometimes people's usernames are not the same as the thing they put on the wheel. And when that is the case, I do not know. It's the dame. It's the same. It's that dame. It's the dame and the broad. We don't call women broads enough anymore. Why? Because it's probably offensive. Oh, okay, cool. There was an interview with Marilyn Manson from like the 90s that has been boiled into my head, where he's just talks about the word broad. And I think he was joking, but it is he's complaining. People, he's like, we don't use the word broad anymore. It's like, yeah, of course. It's kind of rude sounding. You're fine with it? All right. Well, you're the decider, Pixie. So if you're cool with it, it means it's cool, right? Is that how it works? I think that's how it works. Broadside. Bagadu 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 ba boom. Quincy, I hardly know see. Oh, we gotta start making more dumb jokes. Oh, Quincy, you've done something here. I like your goal quite a bit. The goal is to give the barbarian in the party their first magic item they find. So this is, we are trying to make our first magic. This is a barbarian's first magic item. Quincy, are you here in the chat? If you're here in the chat, can you tell me what level you're planning on giving the player this item? If you're not here in the chat, we will figure that shit out ourselves, or we'll make suggestions. But that does have a pretty big impact. If they are level 3, you can have a lot of different ways you could think about it than if they're level 7 or level 1. So I don't know what level they are. If you want the item to be barbarian specific, and this is for a home game, you can always just say requires attunement from a barbarian. Also, don't say that it's a cursed item here. Just put the, just make this phrase bold, and then it becomes a cursed item. Don't write it up here. The reason why you don't want to write it up here is honestly a logistics reason, and it's because most cursed items, you don't reveal the curse to the players until it's like happening. So by putting the curse at the very bottom, it allows you to essentially like very quickly like screenshot the item without the cursed part, so that you can give them like the item sheet without them knowing that it's cursed, and then you have the larger one with the curse at the bottom that you can give later. Like, it's purely a logistics thing, but it is a good logistic thing. Like, if you don't want them to know it's cursed, it shouldn't say cursed up here, because you're going to forget to take this out when you give them the item card, and then they're going to immediately know it's cursed. I also might not make the first item I give somebody a cursed item, only because I don't want them to assume that that is the way that items work in the game all the time. I think that could be a weird, like a weird foundation to build off of. Do you know what I mean? I wanted to ask you before you get into the review for the next item, but are we allowed to submit homebrew of redos, remakes of things that already exist? You are allowed to, for sure. That being said, I want to know why you're doing that in it. Like, I want to know your logical reason, because I'm not going to be able to give good feedback if I don't know what your goal is. So like, if for example you wanted to do a redo of the Sun Soul Monk, and you were like, I like the idea of the Sun Soul Monk, but instead of it being about, I wanted you to be like a Sun Soul Monk where like you became like hypersonic, so you were like shooting yourself around like a meteor as opposed to you launching stuff. Okay, cool, I can wrap my head around that. But if you just say the Sun Soul Monk sucks, I'm making a better one, you're not gonna love me during that review. Because if you don't assume that I think something is bad, because there's a lot of stuff that I think you guys think I think is bad that I don't. And if you want to do a remake of something and the remake is just the thing but better, my feedback is going to be this is too strong, and it's not going to be really helpful feedback. But if you say my goal is to do the Shadow Monk, but to build a Shadow Monk around you having a pet shadow, then I'm like, cool, I get it. I know what your goal is. That's what I'd say. It doesn't even need to be that radically different, Inverta, I mean. I just need to know your intention behind the changes so that I can accurately give you feedback. All right, let me read this item now. This mask is said to have fucking passive voice. Am is R was were been being been. Cut those words out. Instead of saying this mask is said to have consumed the original wielder, just say this mask consumed the original wielder. Is said to have. Holy shit. Look how many words you waste. And now it must find a new host. When attuned to this item, when you attack, but before you hit with a melee weapon attack, you may, as a free action, oh my god, I hate this sentence so much, expend 2 of your hit die to increase your base weapon damage by 1 damage die until the end of your turn. What a tedious sentence. Quincy, my boy, my beautiful baby boy, why are you writing sentences like this? This is all one sentence, and it's so tedious, and it's got so many grammatical mistakes in it. Come on, man. Boil the idea down to the core concept, and then write that idea. So let's think about that. What is the core idea here? What is happening? When you make a weapon attack, you can expend 2 of your hit die to increase the damage die of your weapon attack by 1. So it's 2 hit die to increase your damage die by 1. That's pretty weak. And pretty bad. So I think, first of all, you got to rewrite this so it doesn't... It's not written in like a sentence that feels like it went through like a garbage disposal. It's really weak. It's really weak. So first of all, I would allow you to decide after you hit. Don't make them decide before they hit. Make it like a smite, okay? Smites, you don't have to decide if you're doing it before you hit. Just make it a smite. Doom. Also, why not just add damage die? Why not this? How about this? I think you tune the whole thing down. When you make an attack, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can expend one of your hit die to add a d6 of damage to the attack roll. Boom! So much simpler, so much easier to understand, better. Instead of saying you may as a free action, you can just say what happens. When we look at the smite feature of the Paladin, for example. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. Because sometimes you don't need to say, sometimes things can go unspoken. So, smite, where is it? Smite. Where the fuck are you? There you go. Smite. When you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can expend 1 spell slot to deal radiant damage to the target. This does not require anything in the action economy. It does not say as a free action. It says it just happens when you hit a creature with a weapon attack. So just copy, you know? Copy. I would also probably, yeah, if it's barbarian, maybe you could add your hit die. So if your hit die is a d12, you could add a d12. If your hit die is a d8, you could add a d8. But it's pretty weak. Pretty weak. Let's take a look at the curse. If all hit die are expended, it start to consume the user. Your grammar here is bad. If your grammar is this bad consistently, you either have to decide you're going to intentionally start writing in full sentences. And if you don't want to do that, or you don't have the ability to do that in English, either because English isn't your first language, or you're just somebody that struggles with grammar for any number of reasons, you need to decide that you know that about yourself, and that's okay. And then take the time to write your documents in Google Docs first, or in something that has a spell check element. Ideally, you're going to try to learn how to do that grammar, spelling, sentence structure yourself, because it does make your writing better. But realistically, everybody is at different skill levels when it comes to writing. Then there's also, like, you know, there's a lot of people that are neurodivergent and struggle with writing in different ways, or have dyslexia. So, like, if you have any of those things going on, that leads to you struggling with writing in full sentences or struggling with grammar, not you specifically, but anybody, it is okay to take shortcuts to fix that. But if you if you decide to completely ignore those issues that you have, those struggles that you have, the people that are reading your homebrew out in the world won't empathize with those struggles. They will just see bad grammar, bad spelling, and not read it. So your friends might not care because they're your friends, right? You can just talk to them. But if you have any aspirations for, like, writing for the public or writing for strangers or anything like that, it's important to either push yourself to get to the skill level, or just the habit, routine level of writing in full sentences with proper grammar, or taking the steps that you need to help it so other people or other tools can help you do that. Ignoring that issue is ignoring something pretty important. And again, you don't need to think about it as, like, a failing on your own part. It's not a failing. Like, there's a million reasons, myself included, why people might not be good at writing. And a lot of them are things that are kind of out of our control. So it's not the kind of thing where you need to go be hard on yourself or upset with yourself for not being able to write. But the world is very cold, especially the world outside of your friends. And somebody really doesn't care if they don't know who you are about all the things that are going on. They care about the thing you wrote. And it's got to stand up for itself. It says it increases based on your damage die. I didn't even read what the curse was because I'll read what the curse is now. Because your grammar is fucked. If all the hit die are expended, it starts to consume the user's HP at a rate of 10 HP per round. If you're reduced to 0, this happens if used with wearing can't be taken off. Yeah, this curse sucks. The item isn't that good, first of all. Sacrificing a hit die to deal damage is not great. Your hit points, especially on a barbarian, your hit points are worth more than the damage you deal most of the time. Your hit points as a barbarian are probably your most important resource. So losing them for a little bit of damage is not that great. And this curse is really over dramatic. Who sent this in? So Quincy, if I were you, I would just not have the curse as a part of this at all. I would just cut the curse out. And I would limit the amount of times you could use the item. And that's it. Make it so you can use it, you know, it has a number of charge. It can be used 3 times a day, once a day, whatever. I mean, maybe you don't even need to limit it because it's being used with the charges could be the hit die. But yeah, this curse is over punishing and not particularly fun. You don't want your curses to be uninteresting or unengaging or too punishing. Otherwise, the item kind of loses its anything. Like, you are already punished by using this item by the fact that you have to expend hit die. Most magic items that have a special thing they do, they just use charges. So you're not losing anything. What's a fun curse? My go-to fun curse is any non-magical fire within 30 feet of you snuffs out. Another good curse could be you have disadvantage on intimidation checks and you have disadvantage on charisma checks when, you know, when food is within 10 feet of you, as you're focused on trying to eat the food. I don't know. Stuff that is a little bit more flavorful. Stuff that ties into the vibe a little bit. Not stuff that just punishes mechanically. And not stuff that punishes mechanically so dramatically. Like, you can do a mechanical punishment, but I think wacky stuff or stuff that changes you is better. Since you're expending it before the attack roll, it's already risky. Yeah. Yeah. I would change that too, though. Anyway, those are my thoughts. Interesting idea. I think it needs to be toned down. Toned up a little bit in terms of power, toned down a little bit in terms of curse. I think you're in a good spot. Oh, music's doing weird shit. This kind of does already exist with the Bloodshed Blade. Ooh, good call. Is it actually called the Bloodshed Blade? I've never heard of that before. I might not have access to this one. Oh, I do. Let's see. Bloodshed Blade. When you target a creature with an attack using this weapon, you can invoke the sword's rune, causing it to flare with crimson light, infusing your attack with bloodthirsty precision. Can I be honest with you? There's too much flavor text in this sentence. You then spend and roll one of your unspent hit die. Yeah, okay, yeah. It just exists. It literally exists already. So, good to know. Anyway, if you want to look at here's some language. Boom. There you go. Kind of exists already. It's okay. You listen, there's a lot of magic items that exist. We don't know about all of them. Anyway, thank you very much for sharing, Quincy. Let's give Quincy a round of applause. Zachary, good pull there. Thank you for the encyclopedic knowledge. I don't have encyclopedic knowledge of the newer books. Well, they're not even newer at this point, but like I never read through all of Bigby's or the one with the deck of many or any of that. Maybe one day I'll have to. And lets you add all your hit die to the damage. Yeah, I would just check out that item if you want to get ideas from it, or maybe just use that item. Barbarians would not hate an item that uses con. Barbarians love con. Now we can devour the wheel together. We can try. We can try. Skip memes. We can try. No promises. You know, we live in a world of confusion and misunderstanding. Oh, it adds con to the damage. That's really good. Bagadu, 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 bop, 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 bagadu, 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 beep, boop, beep, boop, bagadu, 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 bagadu. Fable. Spelled not like the other kids. Hi, Cinder. Hi. Love the stream. My goal was to create a monster that a low level 1 to 2 party could face multiple of and survive with it still being a challenge. So we're just making some little guys. Little guys, this is okay. If we want this to work against level 1 characters, really little guys. So my first thought, if you're doing little guys, is 12 hit points is too many. That's the first thought. Too many hit points. Let's see, what do we do? Is advantage on saving throws against being charmed or frightened? Whenever the migraine is below its max hit points, the migraine will begin. Stop writing in the future tense. Don't write in future tense. Don't write in passive voice. It will not begin. It begins. Whenever the migraine is below its maximum hit points, it begins to release a wave of psychic energy in a 10-foot radius around it. Period. When a creature enters the area, starts its turn within 10 feet of it, has to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, it takes some psychic damage. When it deals damage this way, it also takes the same amount of damage as well. Why? I don't like that. If a creature drops to 0 hit points from this ability, they fall unconscious but are stable. If it's within 10 feet of at least other 2 psychic migraines, it does not take the damage. This is so confusing. Okay, so who made this? Fable, are you here? Fable, say hi. Fixian, you're here. Okay, Fixian. So there's a couple interesting things that you have here, and I like that. But you're doing something that I see a lot of people do that I want to push back against pretty aggressively, which is you are doing a thing where you take 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And if this was a video game, I would say great, but it's not a video game. And whenever you are building something for D&D, we want to build it from the perspective that a human dungeon master with all the limitations of focus, energy, brain space, they're running this monster, okay? So we need to keep that in mind. And one of the best ways to make our dungeon master have an easier time to navigate managing everything in the game is to avoid features that contradict each other, or to avoid complicated paths to simple things. Let me give you an example of what I mean by that. The way these 2 features work together is frustrating, because now we are in a situation where I'm keeping track of how many hit points this monster has. It's affecting not only itself with this feature, but other creatures with this feature. So it's now activating other creatures too. And then, but, not if there's more than 1 within 10 feet. So you're doing this thing where you're like sort of proxy creating like an echo chamber effect, but in this circumstance where you're not creating an echo chamber effect. So instead of taking 2 steps forward of this affects other migraines, and then 2 steps back to actually it doesn't, just make it not affect other migraines. Like, we don't need it to be that complicated. It's gonna be annoying. Wait, if there's 1 within 10 feet, then they both take the damage, but if there's 2, then it's fine. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, that's not a simple thing to keep track of at the table. That's gonna be a thing where every single time any of these monsters starts their turn, you as a dungeon master are gonna be playing the figure it out game, and that's not gonna be fun. The other thing is, I worry that this monster is much, much tougher than you want it to be, specifically because you said you want them to fight multiple of it at a time. If a creature is in this aura, so let's say there's 3 migraines. Does that mean when I start my turn within 10 feet of 3 of them, I'm making 3 wisdom saving throws and potentially taking 3d4 psychic damage? Am I making a different save for each monster? And does the damage stacking? I think that that's not good. That's much too powerful. I think you need to spend a little bit of time as the designer here and clarify to yourself, what is the gameplay loop of this fight actually going to look like at the table? What is it going to feel like fighting this monster? Because the way that it's written right now, I don't think it's going to feel good at all. Like, and I think it's going to be confusing, especially because you said your goal was you want to be able to fight multiple of them. So if the goal is fighting multiple of them, I don't think it should have an AoE effect. Because now you're needing to deal with that on a cumulative level. Also, it burrows. Does this effect go through terrain? So could it burrow underneath you and you be affected by this? Because that is stupidly overpowered. So yeah, I think if I were you, I would probably rethink how unstable psionics actually works, like from the ground up. I would completely remove psionic link and just bake it in that they can't affect each other with this. Like this should just be, I would just say migraines don't affect each other. And yeah, man, I think the idea of a little psychic creature that can hurt you is cool. But I think that you built something without paying attention to what your goal was. So it's doing too much damage consistently. I think you need to clarify how the burrowing is going to work mixed with this, if at all. And I want to say, I think that you could give this thing a couple more features. For one thing, there's no reason this should have a burrowing speed. If anything, give it a fly speed or a hover speed. I think that'll be more interesting and engaging. The other thing is, I think that you could probably give this monster like Mage Hand and maybe like another little psychic thing that's not like a damage related thing, just to help sell the flavor of it being more of a, you know, a psychic creature. I am not going to read all this flavor text. I'll read some of it. When a humanoid with latent psionic abilities dies without unlocking their powers. That is not a complete sentence. Is English your first language? Clarify to me that in the chat. That's not a full sentence. There is no sentence here. Every time you write a sentence and you put a period at the end of that sentence, every time you do this, you need to be able to pull this sentence out. And you need to be able to... Here. You need to be able to write that sentence in isolation, and it needs to be able to make sense. So, does this sentence make sense? When a humanoid with latent psionic abilities dies without unlocking their powers. There's a lot missing here, right? We need action. This is like an introduction to a sentence. So pay attention to that, okay? Every time you put a period at the end of a sentence, that sentence needs to logically make sense in isolation, and this doesn't. So that's a good way you can kind of test to see if things work. It is your first language? All right, then you have less of an excuse here, but don't put a period, but and maybe more of a less of an excuse, but easier understanding of fixing it, which is good. There is a potential for a migraine to be born. Okay, even after the... Do you just not know how to use commas? Okay, maybe that's what the issue is. Even after the body dies, the brain continues to be active, slowly growing until it becomes a migraine. Even after we don't need the word even here. Even is literally adding nothing. After the body dies, the brain continues to be active is a better sentence than even after the body dies. There's this weird thing that happens in writing, and you should take note of it, where in real life, when we're talking to people about ideas, we use a lot of words to try to emphasize how much we care about a thing. It even ate my dad. I can't even believe it. Even after everything I did, this happened, right? It's a very common phrase when we talk. But it changes power in writing. In writing, the power of phrases like even or phrases like very, these words that don't add any detail, they are just vapid emphasis. A lot of the time, they actually have the opposite effect a lot of the time, they have the opposite effect. So, for example, even after the body dies, the brain continues to be active. Sounds like you're trying to prove to me that this is cool. Like, it sounds like you are trying to convince me of this. And that makes it sound less powerful. It is less powerful a sentence when I think you are trying to convince me of something than when you just say it with certainty. I'm going to show you again one time here. And I'm only doing this because you said you wanted feedback on your writing. So this could be a full sentence. Even after the body dies, the brain continues to be active. I would argue that this is a better sentence. I think this sounds informal and almost unsure, as if you as the writer feel somewhere in your subconscious that you have to prove this is important. And that's something that happens with a lot of writers, where they have to meet their confidence with their words. There is a lot of there is so much confidence in this second sentence that there is no confidence in it. It is just speaking a truth of the universe, okay? So you want to think about it in terms of that when you're doing your writing. Not only are words like even, they just take up space that you don't need, and like every time you use a word, you are making somebody that's reading your work every time you use any word, you are making someone that is reading your piece do work. Every single word you decide to put in your homebrew is work that you are giving someone else to do. So the question you have to ask yourself, and this is why I push people really hard to try to write concisely, is does the work the word put on the reader merit the word being there? Is the word doing enough to either progress the story or give us new information or evoke a feeling in us that the word should be there? And if the word, if it's not doing that, then it's worth rethinking whether or not it needs to be there at all. And if there's a lot of those words, it's worth rethinking if the structure of that sentence is of value. This doesn't matter as much. Like what I'm saying right now is not nearly as important. I mean, it's important, but it's a little bit different when you're actually writing game mechanics, because when you're writing game mechanics for D&D, there's a lot of very specific language and phrasing you need to use. So sometimes you need to write things in kind of a roundabout way so that you are writing them within the proper language systems of D&D rules, because D&D is basically a rule system hidden inside of English language phrasing. And you got to use the right phrasing to connect to the right rules. But when you're writing flavor text, you're writing a short story. You're writing a rhetorical piece. You're trying to get someone excited about something. So every single moment that you make someone put energy in and that energy is not rewarded, you are You're creating a circumstance where it's less likely that they're going to keep reading it, less likely that they're going to be excited to keep reading it, and something is going to happen in the back of their brain that maybe they're not going to understand, but it's going to make them waver on their confidence in your writing and their confidence in the piece. And that wavering confidence will potentially lead to either irritation or them not reading it anymore. Now, that's a lot of fucking heady stuff to say about one single word, but that genuinely is the way I think you should think about your writing, especially for flavor text. That doesn't mean write super short 3-word sentences every second. Sometimes you need to write something that takes a while, but it is a good habit to start thinking about what you're writing from a little bit of an objective lens and really questioning every single word you're putting there or every single phrase. It will make you go crazy a little bit. Oh, Fixian. I know you get it, buddy. Honestly, Fixian has just been responding very politely. They're just like, okay, cool. Thanks. This makes sense. Cool. You could also say, I disagree, which is also fine. I don't want anyone to ever feel like they have to publicly agree. If you don't like feedback you're getting, you can just say thanks, but thanks, but that's not helpful. That's totally fine too. But yeah, that's going to be my main feedback here. I think that the most important thing that I would say for you, and really anybody, is that when you're writing flavor text or any sort of short fiction, like, don't lose sight of that goal and try to remember that every single word that you're putting on that page is working towards that goal or is not working towards that goal. And if it's not, what's it doing there? Is it working towards the goal in a weird roundabout way? Is it there because it has to be there? Sometimes that's the case. Sometimes there's certain things that you need in there, unfortunately, because there's just an element of clarity that's needed that can't be pretty. But if you don't need that, cut that shit out. Yep. All right, buddy. Thank you very much for sharing. I appreciate it. Let's give Fixian our big old round of applause. I like the idea of a little psychic worm that grows out of dead bodies. That's very cool. Thank you, thank you. Very interesting idea. And I like the idea of a monster that has a little AoE psychic. I think that if the main feedback that I had about needing to twist that around a little bit is specifically because you want the players to fight a bunch of them. And when you're doing AoE stuff, and they can affect each other, and they create like a chain of event, like a chain link event, not chain link, like a daisy chain of events, or a player could be affected by more than one at a time because it's AoE. You have to start thinking about that a little bit from power balance. But very cool idea. And if you like the idea that being next to more than one at a time is doing something, here's what you do. You build it into the mechanics. So you say something like a creature can only be affected by one mind melter's aura at a time, but if a creature is within the aura of more than one mind melter when it makes its saving throw, it makes that saving throw with disadvantage. Or something like that. You could build it mechanically in where it has the ability, like being around more than one at the same time still has an impact, but it's not this like numbers stacking, needing to roll multiple saving throws thing. It kind of just mushes together nice. You know what I mean? That could work too, if that is your goal with it. Thank you very much for sharing. We do appreciate it. We do appreciate it very much. It is a scary thing to share Homebrew on my channel because, I don't know, I say things are crap a lot, I guess. And that can hurt your feelings. So I acknowledge that. But I do appreciate people being willing to put themselves on the chopping block. And I'm trying to be better about not calling your stuff crap too much. The thing is, I as long as I'm not calling you crap, I think I'm okay. Maybe that's not true. Maybe I need to be kinder. I don't know. I don't know anything. I live in a world of shadow. All right, should we spin again or what? That's why you love me? Oh, it's very kind. I think as long as I feel guilty about it, and I'm trying to work towards it being nicer, then I'm good. But I do sometimes get really harsh.
That's why we love Smolder.
Fair. Yeah, Smolder's a good guy. Maybe we'll do a stream with him sometime next week. Everett, did you? Oh, there you are. Couldn't find you for a second. See what Everett has for us today. I recently made a boon for a follower of Bildul Poop. That's a great name. That I shared in your Discord, and someone suggested that it should be a class feature. Interesting. I didn't make it a class feature, but I was inspired by that comment to make a Paladin subclass for a follower of Build-A-Poop. Everett, you've spelled the word follower wrong every time that you've written it so far. Use spell check, my guy. I wanted to show it to you before using it in a campaign. Great. Most of the spells on the spell list I took from the Kuatoa Arc Priest. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's not a bad idea if the spells actually work towards the goal of the subclass. But if the spells feel kind of random, if we didn't know they came from a Kuatoa, then they're not worth keeping, and it's better to pick spells that are better fitting for the subclass. Like, that gimmick is only so good as it works. If the gimmick feels like it falls apart, don't do it. Because you have so many spells to pick from, there's really no need to limit yourself for a gimmick, especially if that gimmick requires explanation. Try doing an entire stream doing a Bob Ross impression. I think I could. Oh my god, do you guys want to see something, actually? I'll show you something. I'll be right back. Oh, give me 2 seconds. It's related to Bob Ross, kind of, sort of, in a roundabout way. So, I wear, like, hats and stuff for my TikTok shorts. I got a new really great hat. It's maybe the best hat that I've ever gotten. You ready? Are you ready to see you guys ready to see the best hat that I've ever gotten? You ready for this shit? Little grandma! It's grandma wig! I got a grandma wig! Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Do you know what that means? Check this out. Alright, here's a taste. Here's a taste of what that means. Imagine this. Imagine this, okay? Imagine this. Hey guys, how's it going? Oh man, I wonder what my mom's up to. Boom! Barbarian's mom! Boom! Barbarian's mom. So I can just wear this wig with any of the hats and be any of the adventurers' moms. Isn't that fucking amazing? Yeah. So I'm pumped. Get ready for some mama bear characters showing up on our little adventuring shows. Yeah. It's going to be good, right? That's a little preview for all you. I'm actually so excited for that. I can't even tell you. The wig isn't as great as the wig is not the best. It's fine, but it's a little small. But still, it's gonna be. Oh my god, I can't wait. Okay, somebody said, "Oh no, when they die, the moms are gonna rise up." That is not that far off from what I had in mind, but I don't want to tell you exactly what I've had in mind. I will say that I'm gonna start bringing the moms into the show before I do anything dramatic with them. So I'm gonna have a couple shorts where essentially like they call their moms. So I'll have like Barbarian talk to his mom. The Warlock will talk to his mom. That'll also maybe be when I do a character reveal of about, because there's a couple people's characters' backstories that I've been really hush-hush about. And one of them is like an orphan who has never known their parents, and it's not come up, but it has been a big impact on the way that they act. And maybe I will reveal that. Maybe. We'll see. But anyway, it's going to be good. All right, let's take a look at these. Who is this? Everett's being very patient. Oh, fuck. I closed all the things I needed open. Let me reopen literally all of those windows. Anything crazy happened by closing all of them? And then reopening them? No? Okay, we're good. Sorry. Oof. All right, Everett, you're being very patient. Let's take a look at your homebrew. Oh, this got a lot louder. I will bet 3 whole quarters that Bard's mom will be a dragon. No, Bard's mom will not be a dragon. But in my shorts, if any of you guys are people that watch my YouTube shorts, you know that the adventuring party, right now they're on a little bit of a side quest because 2 of them are lost in the Astral Sea. But they are on a quest to kill a dragon. Like, that's the point of the campaign, is to go slay a dragon. And I will say that I've got the costume for the dragon. And I'm not going to show that on stream. I'll keep that private until it shows up. But the dragon is here. I figured out how we're doing the dragon, how we're going to make the dragon appear on stream. And I'm pretty fucking excited for it. It's going to be good. Also, it's going to be epic. There's going to be at least one cool action scene that I'm figuring out how to do with my head. And I think I'm going to make all of you a little sad in an unexpected way. And I am so fucking here for it. Okay, let's take a look at this subclass. Yeah, Goldhead is a scumbag. Goldhead, I would say, a good way to think about who Goldhead is Goldhead is not an Arcfey, but is in that sort of vein where they have magical power in a completely different level than the characters, and they are very selfishly focused and don't care about consequences that much. That's Goldhead in a nutshell. Ori! What's up? Okay, let's take a look at this thing. Sanctuary, Armor of Agathis. We only have 2 tenants. We should have more than 2 tenants. Those who dare to harm you, your allies, or any of their sacred children shall taste your holy wrath. This is a very shallow tenant. Like, you could replace this name with any god and this tenant would be applicable. I don't think that's great. I think our tenants should be a little bit more focused and a little bit more nuanced and specific. You shall not sit by and do nothing, knowing that you can end the suffering of those enslaved and destroy those enslaved others. Yeah, these tenants feel really shallow. I think we need more nuanced and specific and focused tenants. Either of these feel like they could literally be on any paladin. They're just way too generic. That's the word I was looking for. Generic. Way too generic. Is Goldhead's mom coming? Dude, Brent, if I can figure out how to wear the wig with a costume, they're getting a mom. Except for the ones that's moms are dead. Who are a couple characters. Let's look at what spells we get. Sanctuary, Armor of Agathis, Hold Person, Spiritual Weapon, Spirit Guardians, Tongues, Control, Water, Divination, Mask Cure Wounds, Scrying. This spell list... Yeah, what has happened with this spell list is exactly what I was worried would happen, which is that this spell list feels like a weird combination of overpowered and completely random. Like, it genuinely feels like you just took the most powerful spells in the game for a paladin and gave them to a paladin. Hold Person, Spiritual Weapon, Spirit Guardians, like all of these on a paladin are kind of busted. So I think that if I were you, I would not do this. I would come up with a unique spell list and not base it off of what the Kuatoa get, because I think you are creating a situation where you need to accommodate for this in a lot of ways, and it's just genuinely not worth your time. Much better to come up with a unique spell list that will help sell the flavor of your subclass. You know what's really shitty? And it's not shitty, like you don't have to feel bad about it, but it feels shitty for me. I have no idea what the fuck this subclass is supposed to feel like at all. Because literally either of these tenets could exist on any subclass. And these spells also don't feel like anything at all. So Everett, what I'm going to say to you now is I'm going to start reading these features, but you got to understand that I'm going to not be able to give you the best feedback on them because I genuinely don't know what the goal of this subclass is. Because everything you've given us so far is either pulled directly from something else or very generic. So I think that's something that's worth thinking about as you move forward with this too. Like, there is no fiction that's being sold with this, no mechanical vibe being sold with this. It truly feels random, and these are just bland. Ooh, wait, that's what is going on here. What? So Everett, I see you in the chat. I'm gonna just tell you something right now, and it's gonna break your heart, but it's really important. Whenever you have a feature and you notice that you have done more than 3 bullet points, that means it's time for you to rethink A, whether or not the feature is too powerful, or B, whether or not there's too much going on. It is really, 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 really rare for a feature to need more than 3 bullet points. Very rare, and almost never see it. So the fact that this one channel divinity has 6 things going on is not good. In fact, I don't need to read this whole thing to tell you that I think you need to rebuild this channel divinity from the ground up. I just skimmed it. There's a lot here that I think you are not accounting for, and it's an issue. So let's talk about it for a second. You become large, and you deal an additional 1d4 melee damage. Cool. So this, your melee range doesn't need to increase by 5 feet. Why does your melee range not need to increase by 5 feet? Because you already become large. So by the very nature of you becoming large, your melee range is already increasing by 5 feet. So that's one thing. Okay? Now we're entering dangerous territory. Why is it bad to allow you to become huge at level 7? What's the danger here? How can I show this in a way that's clear? AOE D&D map effects. Trying to find a good picture to show what I'm talking about. Okay. No. Okay, this is kind of good. Okay, so do you see this picture here? No, that's not clear. Let's find a better one. This. Nope. Okay, yeah, this is a better one. Let me show what I'm talking about here. Okay, so if you are 5, this middle is you are a creature that is regular sized, okay? So if you're a creature that's regular sized, you can hit everything within 5 feet of you, okay? So that's your area of influence, which means that you have basically 8 squares of creature you can hit, and any AoE effect you have emanates here. So let's say you have a spell like Spirit Guardians, which this subclass has, and Spirit Guardians extends out from you to a range of 15 feet. That means that your Spirit Guardians takes up this much space. As soon as you become 10 feet, now you can hit like 11 squares at the same time with your basic attacks. And that AoE shoots out to like a 30-foot radius. And now you are affecting the whole battle map. And that's just by level 7. Do you understand? Is that enough of a clarity of why your size getting bigger has a big impact? Because it affects everything that you have an influence of that stems from you. And it is an exponential growth. So it makes all of your features and effects dramatically more powerful. There is a reason why the Rune Knight and the Path of the Giant Barbarian do not become huge sized until they're capstone. It's the very highest, most powerful thing they get. Like, the most powerful thing they get is it's getting huge. So I am not going to read this whole feature, and I'll tell you why. Because this single part is better. This single part is basically the equivalent of a capstone feature of other subclasses. So if this tiny part of this one bullet amongst these 6 bullet points is too powerful, we do not need to have a conversation about whether or not this is too powerful. Now, I skimmed this whole feature, and we're not going to go through every part of it. It doesn't matter. It's genuinely not worth it. This essentially turns you into a sea monster so you can swallow creatures. If you like that idea of you becoming a Leviathan and you can swallow creatures, that should be your 20th level feature. There's no way that is appropriate at level 3. It's just not. Just not appropriate. Doesn't work. Fundamentally broken at its core. I think what you could do here is you could think about some aspects of the Leviathan that you'd want to include. But yeah, this is fundamentally broken at its core. So I think you need to rebuild this feature from the ground up. And my guess is that this is the feature that was a boon and somebody who said this should be a magic item. That's my guess. Because this is much too powerful for a subclass feature. It should be a magic item. So I don't even think it's worth saving literally any part of this. This wasn't the boon. All right, well, now I'm nervous to see what the boon was, because this is just broken at its core. If I were you, I would say, what's the thing you like most about this? And if you say the thing you like the most about this is becoming a sea monster, then unfortunately this feature doesn't work. If you say the thing I like most about this is becoming bigger, then cool. Maybe you can keep a part of this feature, but not the whole thing, and get rid of everything else. But like, yeah, this needs to be gutted dramatically. Delport says, why is this a paladin other than a cleric? That is also a very good question from a not ideological, but from like a game design theory perspective. I don't know yet. You like the bite attack? Where is the bite attack? You get a bite attack, and you can grapple a creature and then swallow them. Yeah, you gotta, I don't know. Again, I don't think this should be a core feature that grows like this. This is not how features grow. If you want to do a paladin feature that grows, basically the way it's going to grow is numbers are going to go up, and they're only going to go up a little bit. Like, it's going to be like, it would be like, for example, like, you erupt in a big geyser. All creatures around you take 2d8 bludgeoning damage plus your paladin level. Something like that. So, yeah, we're going to just ignore this whole thing. It's broken fundamentally. Pick what you like the most about it and see if you can turn that into a feature. And this feature should not be stronger than a 2nd level spell. Or if you don't want to do this insanely overpowered crazy thing, you could do this other thing where as a bonus action, you're filled with insanity and freedom that comes with it for 1 minute. I think you mean minute. You become immune to the frightened condition. You also gain +5 to intimidation checks. 4. You're also... Oh, for what? Write in full sentences, dude. You're really stop this. Oh my god. What's the flavor here? I guess we're doing madness. This is not bad if you're going in like a madness direction. As a bonus action, your mind is for this. You become immune to frightened condition for 1 minute. Additionally, you gain +5 bonus to intimidation checks. Don't you as a paladin get a basic immunity to frightened condition like as a core class feature at a certain point? Isn't that like a base paladin thing? If that's a base paladin thing, it shouldn't be a part of our subclass. Let's just double check. It's like Aura of Courage, maybe? Yeah. Don't give us a channel divinity that makes us immune to frightened, because when we get to 10th level, that means it becomes a channel divinity that does literally nothing. Because as the base paladin, we already get an Aura of Courage. So I want to go back to what Delport said earlier, which is, why is this a paladin? And that's a question that you should ask yourself whenever you're making any subclass. Because if you're going to make a subclass, a paladin subclass, or a rogue subclass, or a barbarian subclass, or any subclass, you want that subclass to integrate nicely into the core class features. And what that means is, you don't need to give it anything that the core class gets, because the core class gives it those features. So, like, for example, if somebody sent me, like, a vampire sorcerer, and it had the ability to make a creature afraid, and make a creature charmed, and become invisible, and to fly, I would say, I don't think it needs any of these things. Because all of these are things it can get from the core class. You can get the Cause Fear spell, the Charm Person spell, the Invisibility spell, the Fly spell. If it's baked into something you can get, why do we need it in the subclass? The subclass is when it's time to give unique special things. And especially if it's not something like a spell you could pick, like, before you decide you're building a Paladin subclass, what you really should do is look at the core Paladin and say, cool, what would be a cool thing that works for this class? So don't give us something that we just already get. Yeah, so this thing so far, I would just say, is just a rework 100%. And that 7th level, we get this aura. You and friendly creatures within 10 feet of you gain a swim speed of 30 feet, and the benefits of water breathing at the beginning of that creature's turn in the aura. I don't want to read this anymore, Everett. Can I read you this sentence? And I just want you to close your eyes, and I want you to listen to how it sounds. You and friendly creatures within 10 feet of you gains a swim speed of 30 feet and the benefits of water breathing at the beginning of that creature's turn inside the aura, unless you or said creature already had a swim speed and or can already breathe underwater. That sentence actually hurts to read. Like, legitimately is unpleasant. Like, if I was not reading this for a stream, there is no way I would read that whole sentence, ever. This is important for you, because if this is the way that you're writing your sentences, no one is going to be reading your homebrew, my guy. So think about that. Think about the order of operation. Think about how important the information is here and how you want to do that information. You also already get a swim speed in here. So now you're giving us a swim speed twice, which is also making this feature worthless. So if I was going to rewrite this feature, I would say creatures of your choice within 10 feet of you can breathe underwater. And that's maybe the only thing that I would say. Or maybe creatures that start their turn within 10 feet of you can breathe underwater. Because the other thing is that if they have a swim speed, how does that swim speed work when they leave the aura? So I have a 30-foot swim speed while I'm within 10 feet of you. If I take... Because I don't move on the same turn as you in combat, right? I go on my turn. So if it's your turn, you're not moving. If it's your turn, you're moving. You move away from me. It's my turn. I move away from you. If I swim more than 10 feet... Do I lose it? Because the way it's confusing in how it's written. Do you know what I mean? So, like, this is kind of, it's like tedious. If you like the idea of doing swim speed stuff, why not give us a channel divinity where it's like, as an action, you can target a number of creatures up to your charisma modifier. Each of those creatures gain the ability to breathe underwater and a 30-foot swim speed for 1 minute. Period. Boom. Done. I agree, Delport. You don't need to start with the class choice at all. I wasn't trying to imply that's what you have to do. But if you are finding yourself in a situation where you are unintentionally giving a subclass feature that is a fundamental part of the core class, I think that means that you really do need to pay at least a little bit more attention to what you're built, like to the core class, because that's a big miss. So yeah, this really is gonna be confusing to get the wording right, and the way that it's worded right now is non-functional, both in terms of grammar and mechanics. Because what's the point of having a swim speed of 30 feet if it ends when we move more than 10 feet? Also, say what level we get these features at. I know we get this at 15th, but say it somewhere. It's just good, right? It's just better writing to do that. While you're swimming, any creatures making attacks against you have disadvantage, and you have advantage on attacks when swimming. This is both niche and weirdly overpowered in a way that I don't like. When fully submerged in water, you can use your bonus action to make the water 30 feet around you murky. If you leave the murky water, you gain the benefits of the invisibility spell. This is so tedious. Oh my god. Any creature that starts its turn within the murky water must make a Constitution saving throw. And on a failed save, the creature gains the blinded condition. Do we need to become invisible and give the blinded condition? I would argue that they do the same thing. They do the same thing in enough that it feels pretty redundant to do the same, to have them to do it both. Like, pick one or the two. Yeah, it's a hat on a hat. And this piece is already, like, shockingly bloated, so you can get rid of a bunch of that. It's also so niche. Like, you're now in this situation where, like, 1, 2... over half, like half your features and maybe half of this literally don't do anything if you're not in water. So there is a paladin that's a water-based paladin already. It's Oath of the Open Ocean. So let's look at what Oath of the Open Sea does. It has a bunch of water and lightning and storm-related spells. It gets the ability to create fog that you can see through. It gains the ability to knock creatures around, right? Sort of like the ocean. It gets this aura about being grappled or restrained. Again, sort of like you're fighting the current. It improves upon earlier things, and then you get like a big avatar mode. But all of these features are very usable outside of the water. I think that's important to think about when you're doing your design. So yeah, this is like, it's too many. If you want to give yourself the ability to become invisible, fine. If you want to give yourself the ability to make 30-foot area that blinds people, fine. But it should not be infinite in use. Right now it is. And it's limited to the water, so it kind of sucks. And then we get an avatar mode. When you use the gift of the... Okay, this is nothing. This is nothing. If you're going to give us an avatar, give us an avatar mode. So yeah, I would say, Everett, I don't know what your goal is with this piece. So I don't know what overall feedback to give you in terms of what direction to take it. What I will say is, if you were asking my opinion, I would say I don't think this feels particularly like Kuatoa's at all. I think that the only feature that feels Kuatoa-y in the slightest is the +5 to intimidation checks and the immunity to frightened, which is redundant on a paladin. And I think that if I were you, I probably would go back to the drawing board and say, what's the point of this paladin? What's it supposed to feel like? Because I don't know what it is. And all of these features feel like they're going in pretty divergent directions. I think the gift of the Leviathan should be split up more, and I think it's not a paladin ideally, but I think you've got to start of something here. I mean, yeah, if you wanted to do like a Leviathan worshiping something, you definitely could. But yeah, it needs a lot more direction and focus and Unfortunately, I feel like you blew your whole load on this channel divinity, and we're not taking into account just how overpowered this was. Like, I'm curious what the boon feature was that you built this around, because I would have guessed that it's the gift of the Leviathan. You said it wasn't. Yeah, I sort of feel like this feature is the interesting thing, and it's like this could just be the whole subclass. Yeah, I don't really have more thoughts. It feels a little all over the place at the current state, and I think that it is too focused on, it is too limited to being in the water, and it is too overpowered in some places, and it is too redundant in others. My main feedback, if you're trying to think about how to balance this and how to design it moving forward in a way that's going to feel balanced, would be refamiliarize yourself with the core Paladin, and really take a look at the other Paladin subclasses. Look at how complicated versus non-complicated their features are. Look how applicable their features are. That sort of thing. So, interesting idea. I think it needs a lot of work still. But interesting idea. Okie doke, thank you very much for sharing. Let's give Everett a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate you sharing. Gadoosh. And yeah, full sentences, shorter sentences, all that stuff. It's going to make your writing better. It's going to have a big impact on people's excitedness to read your work. I don't want to see a subclass that your buddy oh, you're talking about in the Discord. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Yeah, yeah. I don't like reviewing homebrew that you didn't make. The only time I like reviewing homebrew from strangers is I sometimes will want to go like on Unearthed Arcana and review stuff that was shared publicly there, but that's kind of different. Is mine still in, or do I need to resubmit? Did you submit it today? If you submitted it today, then it's still in. If you submitted it to last week, then it is not. A tiny bit of flavor text would help too, for sure, for sure, for sure. Faux show, as the old book says. Bucket, 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 bucket. It's Josh Goober Iceball. This is a big bad for my fantasy cyberpunk campaign I'm currently running. He's the leader of a celestial nation. He's essentially uses dead god blood to perform enhancing to as performance enhancing drugs. That's kind of a fun idea. Is a new mechanic okay to submit? Yeah, but I'm it's like hard mode, I would say. This is really shitty in the way it's written. You wrote in the tiniest font. You wrote in the tiniest font. I'll say mechanics is hard mode, but you can do it if you want to. The formatting sucks. Yeah, the formatting I hate. Here's the problem. You have a thing that now has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 features, and they all kind of feel mush on the page. Like I genuinely don't want to read this because of the way it's written, just so you know. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I mean, it's like, this is just like a giant fucking Word document. Most monsters usually are written in the third person. It hurts my eyes too. That's what I mean. Like it's bad. It's bad. Like it's bad enough that I'm actually not even going to spend any time on any of this stuff. Because I just am going to look at the features, because I don't want to have to squint and read all these fucking little numbers and hurt my eyes. Let's see. Invoke aspect madness. Choose a creature with it. What does invoke aspect mean? Is that a thing that it can do? Is this part of the action economy? You are not explaining anything, Josh. Why are these things written in the passive? How do these work? Don't answer me. Just acknowledge that we don't know how these features work. How do I activate Invoke Aspect Madness? Is it an action? Is it a bonus action? I have no fucking idea. If it's clear somewhere else, it should be clear before I get here. Josh, like I just said, it should be clear before I get here. Why is it up here? If it's part of multi-attack, why is it up here? If it's part of multi-attack, why isn't it down here with the multi-attack? Don't explain it without listening to the words you said. I put this feature somewhere separate from multi-attack because it's part of multi-attack. That's tedious. Okay, let's see what this does. It chooses a creature within 60 feet of it, removes his helmet, it reveals his horrifying visage. Too much flavor text for me, but that's fine for you. Wisdom saving throw, takes some psychic damage, and falls to the effects of the enemy's a bounce spell until the start of his next turn. Okay. Speaks an unholy command. Creatures within 120 feet of him can hear him. That's a big radius. Have to make a saving throw or be forced to kneel until the start of their next turn. A kneel creature counts as prone and has a -2 to their AC and can't take reactions. You're doing that thing that everybody does. Stop fucking doing it. Why are you building extra steps? Instead of saying that they are forced to kneel and then clarifying what kneel means, why not just say what it does? Must make a DC 21 wisdom saving throw or be knocked prone. Get like you're wasting words. Don't waste words, my guy. Okay, so let's think about this without getting... Josh, I don't know if you missed it. I yelled at you for like 5 minutes about how really shitty this is formatted. It actually is like... Everyone was complaining about it hurting their eyes to read. So fix that. I also am not giving you feedback on any of this because it's tedious to squint and read those numbers. So you have to accept that. Okay, so this targets targets one creature. They think everyone's a bad guy and they take some psychic damage. This targets everybody and they fall prone and they just get a debuff. This targets allies. They take necrotic damage. Why? And then he deals extra damage and has a +2 bonus to his AC. This feels like, why does it need to do this to all allies? Why is he dealing damage to all? I wouldn't do that. I would just make him target one. I think like all is too much. Also, none of these features should be up here. They should all be part of the action economy. After landing a successful melee attack against the creature, can attempt to sever the creature's soul from its body. This is this going to be fun? Is this a fun feature? This is just power word kill. Is power word kill fun? I would argue power word kill is not fun. I would never put power word kill on a monster. So I think that if the goal of this is the final fight, you shouldn't put a feature that just says, guess what? You no longer get to participate in the fight. You know? I don't think this should be a spellcaster in this way. This is the wrong way to write spells. If you have looked at any D&D homebrew design, any D&D design over the past 5 years, or have watched any of my homebrew reviews talking about this, this is an incredibly tedious way to write spells. We don't need to build monsters like player characters. Just give them a couple spells they can do infinitely, a couple spells they can do 3 times a day, a couple spells they can do once a day. Doesn't need to be beyond that. So this is sort of like if we're skimming the spells, it's evil paladin. So that's why he has 5th level spells. People are saying, why is it only 5th level spells? Because it's a paladin. This is not built on a 20th level spellcaster. This is false advertising here, because when you say 20th level spellcaster, the implication is it's a full caster, but it's not a 20th level spellcaster. It's a half caster. So that's why it's at 5th level spells, and that's why this is confusing all of you. No, this is not Finger of Death. This is Power Word Kill. And Power Word Kill is not a fun spell. Power Word Kill doesn't have a saving throw anyway. Oh, this does have a saving throw. I just think it's a bad feature. I just think it's not fun. It's not fun. Like, it's so not fun, especially for the final fight. He uses one of his invoke aspects and makes 3 attacks with his Doomblade. He can use his life drain in place of Doomblade. This is... Okay. Plus to hit, does a bunch of damage. It's fine. It's probably too much damage, honestly, on top of how widespread these features are. I think you're overestimating the damage output here. And then it has this healing feature. The exhaustion is also not fun. This is not going to be a fun mechanic. Like, exhaustion is not fun. You said it was the BBEG. So I would say, if you want to do a life drain thing, go for it. I think the exhaustion mechanic is another mechanic that is going to be, again, taking away fun. Genuinely is going to take away fun. The +6 feels random. He can Doomblade, he can teleport. Okay. Main feedback. This thing sucks at range. If I were you, I would replace the life drain ability with something like what the Death Knight gets, where it has, or the Hell Knight or whatever it's called, where it has like a ranged attack. Josh, I don't care. I don't care if it's based on the Death Knight. Then why does okay, let me rephrase that then. Why is the Death Knight's parry +6 to its AC? Answer that question, Josh. I'm not trying to be mean, but if you're saying it's based on the Death Knight's parry, then surely you thought about why the Death Knight's parry is a +6. Or is it just arbitrary? Did you go into that, or did you just decide randomly to follow the thing? You can decide to follow the thing. So it's based on its proficiency bonus. Okay, so then why worry about basing off the Death Knight? You see what I mean? Like, just fucking say that then. Oh my god. Okay. I'm sorry, Josh. I love you, but you're doing a bad job of participating in this conversation. Maybe it's me being tired. Maybe it's you being defensive, but I'm timing you out for 10 minutes. I don't really care what you have to say for the rest of this conversation because you're just sort of not listening. Okay, so main feedback. This thing sucks at range. It needs some range. Otherwise, it is going to be kaput. Second thing is it's kind of overkill, I think, with these features. Not terribly, but a little bit. I think it needs a little bit of balance out that way. And yeah, I don't really have more thoughts than that. I think it's overkill. And I think that the main thing that I would say, aside from it being a little overkill, and maybe overkill is okay, but the main feedback that I would say is that there is nothing here that feels particularly unique. That's the main feedback I would say. Pixie says he doesn't think it would sound very fun to play. It sounds like a slog. Well, let's look at the Death Knight. They were comparing it to the Death Knight. So let's see. What is the Death Knight doing? So the Death Knight, again, old design. We don't need to follow it. We shouldn't follow it. It gets its little Hell Orb. It gets its little parry. It gets a little... It helps undead around it. That's kind of it. So it's much simpler. I think it's reasonable to do a bunch of cool, weird AoE type things. I just wish they felt more interesting. And the spell list is kind of like just Paladin. It's fine. But yeah, I think you got to tone this thing down a bit. I think it's punishing in a way that won't be fun. And compress... Somebody said compress a few abilities in terms of what they do and focus on legendary actions, special layer actions. Yeah, that could be good. That could be good for a frack. It's got... Feels like it has too much on the page. I don't really have more to say. Shalakor, I appreciate you. Josh, if you are still watching this, if the Death Knight's AoE parry is based on its proficiency modifier, why is yours not based on Validar's proficiency modifier? Because his would be +8. Good call. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have more thoughts. It's fine. It's fine. I feel like it is a upgraded Death Knight in a way that a lot of the steps make logical sense, but there isn't anything in it that is particularly exciting or new feeling. And I feel like upgraded Death Knight is fine, but also who cares? Give this thing some features that feel a little bit more interesting, exciting, unique, is what I would say. That's my main feedback. And in the future, if you feel the need to clarify stuff, think for a second about whether or not you actually do. He's going to be able to come back in between 5 to 8 minutes whenever his timeout is over. And he can clarify that if he wants to. Did he ever tell the PC's level for the fight? I assumed it's a high-level fight. It's a CR-17 monster. In the thing, he said it's a big bad. So I'm assuming it's, like, up there. High CR. Wait a minute. Josh, what? You said this is a big bad for my Cyberpunk fantasy campaign. And he's essentially using dead god blood as performance-enhancing drugs. What a cool idea that is. Where is that in the fucking stat block? Where is anything to do with taking performance-enhancing god blood drugs? That's what this is missing. This is missing that. Get rid of everything that's not that and make it that. That's such a cool idea. All right, let's see if I can turn your timeout into a shorter one so you can talk again. Maybe you're done being annoying. Regardless, that's a really cool idea. Why the fuck isn't it that? Make it that. How do any of these features tie into that? I would argue none of them do. All of these are just evil giant paladin. All of these are essentially take a conquest paladin and turn it into a BBEG. That's basically what this is. Which is okay. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But I think that you're missing the main meatier thing. There is nothing here that feels like what you described you're trying to build. So yeah, next time you're going to take features from other things, just think about why you're doing it a little bit. I see he's back. I think you've overdone these things a little bit. I think that it doesn't really feel like anything other than it's basically a BBEG version of a Conquest Paladin mixed with Undead. Undead Conquest Paladin. BBEG is this. So yeah, I feel like it's missing the goal. That's the main feedback, is that it's missing the goal. Aside from all the other stuff that I said. It's a character that is fueled by god blood drugs, and it has nothing in it that feels like it's god blood drugs related, unfortunately. So yeah, get that shit in there. And I don't really have more thoughts other than that, Josh. It feels like... I will also say, I struggle with reading other people's high CR monsters because I think most people suck at writing high CR monsters. And I just kind of fundamentally agree with a lot of them. And I think that's what's happening here, is there's just a lot of stuff that you're doing here that I think really isn't going to lead to the game being more fun. And it's a pretty common mistake amongst high CR monsters. And I don't really have more feedback than that. I think this thing is going to be a little tedious to fight, and it's not really going to feel like a blood drug user. It's gonna feel like a slog slash conquest paladin or death knight, sort of mushed together. There's some interesting high CR monsters. But yeah, a lot of them are tedious. I don't really have more thoughts. All right, let's give Josh a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. High CR monsters are a logistical pain. The thing about high CR monsters is at a certain point, you got to just think about them like an event. So like, I'll just talk about this for like 2 more seconds. What are the cinematic moments of this monster fight? Let's talk about that for a second. I would argue this feature is the cinematic moment of this monster fight, and this cinematic moment isn't fun. This is a non-fun cinematic moment. These are not cinematic moments. These are just powers. Josh, you were not answering my questions. You were being annoying. And maybe you were trying to, but it was coming off as irritating. And buddy, you've been around my stream for a little while. So you should know better, my guy. I love you, but you should know better. If you're going to half-assed answer questions when I'm really not looking for the answer, I'm just kind of talking at you, then just stop talking. Like, you know that. You know that. You have been here for a stream for that before, my guy.
Well, time to be asleep. I have wake up in about 5 hours. Try to have fun.
Cinematic moments don't need to necessarily be fun, but they need to be memorable. So here, I'll give you an example of a cinematic moment. You could have a feature where the bad guy stomps on the ground, creates a shockwave in 100 feet. The entire area becomes difficult terrain, and for the rest of the fight, that area is difficult terrain. That's like a sort of a low-key one, right? But like stuff that changes the battlefield, stuff that changes stuff. I don't know. My job is not to build the thing for you. I'm going to be honest. I don't know what the cinematic moment's supposed to be because I don't really understand what this monster is supposed to be. You don't need to apologize. It's fine. It's fine. Just, you've been in reviews before. You know that I don't want you to explain yourself. I want your piece to stand up for itself. And if your piece doesn't stand up for itself, that's the note you need to take. That's the feedback. If the feedback is, I don't understand where the fuck this came from, you should say, oh, it's not clear where that came from. It feels random. That's an important piece of feedback for me to take. Cinematic features, Beholder's anti-eye, anti-magic cone. Cinematic features, the Celestial Great Worm's ability to do a breath that can bring people back to life. Features, the Mind Flayers sucking a brain out, dealing 10d10 damage. That kind of stuff. Big epic things that change the feeling of the game in a way that really sell the fiction of the creature. Is it cinematic if it happens every fucking round? Also, is it fun? Or does it just turn into, well, every time I use this feature, everyone just has to use half their movement now. Like, that's okay. I guess that's fun. I don't know. It's not bad. I just don't think it's particularly like, what is this monster? I guess that's the other thing is like, when I say cinematic, I don't just mean memorable from like a cinematic, like, oh, that was a cool scene in a movie, but I mean cinematic in a way that is making people remember the monster as it was. So if the point of this monster is it's some drug-fueled, blood-powered guy, why is the cinematic moment he subjugates? How does that tie into the flavor of this monster? That's why I'm saying it feels like a conquest paladin. All of this would feel so much more logical if it was like, ah, this is a conquest paladin. Because everything here just feels like it is about subjugating. It doesn't really sell a flavor of this thing as being like cyberpunky at all, or like drug fueled at all. All right, yep, those are my thoughts. All right, thank you very much for sharing. Let's give our little ice ball a round of applause. I wonder if it's written this way. Oops, I wonder if it's written this way. Where did I put it? I wonder if it's written this way because if it was written on a regular monster stat block, it would be too long. And maybe you noticed that and you were like, I want to make this easier to read. So you put it like this. I'm not saying that that's what you did, but if that is what happened, I would say the more important note there would be this stat block is too big. Let's make it smaller. I don't think maybe that's not what you did. Maybe you just wanted to write it in a Word document because that's the way you like to write them. Unclear. All right. Anyway, thank you very much for sharing. Bosses are hard, man. Bosses are hard. Especially high-level bosses. It's not the same. It's not the same. Burger Pal, I appreciate that you feel like it's the same, but it's not. One of them is just a thing that happens every round where everybody gets knocked prone because you say, go down. One is a literal changing of the battlefield. When you change the battlefield, that has a really dramatic effect on the game. Difficult terrain affects different creatures in different ways. Some people have abilities that allow them to negate difficult terrain or avoid it. Some people have abilities that allow them to change terrain from difficult to non-difficult terrain. There's so many things that make that not the same. But I appreciate that you feel like they are. But I think that is a dramatic oversimplification. You missed a lot, Burger Pal. You missed a lot. You missed enough. I would say you missed a lot. All right. I'm getting mean, which means we're not doing that much more. My patience is running thin for you scumbags. Bagadu 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 bagadu. Thanks for reviewing my subclass. I wish I was there to watch your stream. It was my first homebrew. I'm glad you could take a look at it. No problem, Luke. I appreciate you sharing. Next is from X. I just don't like when people don't. Why did you say just X for your name? I have to find you now in the fucking sheet. Oh, maybe you just meant you don't want me to look at your stuff? Oh, no, I found you. Next time, write something so I can find it by searching with words, please. Okay, they're saying my players didn't really... We don't need words. Okay, what are you saying? You're saying my players didn't really understand this wand. It might just not be fun for them. It's kind of a heady concept. Is there a way I could present the idea more clearly, simply, and in a fun way? The feedback I got was casting Bree Fall isn't different than Fireball, and it should be. I'm not sure how I could actually write that as a mechanic. Are you here in the chat? If you're here in the chat, tell me non-mechanically what the goal of this homebrew is, because you did not say that. You just said that it was confusing. Did I pick the right thing? This background is doing you no favors. Making it hard to read. All right, let's take a look here. Because if I don't know what the goal is, then I'm not going to be able to help you build it. I'll just tell you that it's unclear. All right, let's see. I'm going to highlight it so it's easier to read. The Dawn of Nagamar. This ebony wand contains the essence of the devil Nagamar. Once attuned, a caster can rename spells they know briefly. Using only the letters in the name of the original spell. Renamed spells have the following effects. They grant advantage on deception checks to be passed off as normal speech or arcane or unarcane babble. This feature means nothing. Renaming spells are considered... I guess you mean that, like, you can ignore the verbal component? But what's the point of that? It's not going to come up that much because most spells, people are still going to see you, like... I don't like that. Rename spells are considered unique versions of the original spell. This literally means nothing mechanically. Rename spells can only be identified by their new name. Neither of these features mean anything. None of these features mean anything. Are you here, X? So here's why your players were confused. This has no mechanical impact. This has no mechanical impact. This has no mechanical impact. It doesn't mean something. It means nothing. Explain to me what it means, or I disagree with you. What is the point of having two spells that do the same thing? It's nothing. So your players were confused because this item doesn't do anything. That's why your players were confused. Phoenix Waki, what's up? Thank you for the raid. How are you doing on this fine eve? Thank you for joining us. We are reviewing Homebrew. Somebody sent in this piece and they said, my players were confused by it. And I would say, yeah, your players were correct. Because this item literally doesn't do anything. The only thing this item does is it essentially gives you advantage on deception checks to act like you're not casting the spell. That's the only thing that this item does. So that's why it's confusing. And those are my thoughts. If you want the item to do something, you need to be more specific about what it's doing. If you want the players to sort of read between the lines to understand what its larger impact is, that's not good. It's not good to build an item in such a way that players have to, like, try to interpret your creative, like, your gameplay goals. You should just be able to see them and understand the gameplay goals. But you don't... But, like, using Arcana checks to identify spells is, like, that's, you know, when is a bad guy ever going to do that? Maybe you'd have let a player do that, but I'm not going to worry about that nonsense for my monsters. I might make them roll to see if they notice someone cast a spell, depending on the spell. But monsters aren't casting, doing Arcana checks to tell what spell you cast. That's silly. So, yeah, I think it's a little confusing. Because it really feels like it doesn't do anything. All right, X. Hope that helps. Don't have more to say other than that. If anybody that just got here wants to submit some homebrew, the link is, you do command wheel in the chat. It'll pop up. But no pressure if you don't want to. Yeah, no more thoughts on that. Let's give X a round of applause, whoever they are, for their confusing wand that doesn't really do anything. It feels like it's meant for enemies more than players. If that's the case, then I wouldn't worry about building it like an item. I would just bake it into a monster's, the way a monster works. I don't think you need to build an item for a monster unless your goal is for the players to eventually get access to that item. It's Kadorek. See what you got for us today, buddy. This is to expand on the flavor and power of warlocks, give them more spellcasting potential between rests. I don't want to read this. I'm going to tell you right now, I will read it, but I don't think warlocks need that. Oh, when you put it on, this is the worst. Don't put things here. Originally crafted by power-hungry warlocks from an evil patron. The design has since been replaced, blah, 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 blah. When used, the icon of sacrifice allows its bearer to defy normal limits. Okay, there's a lot of wasted words. Cut this in half. You don't need this many words if you're going to say, it's going to do a thing. Let me show you what it does. Just show us what it does, you silly goose. Okay, this should be bullet points. If it's doing multiple things, don't hide it all in a paragraph. So it has Confusions and Arcane Focus. We don't need language like this. We don't need language that's explaining how the item works as if you were talking to us. Just write out how the item works. So say, when you have no spell slots, you can. When you are out of spell slots, you can. What? Okay, so I'm just gonna read this because okay, so when you have no spell slots, you can use this thing to cast a spell between level 1 and whatever your maximum spell level is. When you cast the spell, you take 1d4 piercing damage, and then you take necrotic damage equal to the number of hit die equal to the level of Spellcaster with no save allowed. You surely you understand why this is not... Okay, here's what I'm gonna say. If you are in a situation where you need to say equal to more than once in the same sentence to understand how a feature works, that means you are making that feature too complicated. That's what that means. So I think that if I were you, I just would probably say, there's items in D&D that give you access to more spell slots. You should just use one of those. This feels like a really overcomplicated version of a Pearl of Power. Just give us Pearl of Power or the Rod of the Pact Keeper or any of those items that basically do this, but without having to deal with this hecticness at the end. Feels like it's too much. The other thing is that it seems like you can use this infinitely. And even if it is, there's like you take a bunch of damage whenever you use it. That's a very easy thing to cheese. Like there's a lot of ways to get more hit points or to do other things. Like I don't think there should be any item in the game that has an infinite use. You can get spell slots back. I don't like that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what your goal is because this feels like it's just making a more tedious version of a Pearl of Power. Also references spells level and not spell slot, meaning you can upcast any 1 through 5th spell level to 9th at the cost of 94 damage. That is a good point, yeah. Should this be rare? I don't think we even need to worry about what it should be because I think it's fundamentally broken. I also think the non-fundamentally broken version of this item exists. It's called the Pearl of Power. We don't need this. This isn't giving us anything new that isn't also overpowered. The only new things this is doing is stuff that is unreasonable to give us. So that's what I would say to that. If the only thing that's really different from this, if the only thing that's really different from the Rod of the Pact Keeper or the Pearl of Power is that it is better in an unreasonable way, then we don't need this. That's what I would say. Yeah, obviously it should be limited to warlocks, but again, it's like you guys are you're moving deck chairs around on the Titanic. You know what I mean? Like we don't need to worry about it. Like it's just fundamentally is an unnecessary item. I think the only way that you're going to make this thing feel reasonable is if you figure out a system that is less confusing and headachy, and also it feels like it's doing something different. It should really feel like it's doing something different. It shouldn't feel like an item that already exists. And those are my thoughts. Kadoric, thank you for sharing. Let's give them a little round of applause. If you're going to make something new, make sure that it is reasonable compared to the things that exist, but also keep an eye out for how similar it is for stuff that already exists. Because if it's too similar, you got to really be able to answer that question of why did I make this? And is it worth it to figure out the balance, or do I just not need to worry about it? You know what I mean? I fucking hate the Blood Hunters. The Blood Hunter class is such a bad. I love Matt. I love Matt Mercer. Sparkson, thank you for giving a sub. I love Matt Mercer. I love his way he runs games. Critical Role was amazing. Blood Hunter's garbage. It's a badly designed subclass, head to toe. That's why I don't like reviewing it. All right, yeah, it's just not good. It's just not well designed. It is a mess. It is a big old mess of mess. It's not even really complicated but it's not really complicated in ways that give it value. Like, it is totally reasonable to make something very complicated. There's a lot of stuff in D&D that requires complication to be expressed, because it's doing interesting, nuanced, complicated things. The Blood Hunter is not. The Blood Hunter is complicated because it's 16 different things crammed together that don't mix together nicely. That's what it is. Fluffcopter. What you got for us today, Fluff? Making an item specifically for Spor Druids. We already looked at an item specifically for Spor Druids. That's so funny. All right. Second item for Spor Druids today. Spor Druids are eating well. The Spor Druids are eating well. Keep up the awesome stuff. I will try. Cap of Mushroom Death. A large mushroom cap with a round slot placed in its stem. A druid of the Circle of Spore can attune to the cap by wearing it for 24 hours. Oh, so it's a hat. Oh, it's cap. Duh. Well, attuned to the cap and your symbiotic entity feature. While attuned to the cap and your symbiotic energy feature is active. I don't think you need this part. Zombies you control gain the benefits of your Halo Spores feature. You cannot use the symbiotic entity to increase the damage dealt by your zombies. What? I don't remember what the symbiotic entities feature does. I don't like the way it's written, if I'm being honest, because it's confusing. Okay. So, okay, so while your symbiotic entity is active, zombies you control have the benefits of your Halo of the Spores feature. Okay, so while this is active, zombies get this. I disagree, Fluff. I disagree with this so hard. What a tedious thing you've built. You've built something so tedious here. You cannot use symbiotic entity to increase the damage dealt by your zombies. So can I... You're saying, like, while this is active, zombies get access to another thing, but even though this activates this, you can't use this on this. Like, do you understand on a, like, base level why that is confusing and tedious? It's like, you're... What? Like, what is the goal here, man? Let's talk about this. What is the goal here? Well, let's look at what Symbiotic Entity does, or Halo of Spores does. When a creature is within 10 feet of you, you can use your reaction to deal 1d4 necrotic damage to that creature. That's all it does. It's not that much. So let's boil Halo of Spores down to its core component. What's the most important thing this does? What does this thing do? What does this whole feature really do? I would argue this whole feature does 1d4 necrotic damage. Why are you building this in such a tedious way when the only thing we need to get out of it is 1d4 necrotic damage? How about this? While your symbiotic entity is active, any zombies you are control over deal an extra 1d4 necrotic damage on hits. So much simpler. So much simpler. Literally the same. Except you have less dice you need to roll. Players have less dice they need to roll. And you don't need to do this whole fucking back and forth to figure out what the fuck you're talking about. You know what I mean? So that's my feedback. I think it's a neat idea for an item. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Except for all the things that I said that were wrong with it. Simplify, 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 simplify. Not on a hit, on reaction to movement within. But Snage, that's what I'm saying, is that we don't, that's the details. The reaction to being within 10 feet, this is not the meat of the feature. This is the trigger of the feature. The meat of the feature is the damage. So if we are trying to create a magic item that ties into that, is it better for the players to have to do that whole system to get to that simple little amount of damage to be accurate to the feature? Or is it better to just do a little bit more damage because that's the whole thing that the feature leads to? You see what I mean? So like, sure, if you want to be game accurate, then yeah, you could make it so every time an enemy ends their turn within 10 feet of a zombie, that zombie can use its reaction to force that creature to make a saving throw. And then if it fails that saving throw, they can take that damage. But that's 3 steps every single time. And you could be doing it in 1 step just by baking it into the creature's attack. Do you see what I mean? Like, unless there's like a real argument that you have for why it's worth it to do that whole rigmarole every time it's activated, it's just not worth it. It's not 10d4 damage. It's not. It's 1d4 damage. It's 1d4 damage. How many zombies does the Spor Druid get? I mean, you get the spell Animate Dead, so you can have a bunch if you spend most of your time, most of your spells on casting Animate Dead. You get 1 for free with your 6th level feature, but you know, they don't get any more or less zombies than they get less zombies than a necromancer. But you know, if you're prioritizing having zombies, you could probably have like between 5 plus more if you want. So that's my feedback. I think it's a neat idea, but it's too you're taking us, you're ping-ponging us around when the end is not that complicated. We don't need to be ping-ponged around for that ending. That ending is simple. It's D4 damage. Boom. D4 damage. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And those are my thoughts. I don't really have more thoughts other than that. It feels like it's punishing for trying to use the item. How is it punishing? Nothing bad is happening. It's just up. It's just good. It's just positive. I don't think it would be a minute unless it was, I mean, maybe it would be a minute if people are checking numbers and stuff. But yeah, it's a lot of time. It's going to be a lot of time. It's going to add up. It's going to add up. I don't really have more thoughts other than that. I think it's a neat idea. I love the core concept of you get an item that enhances your symbiotic entity stuff in cool ways. Just simplify the expression. All right, that was Fluffcopter. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. All right, we have reached the point in the night where I want to be done stream. So what we're going to do is we're going to spin one more time. Actually, we'll ask you, chat. I will do one more spin on a contingency. And that contingency is I need to be able to veto the piece. If it's too long, if the writing is too poor quality, if the formatting is too much, my patience has now run thin. So I need to be able to veto it. If everybody's cool with that, I will do more. If everybody's not cool with that, then I don't want to do anymore. Go for it. Bet. You vote for the rest. You vote for rest. All right. Well, Pixie, you're in the minority, but it might end up being rest anyway. Bagadu 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 bagadu. Oh, Dice Admiral, what you got for us, Dice? A goofy but useful spell. It's important to me that it remains silly, but it should also be easy to understand and use. Okay, let's take a look. Oops. Boil. I like the name. 3rd level evocation, range on 120 feet. Target a 20-foot cube within range. Water in the area that is not fully contained boils, releasing a cloud of hot steam in the area. Creatures in the area have to make a dex saving throw or take 66 fire damage on a failure, half as much on a success. Being fully immersed in water does not provide resistance to this damage. Crabs make this throw at disadvantage. I would also include any... I would probably... If you want to make this joke, I think you need to do more than crabs. Like Chul. I don't know. Boiled water in the area is destroyed by this spell. The spell does nothing if there is no available water. If a beast type creature is reduced to 0 and by this spell, it can safely be consumed according to its size. Dice, maybe it's because it's late. I am not particularly amused by this spell. I sort of feel like it's kind of a nothing burger. It feels like it is a significantly weaker fireball with no real noticeable upside. Because fireball is a 3rd level spell that has twice the area, 2d6 more damage. And all of this stuff is nothing. I don't mean to be rude, but it's nothing. Rations are nice, but as a dungeon master, would you prevent a player from harvesting the meat from a beast that you killed with fireball? I wouldn't. If a bear dies to fireball, I'd let people harvest that for rations. I feel like it's nothing. That's sort of how I feel. I don't think that the making a beast or the crabs taking extra damage is particularly funny or enough for this spell to exist separately from fireball. That's how I feel. It's too much like fireball. I think if you want to do a spell that boils water and does a big crab cook or a big seafood cook or something, I think that's an interesting idea. I think, unfortunately, this feels like a jank fireball with a half-baked joke squeezed in, but it doesn't fit. That's what I would say. Seafood boil, thank you. You wouldn't let this spell at your table because half your monsters are crabs? Fair. Yeah, Dice, I don't know. Maybe I think it was funny if it was the first thing I looked at today. I think that the crabs feel too specific for me to care. Like, it doesn't feel like it's almost like an annoying joke more than it's a good joke. And the beast thing, I think, should be relevant to fucking any spell, basically. I don't know. So, not particularly funny. Make it more unique. Make it more interesting. If it's going to be this specific, I don't think it needs to be. I don't think it should be this niche, man. I don't think the joke earns that niche. So yeah, I don't know. That's kind of how I feel about it. I think it falls a little flat for me. Would it be too OP if it doesn't have a saving throw? Yes. Do I have any advice for writing Homebrew with a Google Doc? I have a Homebrew writing template that you can get in my Discord. If you go to the resources tab, there is a template that you can just make your own copy of and use. That's what I use for all my Homebrew. Now, yeah, Dice, I don't really have more thoughts. I love most of your stuff. This falls flat to me. I don't think this is the move. I think it's way too similar to Fireball for me to ever think it's fun or interesting. Yeah. Too niche. Not different enough from Fireball. Those are my thoughts. All right, let's give Dice a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Oh yeah, the template is also in the form, that's true. All right, we'll do one more. That one fell a little flat, and I don't feel bad saying that to Dice. Sorry, buddy. You know I don't feel bad saying that to you. Boof, Tom. This is a nature-themed Warlock. I want it to be simple enough for a new player to enjoy, but also give experienced players a new style for a Warlock. All right, let's take a look. We do see a lot of nature-themed Warlocks. It is a pretty common occurrence. It's up there with, like, strength-based monks. Nothing wrong with that, but it's just, you know, worth thinking about as you move forward with your game design. Good night, Snage. These streams happen every Sunday and Wednesday. And then I do other things throughout the week also. But these specific, I review anything streams Sunday and Wednesday. And I usually go like this. I usually start in the afternoon, and I review until I lose my patience. Which usually is around this time of night. Depending on how much work the homebrew needs and how annoying chat is. Let's see what this is. Spirit of the Wilds. The untamed forces of nature have chosen you as their champion. Powers of nature could have been bestowed upon you by an archdruid. Okay, we need a little bit more flavor text. What does it mean? Because the Ancients Druid is also like a nature... There's a lot of nature champions. We need a little bit more specifics in here. Just a slice. You're welcome for my quick response. Spells. Entangle, speak with animals, beast, sense paths without a trace, erupting earth, plant grows, giant insect, guardian of nature, awaken wrath of nature. I think giant insect might already be on the warlock spell list. Maybe I might be making that up. But remember, when you're doing expanded spells, you don't want to put any spells on the list that are already just baked into the core warlock. Oh no, just druids. My mistake. What level do you get the spells? So the way that expanded spells work, and this is true across all warlocks, is that you do not get these expanded spells. They are spells that are added to the list of spells you can pick from when you get spells. So you don't need to write when you get these, because it's just that these are now essentially on your warlock spell list. So whenever you pick new spells, if you are picking first level and second level spells, these are now spells you can pick from. So you're not getting access to them at specific levels. You're not getting access to them at all unless you are actively choosing to get them. I know. I don't stream every day, but I do long streams, Cobalt. Let's see what we get at first level. I think the spell list is probably fine. Very on the nose, right? All nature-y stuff. So I think it's fine. I don't really have thoughts on it. Why do warlocks have to be weird? Because that's what makes them special. Everyone else is... That's their unique thing, is that they're edgy weirdos. Let's see what we get at first level. Aura of the Wild. Starting at first level, your patron bestows upon you the ability to create an aura that embodies the forces of nature. As an action, you can create an aura centered on you that moves with you. I feel like these need to be the same sentence. This really should not be its own sentence. All of the information that's here can be put in this sentence. Starting at first level, as an action, you can create an aura centered on you that radiates with forces of nature, period, whatever. The radius of the aura is a number equal to 5 times your proficiency bonus. That is dangerous. Dangerous, that's for sure. Depending on what it does. So what does that mean to you out there in the world? Well, that means that at level 1, the radius of the aura is 10 feet or 20 feet from end to end. And at it goes from 10 feet end to end to 30 feet, aka 60 feet end to end. So it's going to radiate from between a 10-foot radius to a 30-foot radius. That's the math that this is implying. Or lasts a minute. It ends early if you're incapacitated. Oh, I see a really simple mistake to fix. Chat, if you guys notice it, I'm going to read it when I get there, but here, I'll give you a clue. There is something that is happening in this piece that is a very simple fix, and it has to do, I'll give you a clue, chat. It's a hat on a hat. There is a big hat on a hat problem here. And if one of you in chat wants to be very generous, you can explain to the rest of chat what a hat on a hat means. Now let me read these features. When your aura is whilst in your aura, the following effects apply. This is a horrible sentence. Say, while your aura is active, you gain the following effects, or whatever. But whilst should never show up ever in your writing, unless you want to come off like an asshole. Yeah, so don't write whilst. Creatures of your choice in the area. Creatures of your choice treat the area as difficult terrain. So bonus action, you can choose one creature in your aura to make a dex saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, it takes 1d4 plus your charisma modifier slashing damage. This damage increases to 2d4, to 3d4, to 4d4, to 5d4. All right. Where is the hat on a hat? And what do I mean by a hat on a hat? What is a hat on a hat? If you are wearing a hat, do you need to wear another hat? No. So a hat on a hat is when you are already doing something and you don't need to do more of that thing, and it kind of musses them both down. So where is the hat on a hat here? Flare wear. There is double scaling. So there's scaling happening in two ways. One, we are scaling with radius, and two, we are scaling with damage. Don't do both. Do not do both. I would argue scale with damage, don't scale with radius. So I would drop the radius scaling, keep the damage scaling. And I don't know if I agree with scaling it like a cantrip either. Most features in D&D do not scale like cantrips. Most features in D&D start somewhere and they boost up once. Maybe they boost up twice, and that is baked into subclass features. So for example, like the Battlesmith Artificer, its monster damage pops up one time. Things like that. So it's a little too much scaling because I just think it shouldn't scale like a cantrip. And then on top of that, it's, I think, too much scaling here. You know what's a much easier way that you could... It's actually 3 instances of scaling. The other instance of scaling is it's adding your charisma modifier. That also goes up. So what I would probably do here is to simplify it, just have it deal like 1d6 damage plus half your warlock level. And boom, done. That will make the damage go up with your warlock level. And you don't need to deal with any of this, and it'll be pretty powerful at level 1, and it'll be pretty powerful forever. You can use charisma bonus number of times. If one part of the feature is based on your charisma bonus, don't base another part of the feature off your charisma bonus. It's too much. This should be proficiency bonus times per long rest also. Oops. Okay, so what is this actually doing? You have a little area of effect that's difficult terrain and passive damage. It's fine. It's kind of too similar to the Fathomless Warlock, if you ask me. The Fathomless Warlock basically gets a different version of this. The Fathomless Warlock has almost exactly this feature, except instead of it being an AoE, it's just single target. But it's a bonus action to hit a thing, deal damage to it, and slow it down. This is a bonus action to hit a thing, deal damage, and slows it down. So it's very similar to the Fathomless Warlock in a way that I don't love. That being said, I think it's an interesting idea. I like the idea of you have a little aura around you. Like, nothing's wrong with that, but it's not a particularly unique or original feature mechanically, and I don't think it's yeah, I would play around with that a little bit. I don't agree with it. At 6th level, I don't disagree with it, but I don't think it's working for you in a way that it's making this feel unique. And it's building on itself too much. Starting at 6th level, creatures you can see within up. Oh, okay, so there's a big issue here. You know what the biggest issue here is? Can anybody tell me? How does this subclass work after I've used my aura charisma bonus number of times? Because if I use my charisma modifier, if I've done using my aura, I don't have a 6th level subclass feature, I don't have a 10th level subclass feature, and I don't have a 14th level subclass feature. That sucks. So if you look at any other Warlock subclass, actually here, let's this is really similar in structure to the Fathomless Warlock, so we're just going to look at the Fathomless Warlock to give ourselves some ideas here of what we can work on, to how to build it up a little bit. So the Fathomless Warlock, it gets this ability very similar to yours. It can summon a little thing. It lasts for a minute, it deals damage, and it slows a creature. So very, very similar to what you're doing here, except your damage scaling is fucked and your aura scaling is fucked. So if you balance all of this down to its core components in a way that is reasonable so that it works, it's very similar to this. What else do we get at 1st level? We get this little ribbon feature. That's nice, right? And it's a good thing to get. It's important to get. At 6th level, we get this cool improvement of our tentacle where it can now kind of be defensive. But we also get this other ribbon feature. Why? Because if we don't have tentacles, we still want to feel like a subclass. At 10th level, we get a feature that doesn't have anything to do with our tentacle feature, so we don't have to worry about it. And at 14th level, we get, again, another new feature that it doesn't have anything to do with our tentacle feature. So you want to take a little bit of insight from there, and you want to build at least a couple features that don't require us to have access to this. Because it sucks to feel like you don't have a subclass because it's all based on one single resource and it all is active at the same time. Like, that's lame. That's not going to work. Creatures you can see within your aura have advantage on wisdom saving throws, and when a creature of your choice within your aura regains hit points as a result of a spell, they can add your charisma modifier. I think both of these are fine. Again, though, it's like you're just doing too much in the same direction. It's probably fine as a feature. I think we need a little bit more balance. I think the problem with this feature is it is not balanced if you don't deal with this aura. If you don't deal with the aura getting bigger, it's no longer balanced. So if none of these features, I can give feedback on these, but my feedback is not applicable if you don't dramatically address this 1st level feature, just straight up. So this is an okay feature if you tone this down. If you don't tone this down, this is not an okay feature. Literally the exact same feedback. I would argue that it's a little bit boring, but it's fine if you can figure out toning this down. But again, what are we doing here? Give us some stuff that doesn't have to do with our aura. So now's the time to ask yourself, like, what else could you give this guy to make them feel like a Spirit of the Wilds Warlock? Why does it all need to be baked into the aura? What radius would I give the aura? I think it depends on a lot of the other things that they want to give it. I think 15 feet is a reasonable aura, and 15 feet would be very solid the whole time. I would go, that's what I would say, 15 feet. I don't think I would make it any more than that. Especially not if it's doing more and 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 more. The other thing that I do want to point out is that if you are building a Warlock subclass around having an aura, you are essentially building a melee Warlock. Warlocks have very little intrinsically to survive in melee. So it is not great design to build your Warlock around melee without giving us melee related things. The reason the Fathomless Warlock works is because the tentacle, you can fucking throw it around. So you're basically building, this is like a melee focused subclass on top of a really not melee class. So that link is missing, which is pretty important. What's up, Chandler? How's it going, buddy? It's creatures of your choice. Oh, creatures you can see. It's of your choice. So you don't need to give everyone advantage on wisdom saving throws. It's not an assumption. You finally got up from TwitchCon? I did not go to TwitchCon this year. I'm not popular enough. Maybe one day I'll go. Let's see what the 14th level feature is. If you fall in battle, you can use your aura to explode in a hail of thorns. You're just copying the Celestial Warlock. Stop it. You can choose to end your aura. Any creature of your choice that you can see within 15 feet. If you just make a dex saving throw against your save, on a failed save, they take damage. They take half as much damage on a success. Additionally, you're not knocked unconscious. Yeah, this is just the Celestial Warlock's 14th level feature, but different. Make an original feature. What do I mean by this is the Celestial Warlock's feature, but different? I'll show you. At 14th level, when you die, you explode back to life, deal radiant damage to everybody, and gain hit points. This, when you die, you explode back to life, deal piercing damage to everybody, gain hit points. It's literally exactly the same. So, I feel like there is an interesting idea here in the aura. I don't think there's anything wrong with building an aura warlock, but you got to give us some things that are not the aura. If you want to give a warlock an aura, or really anything, if you're building a subclass that is built around a core concept, you really got to think about how that core concept interacts with the main class. I will give you another example of this. There's a lot of issues that people have with the like the giant barbarian, the 5e path of the giant barbarian. There's some fundamental stuff that's missing from it that is obviously missing when you look at the new 2024 rules. So the path of the giant barbarian is a giant barbarian that's essentially is a barbarian that's built around range. It's like your ranged barbarian, but it can't use its reckless attack with range, which is like makes it so much worse, like dramatically worse. And that, I think, is a failing of the game design of that subclass. That, to me, speaks to the designers not putting 2 and 2 together, where we are building a ranged barbarian. Let's look at the core class of the barbarian and think about how that interacts with range, and let's fix that. I feel like that's the same conversation you got to have here, which is like, if you're building a core warlock around it having an aura, that means it needs to be in the thick of combat. It has no survivability. We need some survivability in here. You know what I mean? I introduced you to Diana of the Rose. You got to meet her at Gen Con, at TwitchCon. Fuck yeah, dude. She is a wild child. So yeah, I think it's an interesting idea, but I think you got to think through these mechanics a little bit more. And don't do this. Don't copy. I'm sure it's not intentional. You probably didn't check, but like, you should check. If you are building a warlock subclass, you should take the 10 minutes it takes to look at all of the other warlock subclasses. You really should, because you don't want to be in a situation where you unintentionally build something that already exists somewhere else. And that's kind of what you did here. And that's an easy problem to solve, right? It's just taking the time to look up stuff. So those would be my thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing. Tom, let's give Tom a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. We appreciate you sharing. Kaboosh. I wrote this song. Really? No, not really. Not really. Alrighty, what's going on here? Oh, I'm fucking shit up. You don't even know what I'm doing, but I'm fucking shit up unintentionally. Okay. It's always 5e. It's 5e until I'm more familiar with new stuff. When I get more familiar with the new system, I'll be open to taking homebrew from it. But I need to really get to know it a little bit more first. Just a little bit more. My group just went over the new stuff today. I listen, I'm not saying you shouldn't start doing the new stuff. I'm saying that there's so much to the new stuff that's a little nuanced that it's hard for me to be able to give good feedback. A lot of my feedback would be just be like, I don't know. I think that I also need to do some writing too. We tried making a barbarian subclass for the new system. It was fun to work on. I have no idea how we're gonna handle switching over. If I'm gonna be like only the new stuff or only the old, I don't know. Realistically, what I'll probably do is I'll probably put like a little drop down thing in the form where you'll say what you're making it for, either the 2014 rules or the 2024 rules, and we'll just sort of roll with the punches. I can't imagine how else we would run it in a way that like would feel reasonable, you know? You think we should call my fans blockheads? I'm super down. I don't want to do separate streams for it. Or, I mean, maybe I do. I don't know. I haven't decided. Separate streams feels like a lot. Because I'm not streaming every day. I'm streaming a couple days a week. You would love to be a blockhead? You don't know if you can even do the 24 stuff. I think a lot of people feel that way. I think a lot of people are still trying to figure out, you know, for a lot of people, 5e has been the only system they ever played. So they never transitioned from one edition to another. Transitioning editions is tricky. It's not an obvious or an easy thing. You can be blockheads, you can be cinders of chaos, you can be whatever you want. Just don't be late for dinner. Oh. All right, guys, we are gonna wrap up. I see something interesting happening. So we're gonna do that interesting thing. You guys are amazing. Thank you, everybody that was here today. One second. You guys are the best. You guys are amazing. Don't forget, friends, to feed your pets, to do all that stuff, all the wonderful things. If you got pets, feed them. Tell them, hey, pets, I love you. Give them a hug. Give them a kiss. Tell them they're special. Tell them you love them. If I yelled at you tonight, I'm sorry. But I'm not that sorry, because it's in my nature. If you don't like it, I still love you. All right, let's go hang out with people trying to do good stuff. I love you. Bye.